Toru Iban considered himself fortunate to fight alongside his trusted comrades, serving as a vital member of a renowned S-rank adventurer party led by the celebrated hero, Sane. Mid-combat, Lisa called out in concern to ensure he was unharmed, and he quickly reassured her that he was holding his ground. From the front lines, Sane urged them all forward, shouting that they were nearly at the finish line and needed to push through together. They had grown up as childhood friends, bound by a shared past and the firm conviction that they were destined to achieve great triumphs as a team. Yet, those cherished memories shattered in an instant when the words echoed in his ears, informing him bluntly that he was expelled from the party. Gathered around a tavern table, his companions sat in harsh judgment as Sane coldly stated that he should have seen this coming. Sane feigned dramatic sympathy, claiming he could not bear to watch his close friend die due to his lack of strength, while Lisa heartlessly backed the hero's decision. Stunned by her betrayal, he looked closely and realized she was no longer wearing the ring he had gifted her, only for her to cruelly remind him of the immense level gap between them. In stony silence, the rest of the party turned their backs on him, severing their ties completely and leaving him standing alone. He looked back at the memories of his companions, Inai and Sora, unable to process how everything had twisted into such a cruel nightmare. Meanwhile, Sane looked down upon him with a smug, condescending smile, relishing his complete triumph. Tears welled in his eyes as the painful truth sank in. He was merely an obstacle in their grand scheme. Unable to comprehend the depth of this betrayal, he questioned how long this deceit had been going on behind his back, while Sane smugly declared that his best friend had betrayed him and stolen his fiancée, coldly asking him to stay away from now on. Overcome by furious despair, he lunged forward and tackled Sane to the floor, violently striking his former friend while demanding to know how he could do this knowing Lisa was his betrothed. Before he could land another blow, an unexpected kick sent him crashing across the floor into the tavern's wooden furniture. His female party members stood over him in anger, shielding Sane and condemning Toru as scum for daring to react. Shaken and bloodied, he watched in utter horror as a ring clattered onto the floor before him. Lisa had tossed away their engagement ring without a second thought. With tears streaming down her face, she screamed that she wanted nothing more to do with him, ordering him to stay away forever. As rain began to pour over the town outside, a final, cold farewell echoed, leaving him entirely alone in his heartbreak. He trudged through the rain-soaked wilderness toward ancient stone ruins, carrying the heavy weight of betrayal. Looking down at his bare hand, he stared at the pale ring mark on his skin, a bitter reminder of what he had lost. Memories of Lisa's bright smile flooded his mind, making the present reality hurt even more. Unable to contain his anguish, he vented his frustration with a furious scream into the stormy sky. Tears mixed with the rainfall as harsh taunts from his former party replayed relentlessly in his head. Collapsing onto the damp grass, he lay motionless, contemplating an uncertain future. Summoning his status window, he evaluated his modest attributes and unusual array of abilities. His status featured various saving skills, niche abilities that experts had previously deemed useless. Comparing his level 20 standing to the much higher levels of his former peers, he lamented his weakness. Suddenly, a ferocious black demon dog emerged, forcing him to draw his blade for an unexpected fight. He confronted the ferocious beast without fear, viewing the battle as a way to release his built-up frustration, before drawing his blade and slaying the creature in one swift strike. With the monster slain, a sudden cascade of glowing notifications erupted before his eyes as all his stored saving skills began activating simultaneously. In response to the massive influx of experience, system alerts announced that his physical body could no longer maintain its human limits, initiating a complete reconstruction that transformed his race into a dragon man. Moments later, a sweeping surge of ethereal energy swirled around him, reshaping his very essence amidst the clearing field. Following the tremendous transformation, a warning notification popped up, stating that his experience saves had sustained damage from the overload and would require time to repair. Stunned by the sequence of events, he opened his status window and was utterly shocked to discover his level had skyrocketed to 300. Piece by piece, he pieced together the truth about his latent ability. The experience-saving skill had been automatically hoarding all the effort he expended, holding it until the limit finally broke to unleash its full potential. Looking back on his time with his old party, everything finally made sense. He had trained harder than anyone else, yet never leveled up because every single point of experience was being steadily saved away. Realizing the sheer irony and triumph of his situation, he broke into uncontrollable, joyful laughter that echoed across the plains. With a newfound confidence and a bright future ahead, he made up his mind to embrace his freedom and embark on a journey to travel the entire world. Reaching out toward a tiny bird flitting through the open sky, he reflected on his newfound status. At level 300, fear was a thing of the past. Though a hollow ache lingered in his chest from the recent betrayal, pursuing his own desires promised to mend those lingering wounds. Overlooking the vast, sunlit plains from a high cliff edge, he resolved that his journey would begin by crossing into the neighboring kingdom. His travels soon brought him to the border town of Livio, a bustling settlement nestled deep within a valley. Walking down the cobblestone streets, he was pleasantly surprised by the lively atmosphere thriving in such a remote location. Stopping abruptly outside a slave shop, bitter memories of his former party flooded his mind, casting a shadow across his face. Deep within his soul, a single, burning desire echoed above all else. He desperately needed a companion he could truly trust. He reasoned that a slave bound by a magical seal could never betray their master. Seeking emotional security rather than ideal trust, he sought a contract that guaranteed total loyalty. Entering the establishment, he was greeted by the smartly dressed merchant, Armand. When asked about his specific requirements, he explained that he needed a battle-ready slave regardless of their species. The merchant first presented a fierce lizard man priced at 30 million gold pieces, but the young warrior asked to inspect the other options available in the cages. Armand then highlighted an elf available for 25 million, suggesting her potential as a magic user or evening companion. Though the swordsman remained silent, carefully contemplating his choices. He stated his budget of 1.5 million without hesitation as Armand invited him deeper into the establishment to view the available stock. Guiding the young adventurer through a dim corridor lined with iron cages, the merchant casually dismissed the captives as weak, sickly, and utterly devoid of combat training, noting that most were valued well under $1 million. Though Armand suggested these lesser captives might still serve other menial purposes, the young traveler scanned the cages in silence, searching for someone who suited his specific needs. His gaze locked onto a frail beastkin girl huddled inside a cramped cell, her sharp, slitted eyes glaring upward with surprising intensity despite her malnourished condition. The young girl gasped in shock upon perceiving his unusually high level, prompting him to inquire about her price. Armand set it at a mere 110,000, a figure so low immediately raised suspicions. Despite the merchant's warning that she was gravely ill, he knelt beside the iron bars and gently asked for her name, to which she timidly replied that she was called. Looking gently down at the young beastkin girl, he declared his decision to purchase her, complimenting the name Keed with a warm, reassuring smile. With the contract officially sealed, he beckoned his newly acquired companion to follow him out into the sunlit street. Noticing how weak and unsteady she was, he carefully hoisted her onto his back to carry her, offering quiet words of comfort as they walked. Seeking aid for her condition, he brought her to a local clinic where the physician examined her, explaining that she suffered from a rare condition affecting the beast race. The doctor closely observed her slit pupils and small tail stub, pondering the nature of her high physical potential while discussing possible cures with the young swordsman. He clarified that standard remedies would fail because she belonged to an original, ancient species rather than a common subspecies, requiring a potent dragon heart medicine instead. As Keed stumbled in surprise, he caught her tenderly, kneeling down to look in her eyes and assure her that she would recover completely. He explained with a playful grin that he needed her fully healed so she could be of use to him, playfully asking if it was so unusual for a master to care for his companion. Leaving the clinic with her medicine in hand, he called out a light-hearted farewell to the physician, who indignantly shouted back that he was only 30 years old. High above in the lush forest canopy, a solitary bird perched quietly among the leaves, observing the peaceful surroundings. Toru trekked deep into the dense, overgrown forest, the sunlight barely filtering through the thick canopy above. Having spent 3 hours searching the woods, he sighed heavily while noting the presence of goblin-like creatures lurking nearby in the shadows. Wondering if the monsters were relying on their wild instincts to sense danger and stay hidden, he looked around in frustration, wondering where his quarry could be. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him, revealing a massive dragon. He recalled that defeating such beasts usually required a meticulously planned army, questioning if he could truly slay it all on his own. Standing face to face with the colossal winged beast, which loomed nearly 10 meters high, his eyes widened at its immense presence. Yet, remembering Keed waiting for him back home, he resolved not to fail and roared a challenge directly at the dragon. As the monster whipped its powerful tail, kicking up a cloud of debris, he drew his sword and adopted a low battle stance. The beast snapped its jaws furiously, but he stood firm, refusing to run like his former companions and declaring he would never abandon the people who relied on him. Charging forward beneath the creature's gaping maw, he swung his heavy sword upwards with lethal precision. With a clean, decisive strike, he decapitated the massive dragon in a single blow, sending its severed head crashing to the ground. He marveled at the sheer scale of the destruction left in the wake of his victory, contemplating the overwhelming strength that came with being level 300. Returning to the inn, a small tray was prepared with medicine and water to help Keed recover. Sitting beside her bed, he offered the remedy he had retrieved from the local pharmacy, gently encouraging her to drink it while she looked up at him in quiet gratitude. As she drifted off to sleep, he observed her steady breathing and noted a slight improvement in her condition. Looking down at his hand and reflecting on his growing power. Clenching his fist, he realized that possessing such immense, unpredictable magic meant they would need to tread carefully from now on. The next morning, he stretched and yawned upon waking, only to be surprised by Keed sleeping peacefully right beside him. Heading out into the town, he visited a local tavern cook, offering payment to prepare a massive slab of raw meat he brought along. When the cook expressed doubt over the strange meat, the young warrior casually revealed that it was from the red dragon he had recently slain, leaving the chef completely speechless. Shortly after, the chef served a magnificent meal consisting of a sizzling dragon steak and a hamburger dish. Taking a bite of the tender meat, he thoroughly enjoyed the extraordinary dish, declaring that he would never look at dragons the same way again. He served Keed a freshly prepared meal in bed, introducing it as a dragon burger for her breakfast. As she quietly dug into the food, he watched her eat with a quiet sense of satisfaction, taking note of how hungry she truly was. Observing her tattered appearance, he realized that getting her proper clothes had to be their next priority. Taking her into town, he helped her select a new set of clothes and a pair of iron war fans to serve as her primary weapon. She expertly spun the metallic fans, demonstrating an innate, instinctual mastery over the weapons typical of the beast race. Continuing through the bustling market square, he spotted a fruit stand selling sweet-baked goods and treats. When he asked if she wanted one, she shyly admitted her desire, her eyes lighting up with quiet joy. Eagerly biting into the pastry, she savored the rich, sweet flavor with pure delight. Sitting together on a nearby bench, he urged her to eat as much as she wanted, though he asked if she could stop addressing him so formally. She paused, looking at him with deep reverence, insisting in her heart that he would always be her master. She sat on the park bench, tears streaming down her face as her mind spiraled into sudden panic, questioning if her behavior was becoming a burden and whether she was about to be abandoned. Surprised by her unexpected outburst, he reached over gently and patted her head, softly asking what on earth had brought on such nonsense. Looking at her with unwavering warmth, he reassured her that he had no intention of leaving her behind, asking instead for her companionship until the end of his days. With a broad, genuine smile, he offered his hand and admitted he might not be the most flawless master, but he truly needed her by his side, prompting her to clasp his hand tightly and declare her eternal devotion to him. As the tension eased into a light-hearted moment, he bashfully admitted his embarrassment at her grand declaration before light-heartedly suggesting she trim her long bangs so she could see clearly. Suddenly, an intense surge of magic violently erupted, sending a powerful shockwave through the area as he gasped in utter shock. Standing frozen in shock near the garden bench, the young warrior could hardly process the flood of ethereal notifications suddenly appearing before his eyes. A barrage of system messages declared that his skill and magic savings had reached maximum capacity, breaking his level limits and granting him powerful new abilities like magic lending and an experience multiplier. Looking down at his trembling hands, he marveled at the sudden surge of strength, realizing his broken skill limits had rewarded him with immense experience points. Noticing his agitation, the young Beastkin girl stepped forward to check on him, to which he apologized for frightening her and reassured her that his strange abilities had simply granted him even greater power. As she gazed at him with sparkling admiration, he opened his status display, only to be stunned by his extraordinary overall level reaching an astonishing 300. Examining his detailed skill tree, he pondered the sheer absurdity of his growth, wondering if he had completely bypassed the natural constraints placed upon normal mortals. Turning his focus back to his companion, he softly asked if there was anything she desired, prompting her to admit she was merely taken aback by the sudden events. He gently pressed further, encouraging her to share any request she might have without hesitation. After a brief moment of embarrassment, she shyly voiced her modest request, a simple bar of soap to wash herself. With her humble wish granted, they secured a room at a local inn, complete with a private bath area where she could finally cleanse herself in comfort. She startled in shock as Toru casually began removing his clothes in the bathhouse, protesting flusteredly that he couldn't just disrobe in front of her. Toru merely brushed off her reaction, assuring her with a relaxed air that he held no untoward intentions. Despite her initial hesitation, she fidgeted shyly as Toru instructed her to sit so he could wash her hair first, though she quietly insisted that a master shouldn't be serving her. Seeing her reluctance to comply, Toru firmly issued it as an order, prompting her to yield obediently and sit down before him. As water began pouring overhead, she looked up in curiosity and wonder at the running shower mechanism. Gently lathering soap into her hair, he casually asked about her heritage, to which she softly revealed that she belonged to the Fox Beastkin tribe. Recalling tales of golden-furred foxkin, Toru absent-mindedly touched her ears, causing her to let out a sudden, sensitive squeak. Flustered by her intense reaction, he quickly offered an apology while she sat in silent, blushing embarrassment. Gathering her composure, she turned to him with a gentle gaze, quietly affirming that she didn't mind anything he wished to do. Recognizing her innocent devotion, Toru smiled gently and told her he would consider such matters when she was older, leaving her touched by his consideration. After their bath, as she sat on the bed trimming her unruly hair with scissors, Toru observed her neatly groomed appearance, struck by how remarkably beautiful she truly was. He gently inspected her hair, pointing out the human-like ears nestled beneath her soft fox features, which she confirmed were indeed her own. This detail reminded him of an ancient lore theory, which suggested that while the creator god favored animal ears for beastkin, human ears were left behind so they would remain appealing to people. With the grooming complete, the two set to work cleaning the room together, sweeping away the fallen fur and hair to make their living space pristine. Turning toward him with a bright, joyful smile, Keed happily declared how wonderful her entire day had been. Seeing her genuine happiness brought a warm smile to Toru's face, and he promised her that tomorrow would bring even more joy. Later that night, as the full moon cast a quiet glow over the sleeping town, she made a silent resolve to remain by his side forever. The following day, however, Toru sat gloomily on the bed while Keed noticed his frustration, asking what was wrong as he lamented being overcharged by a local merchant. As she tilted her head in confusion, he leaned forward to explain the bizarre mishap that had forced him to spend so much gold. He revealed that just yesterday, while lightly wiping down his sword during normal maintenance, the blade had inexplicably snapped clean in two. Seeking a replacement, he had gone to a weapons shop and purchased the sturdiest broadsword available, only for it to shatter into fragments the moment he swung it outside. He stood wide-eyed, holding nothing more than the splintered haft of yet another shattered axe. Around him, the armory lay in total ruin, strewn with broken blades and severed weapon shafts wrecked by his unbelievable strength. Seeing his predicament, Keed suddenly clapped her hands together with excitement, realizing she knew of the ideal weapon for him. She led him high into the mountains, where a grand, ancient temple perched majestically above the cliffside, leaving him utterly awestruck. Surprised by the sight, he questioned if she was joking when she revealed this was the legendary temple of the sacred arms. These legendary divine weapons were said to be forged for holy heroes, granting immense power only to those deemed worthy of wielding them. As they ascended the massive stone staircase toward the entrance, he voiced his doubts about claiming such a holy blade, though she remained completely confident in his abilities. Stepping inside, he marveled at the sheer scale of the interior hall, lined with colossal stone pillars reaching into the shadows above. She detailed the trials required to claim the weapon, first opening the sealed inner sanctuary and then pulling the divine arms from its pedestal, prompting him to wonder where she had gained such precise knowledge. Together, they arrived before the massive, intricately carved iron gates that marked the beginning of their first official test. He stepped forward to examine the massive, handleless gates blocking their path. Keed suggested simply touching the structure, prompting him to extend his hand against the cold surface. As soon as his palm made contact, a surge of magic reverberated through the stone, causing the grand doors to part automatically. Keed cheered in amazement as the sealed entryway slowly creaked open. Beyond the threshold lay a breathtaking sanctum bathed in radiant light, flanked by burning braziers leading toward a distant altar. Approaching the altar, they beheld a pristine sacred arm embedded straight into the stone, a legendary blade said to alter its form to fit its rightful wielder. Determined to see if he was worthy, he wrapped both hands around the hilt, bracing his legs as he prepared to pull with all his might. With a sudden burst of power, he heaved upward, causing shockwaves to ripple across the stone floor, while Keed watched in awe. In a brilliant flash, the sword slid effortlessly free, glowing radiant with holy light as he held it triumphantly aloft. Resting the massive blade casually over his shoulder, he turned to Keed and expressed his deep gratitude, acknowledging that he never would have found such a weapon without her guidance. She humbly brushed off the praise, insisting that he was the chosen one destined to claim it, while he offered a warm smile in return. As they prepared to leave, a quiet realization struck him regarding how poorly he had been treated in his previous party compared to Keed's genuine kindness. He exchanged a warm smile with Keed, who beamed with sheer joy at the realization that they could finally travel and embark on adventures together as equals. Leaving the sacred temple behind, they set off along the dirt path toward the nearby city. He cheerfully outlined their plans, proposing that once they arrived, they would form a party and make their official debut as adventurers, a prospect that filled her with enthusiastic agreement. Inside a lavishly furnished bedroom, Sane indulged in decadence alongside the women who had once stood by Toru's side, mocking the former party member they had so easily discarded. Surrounded by their affection, he gloated over how easily they had turned their backs on their former leader, showing complete indifference toward the man they betrayed. His absolute influence over them was no coincidence, but the dark work of a rare ability known as the demonic eye of lure, which forcibly captivated the opposite sex and twisted their devotion toward him. Reflecting on his past jealousy, the self-proclaimed hero recalled how Toru's presence had fueled his envy, driving him to manipulate events until he was rid of his rival for good. Drunk on arrogance and the grand fantasy of slaying the demon lord to secure a life of luxury and fame, he burst into triumphant laughter. However, his boasting came to a screeching halt when astounding news reached his ears. The dangerous dragon had already been slain before he could even lay a hand on it. In a formal audience, an official confirmed that the beast was found dead in the forest by an unknown party, leaving the hero party utterly baffled and robbed of their glory. Stepping outside to save face, he put on a calm facade before his companions, insisting that peace in the city was all that mattered despite his hidden frustration. Yet another wave of panic struck him moments later when he discovered an even greater catastrophe. The sacred arms had inexplicably vanished. Staring in terror at the empty altar where the legendary artifact once rested, he lost all composure, screaming in rage and threatening the terrified women around him as total chaos consumed the room. He reeled in sudden realization, sweat dripping down his face as the terrifying thought crossed his mind that the banished warrior might be the one outperforming him. Reasoning that whoever slew the red dragon and claimed the sacred arms must be the same formidable individual, his expression twisted into pure malice as he vowed to murder his rival upon their next encounter. Demanding answers from the local townspeople about the location of the dungeon, he was met only with confused, blank stares from the populace. Shock overwhelmed him as he looked out across the city, utterly bewildered by the strange state of the realm around him. 1 month prior, in the grand city of Luntada, a massive tower loomed majestically over the bustling urban landscape. Meanwhile, Toru inspected his newly issued adventurer card, noting his shift down to rank B after leaving his former party, while Keed registered alongside him. Walking down the vibrant city streets, he observed the lively atmosphere and the pungent scent of alcohol wafting from the nearby entertainment venues. Pouting with jealousy as she clung to his arm, the young beastkin questioned why he would ever need to visit such establishment when he already had her. As they made their way toward the dungeon, he patiently explained the fundamentals of dungeon crawling to her, detailing how adventurers profit from monster materials, rare chests, and valuable core stones. Standing before the towering, vaulted entrance of the dungeon, he decided they would stick to exploring the safer first floor given her ongoing recovery, and together they stepped forward to begin their quest. He watched in amazement as his companion unleashed a sharp wind cutter spell, slicing through the dungeon monsters with effortless grace. Though he knew she possessed magical talent, her combat effectiveness exceeded his highest expectations. Surprised by her swift progress, the young swordsman checked the status screen she brought up, stunned to see her level leap all the way to 15 in mere moments. Realizing that his passive experience multiplier was also boosting the experience she received, he listened as she gleefully declared her ambition to grow stronger so she could reliably protect his back. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the lizard girl leaped into action without hesitation, casting a powerful Blizzard Blossom spell against a horde of imposing enemies. The severe frost spell expanded instantaneously, instantly engulfing the towering monsters in solid ice. With a crisp shatter, the frozen beast crumbled into glittering ice fragments, leaving her standing victorious amidst the frost. Having cleared the entire floor and pushing her level up to 30, the duo gathered their loot and prepared to turn back, only to spot a strange magical circle embroidered on a carpet lying on the floor. Inspecting the dropped artifact, he discovered it was a rare magic storage item capable of holding up to 100 items, though his companion urgently reminded him that they were running low on food and water and needed to return above ground soon. Reassuring her that there was no need to rush their training, he packed up their belongings in the magic storage mat and guided her back toward the dungeon exit. Emerging back into the vibrant sunlight of Luntada, they stepped out into the bustling city streets to complete their day. Back inside the bustling tavern, the young adventurer counted his impressive earnings, reflecting on their successful dungeon run. His companion sat across from him, expressing her deep gratitude for his guidance, though he insisted that her own hard work was what truly earned her reward. A lavish spread of hot meals and meats was set before them, paid for with the fun she had earned. She hesitated, feeling uncertain about partaking in such a feast alone, while her master sat quietly watching. With a bright, joyful smile, she presented a massive plate brimming with food, insisting that meals tasted far better when shared together. Warmed by her heartwarming gesture, he happily accepted, and they enjoyed their dinner together. As night fell over the peaceful town, he reflected on how his once difficult life had grown brighter and fuller ever since meeting her. The next morning, his sleep was abruptly shattered by frantic cries calling for him to wake up. Opening his bleary eyes, he was struck with sudden shock at the unexpected sight before him. To his utter disbelief, Keed stood before him in a fully matured adult form, leaving them both completely bewildered by her rapid physical growth overnight. Looking at the strikingly beautiful woman before him, Toru could hardly believe his eyes as he asked if she was truly Keed. She cheerfully confirmed her identity, leaving him completely bewildered by how the small lizard girl had transformed overnight into an absolute beauty. She speculated that this sudden transformation was the result of her rapid level increase, leaving him in utter shock as he tried to comprehend what had just happened. Pondering the strange phenomenon, Toru noted that his own race had not changed when he leveled up, but Keed explained that when children cross level 20, their bodies rapidly mature to balance their newfound power. Realizing he could no longer view her as a child, he quickly handed her his own clothes to cover up her nakedness, noticing her fond reaction as she sniffed his shirt. Though the shirt was oversized and barely fit, Toru insisted she needed proper pants and attire before they could go anywhere. After visiting a shop to buy her new gear, Keed spun around happily in her sleek adventurer outfit, asking her master how she looked while he warmly praised her appearance. He then presented her with a magical iron fan weapon, explaining that it would allow her to perform multiple magic attacks at once, before the two stepped out onto the busy city streets. As they walked together, onlookers gawked in admiration at Keed's stunning beauty, making Toru feel a bit uncomfortable despite her reassurance that she only cared about pleasing him. With their supplies refilled and Keed's level dramatically raised, she beamed with excitement, eagerly announcing that they were going to have a wonderful day together. She charged into battle as a horde of undead skeletons surged toward them inside the stone dungeon, her sharp gaze fixed on the enemy ahead. Unleashing a devastating aerial blast, her powerful magic shattered the skeletal army into pieces in a single sweeping wave. With the floor strewn with shattered bones, they celebrated their decisive victory, though the heavy exertion left her feeling noticeably drowsy. Noticing her tiredness after the intense fight, Toru gently checked on her, concerned about her early morning awakening and exhaustion. She leaned in close, warmly asking for a gentle pat on the head, which Toru happily obliged with a reassuring smile. Resting comfortably beside him, she expressed how well she would sleep now, while Toru silently marveled at her sweet scent and presence. As Toru woke up later, he was amazed to realize she had protected him while he slept, defeating ambushing monsters without stepping an inch away. Overwhelmed by a sense of profound calm and gratitude, he asked to check her status window, to which she happily agreed as his loyal companion. Examining her impressive stats and high-level skill set, Toru recognized her immense potential and knew she was destined for greatness. Eager to continue their journey together, they pressed onward into the 10th floor of the dungeon, ready to face whatever monsters lay ahead. He watched in awe as Keed unleashed a devastating aerial slash, effortlessly cleaving through the dungeon's monsters. When he inquired about her impressive magic affinity, she eagerly explained that her magic power scales continuously with her level, offering her full support whenever he might need it. Continuing her magical onslaught with localized gusts of wind, she scattered the remaining goblin riders effortlessly. Observing the absolute destruction of their foes, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity for the overwhelming defeat inflicted upon the monsters. Having pushed all the way down to the 20th floor, the pair finally took a moment to rest and set up camp, preparing a warm, bubbling pot of soup over an open campfire. As she offered him a bowl with quiet gratitude, he cheerfully assured her that cooking and handling chores were second nature to him, brushing off any need for formal deference. Enjoying the meal together, he inquired about her current level, astonished to learn she had already shot up to level 150. Curiosity piqued, he then asked if she could share any secret tricks or principles behind utilizing magic effectively. She explained that magic relies heavily on clear mental visualization, spell mastery, and fulfilling specific conditions, demonstrating how even basic spells can be cast without chance if the mental image is clear enough. Attempting the technique himself, he summoned a small flame, only for it to sputter out immediately, prompting her to encourage him with promises that practice would refine his skill. Resuming their descent onto the 19th floor, they were immediately ambushed by formidable opponents, engaging in fierce combat against heavily armored skeletal warriors. A towering, vicious monster glared down at them with bloodshot eyes and bared fangs, signaling a massive spike in danger. Surrounded by high-level orc warriors, cursed skeletons, and minotaurs, he shouted a desperate warning to Keed, shocked by the sheer threat of creatures he had never faced before. Unfazed by the terrifying wave of incoming beasts, Keed stepped forward calmly and cast freezing magic, instantly encasing the charging horde in solid ice. She stood surrounded by the frozen remnants of the high-tier monsters, her overwhelming power on full display. Watching her, he pondered silently how she was already at level 200, realizing his worries for her safety had been entirely unnecessary. When she noticed his gaze and inquired if he had spoken, he quickly brushed it off. Descending further into the depths, they reached the 30th floor. Though he cautioned her to stay vigilant, he quickly realized that no enemy presences were detected anywhere in the vast, grand hall ahead of them. Advancing to the center of the chamber, they discovered the dungeon core floating serenely above an ornate pedestal. Realizing they had finally conquered the dungeon, excitement took over, while a voice instructed them to touch the core. Insisting that he should be the one to claim the honor, she pointed out that she would never have made it this far without his guidance. Touched by her gratitude, he humbly agreed and thanked her in return. Reaching his hand toward the luminous crystal, he reflected on how he had dreamed of completing a dungeon ever since childhood, eagerly anticipating the reward awaiting them. Awakening from his unconscious state, Toru stirred, his head groggily clearing as Lisa called out in worry. As he sat up, he asked what had happened, only for Lisa to urge him to look upward in complete astonishment. Looking up, he realized with shock that the entire dungeon structure had completely vanished once they cleared it, leaving them at the bottom of a massive crater. Meanwhile, Lisa noticed a strange ring suddenly appearing on Toru's finger. As he examined the ring on his hand, a system message materialized before them, congratulating them for conquering the Luntata Labyrinth. The system granted him special clear rewards, including 2 rings of disguise and a bonus privilege. Using his appraisal skill on the reward, Lisa explained that the magic ring allowed the wearer to disguise their status. As the ring leveled up, it unlocked powerful functions, from concealing stats to completely disguising their identity as someone else. Recognizing how useful these high-level disguises would be for their journey, Toru turned to his companions and declared it was time to escape the deep pit. Gathering Lisa and Keed close, he instructed them to hold on tightly. With a powerful, decisive leap, He launched himself into the air while carrying both girls, using wall jumps along the crater's sheer cliffside to swiftly scale the vertical drop, landing safely at the rim of the crater under the midnight sky. He checked on the girls before suggesting they quickly leave the area before their actions drew unwanted attention. Beneath the glowing full moon, the city rested peacefully beside the water, oblivious to the destruction of the nearby labyrinth. 2 days after leaving Luntada, Toru and his companions journeyed onward toward the city of Einark, determined to fulfill their remaining errands despite the long road ahead. Deep within the dense forest along their path stood an ancient, circular stone structure, their intended destination nestled silently amidst the trees. He stood quietly before the ancient stone relief, contemplating the lost history of the great races who once built advanced civilizations here, leaving behind mysterious structures scattered across the realm. Continuing their journey, the party enjoyed the local delicacies while taking in the scenic vistas. During their walk, the topic shifted toward choosing an official party name. With enthusiasm, they agreed upon naming their party the Roaming Brigade, eager to travel leisurely and explore the wide world together. Their peaceful discussion was suddenly interrupted by commotion down the road, where a horse-drawn carriage was being beset by armed assailants. Seeing bandits threatening the helpless carriage, they immediately sprang into action to intervene and rescue the travelers. Closing the distance in a flash, he grabbed one of the hooded attackers by the shoulder, offering a casually cold greeting before taking him down. The sudden entry threw the bandits into utter chaos, forcing them to halt their raid as they tried to identify the intruder. When the remaining attackers, charged with weapons drawn, he unleashed a powerful force that effortlessly repelled the entire group. Beside him, Lisa and Keed displayed their own formidable combat prowess, quickly subduing any stragglers who dared to resist. With the threat neutralized, Keed calmly stood over the defeated bandits, noting how surprisingly low-level and weak they were before checking on the safety of the carriage occupants. As she stood loyally by her master's side, the noblewoman they rescued expressed heartfelt gratitude. Introducing herself as Marianta, daughter of Count Roata, the young aristocrat thanked them profusely for saving her from such a perilous ambush. Introducing himself as Thor, an adventurer, he formally presented his beastkin companion. Overjoyed by their help, Marianta warmly insisted that both of them step inside her carriage so she could express her gratitude at her family's mansion. Learning that their destination was the city of Einark, Marianta was delighted by the coincidence, as her family's residence was located there. Though he hesitated to impose, she insisted they stay the night at her estate, while her quiet maid watched in silence. Checking if his companion agreed, he accepted the invitation, and the group set off across the countryside until the grand, bustling city of Einark finally appeared on the horizon. A moment later, their carriage rolled through the ornate gates of Count Roata's vast and impressive estate. Stepping into the luxurious manor, the staff gathered to welcome Mariana back as she escorted her guests into the grand entrance hall. After asking about her father's whereabouts, Marianta entrusted her guests to her personal servant, Urara, who stepped forward and politely offered to escort them to their private rooms. Once shown into an opulent bedchamber, the young man was so thrilled by the lavish surroundings that he dove face first onto the plush mattress, prompting a soft chuckle from the maid. The following morning, as he mentioned his intention to head outside and explore, Marianta offered to personally guide him around the city if he had time to spare. Meanwhile, overlooking the majestic city and its towering cliffside carvings, the adventurer and his companions prepared to step out and discover what Einark had to offer. He questioned whether the noble daughter truly needed protection, noting her high standing in the city. The maid stepped forward to reaffirm her devotion to her mistress, while the lady herself revealed her former status as a formidable S-rank adventurer, lightly teasing whether he could truly safeguard her on his own. Shortly after embarking on their tour of the town, the noble lady excitedly pointed out a famous local shop known for its delicious confections. The young lizard girl turned with sparkling eyes, eagerly asking her master for permission to indulge, to which he readily agreed. Tossing a heavy pouch of allowance toward them, he watched as they joyfully set off together. Looking at the girl's bright smile, he quietly reflected on his lingering heartbreak from Lisa, realizing that helping this innocent companion live a free and happy life was beginning to mend his wounded soul. As they continued through the grand plaza, the group paused before an immense stone statue carved in the likeness of the Lord in his youth. The noble daughter explained how the townsfolk helped her mother craft it, though her father still felt a bit embarrassed by its dramatic size. Without warning, a violent tremor shuddered through the cobblestone street, throwing everyone off balance. Before anyone could comprehend what was happening, the massive stone sculpture snapped from its pedestal and crashed violently into the bustling crowd. A blood-curdling scream shattered the air as the falling rock smashed into the group, catching the noble lady directly under its crushing weight. Horror seized him as he watched the catastrophe unfold, screaming her name in sheer panic. Tentacles suddenly lashed out, snatching Marianta and pulling her straight down into a gaping hole in the stone floor. Toru cried out in alarm as he watched her disappear into the dark abyss below. Looking around at the crying citizens who had also lost loved ones to the monsters, Toru realized the scope of the abduction and sprinted toward the pit without hesitation. determined to save her. As he reached the edge, he called out to Keed, who instantly signaled her readiness to follow him down into the depths. Urara interjected, insisting that it was inappropriate for a guest to rush into danger alone and urging them all to venture downward together. She explained that searching for multiple kidnapped victims required more hands, prompting Toru to express his gratitude for her support before they all leapt into the pit. Free-falling together through the darkness, Keed cast a cushion spell to soften their descent, while Urara summoned a ball of light to illuminate the plunge. The glowing orb floated beneath ancient vaulted stone arches, revealing massive underground architecture hidden far beneath the surface. Landing safely on the rubble-strewn floor, the group stood before towering, antique stone statues guarding colossal archways. Taking in their intimidating surroundings, Urara clarified that the city above had actually been built directly over a vast archaeological ruin, effectively making this place a subterranean maze. Advancing down one of the dark stone corridors, Toru noticed a strange, shiny layer of mucus coating the ground, hinting at the unnatural beast lurking nearby. He immediately took charge of the strategy, volunteering to lead the front line, while assigning Keed to keep watch in the middle and Urara to guard the rear. Urara agreed, noting that following the sticky trail left on the ground might be their best chance at locating the kidnapped young lady. With their battle positions established, the trio readied their weapons. Urara, drawing lethal blades from her sleeves, while Keed manifested sharp claws and pressed forward into the dark labyrinth. As small, monstrous subterranean creatures ambushed them from all sides, Toru questioned how deep the ruins actually extended. Urara admitted that although she had ventured down here several times before, she was only familiar with the first 4 levels. Navigating the maze, they noticed the tracks led deeper than expected, but Keed managed to pick up Lady Marianta's distinct scent, prompting Urara to react with swift, precise violence as she effortlessly dispatched an attacking beast. Impressed by her flawless reflexes and martial skill, the young leader thanked Urara for the quick save and inquired about her professional class, only to be stunned when she calmly revealed that her job was that of an assassin. Continuing through the underground passages, Keed signaled that the scent was growing close, leading the party into a massive, torchlit grand chamber featuring a heavy set of sealed double doors. Suddenly, a group of imposing, muscular figures stepped forward from the shadows, mocking the group's arrival and expressing surprise that they had managed to survive this far into the maze. Standing near a stone bridge spanning a chasm, the hostiles cast sleazy, predatory glances toward Urara and Keed, openly boasting about their vulgar intentions for the women once they defeated the party. Observing the horns protruding from their heads, Toru realized they were facing demons who were underestimating humanity, prompting Keed to take action and cast a spell to carve a path through the enemy forces. Keed unleashed a massive, jagged wall of ice that bisected the bridge and scattered the demon attackers, but the immense structure also forced the party to split apart along the newly blocked pathway. Entrusting the rear guard to his capable allies, he turned his focus entirely to saving Lady Marianta, urged onward by their fierce determination. He sprinted down the stone corridor at full speed, shouting words of encouragement back to his companions as they held off the charging demon minions. Leaping across the threshold, the swordsman shattered the inner doorway and burst into the heart of the subterranean lair. Before him stretched a massive ceremonial hall dominated by a monstrous tentacled beast and a horned demon commander holding a captive. The horned demon grinned wickedly upon his arrival, gloating that the intruder had arrived just in time to serve as food for his pet. Unfazed by the taunt, the young warrior stepped forward and demanded to know if this brute was the mastermind behind the entire invasion. Standing his ground across the vast room, he pressed the demon for answers, demanding to know their true objective in assaulting the city. The beast lord chuckled mockingly, offering to share his tale before taking his life. Without warning, massive fleshy tendrils burst from the shadows and tightly bound the warrior before he could draw his blade. Restrained helplessly, he was forced to listen as the demon commander explained how kidnapping Lady Marianta paralyzed the Lord's Council, leaving the city vulnerable to their underground siege. He stood resolute as the demon cackled maniacally, mocking his title as the protector of the town while promising to end his life. Refusing to yield to the taunts, the young swordsman readied his stance to press forward. Curse after curse spilled from the creature's mouth, yet the youth continued his steady march forward, unfazed by the threat before him. Desperate to halt his approach, the enemy warned that coming any closer would reduce him to dust, rapidly summoning a barrage of glowing magical seals along the stone floor. Instead of faltering, he dared the creature to give it its best shot, standing tall right in the middle of the lethal spell work. With a screech, the demon detonated his splash grenade, surrounding the lone warrior with volatile, orb-like explosives. A violent, fiery blast consumed the hallway, blasting debris and smoke in every direction. The demon gloated over his presumed victory, but his smug smile instantly evaporated into sheer terror as the dust settled. Stepping out from the smoldering crater completely unharmed, the swordsman casually asked if the monster was satisfied with its attack. Backing away in sheer disbelief, the panicked adversary shrieked, refusing to accept that anyone could survive such destruction. As he closed the distance with unhurried strides, the frantic demon squealed and desperately attempted to conjure another spell. He stepped cleanly out of the smoke, entirely unharmed by the fiery explosion. The monster recoiled in utter disbelief, stuttering in horror as it mistook him for the mythical hero foretold in prophecy. With a swift, decisive motion, he lunged forward and executed a powerful upward slash, severing the beast with effortless precision before it could even react. As a monster collapsed, a giant slimp-like creature burst forth from inside its body. He watched closely, maintaining a calm, focused gaze as the hidden parasite revealed itself. In seconds, the true form of the beast lay defeated on the stone floor. As the creature gasped its final breath, refusing to believe its defeat, the swordsman calmly corrected its misconception, declaring that he was simply an ordinary warrior. High above the town, a sudden flash of radiant light pierced through the quiet heavens, signaling the sudden awakening of a powerful force. Surprised by the sudden disturbance, travelers and townsfolk paused in their tracks, looking around in utter confusion. Glancing up at the tranquil clouds, others dismissed the phenomenon entirely, convincing themselves that their eyes were simply playing tricks on them. At the center of the surge, intense magical energy erupted around Toru and his companions, illuminating the area in a brilliant display. Overwhelmed by the flood of system notifications popping up before him, he struggled to comprehend the massive upgrades applied to his skills. As the blinding glare finally faded, the women watched him anxiously, asking if the incredible surge was finally over. He offered a quiet apology for startling them, explaining that his stats had drastically shifted and asking for a moment to review them. His status window revealed astonishing numbers, reaching level 300 with high-tier jobs like Dragon Knight and Master Tamer alongside maxed-out skill reductions. Muttering his confusion over the newly acquired classes, he was immediately approached by his companions, who eagerly asked to inspect his screen. Looking at his status, they gasped in complete awe, declaring that every single job listed was extraordinarily rare and powerful. He listened intently as Lisa explained the mechanics of his original job, noting that even a basic warrior role granted foundational physical enhancements to strength and endurance. Her detailed analysis outlined the exceptional attributes of his newly unlocked top-tier classes, highlighting specialized skill ratings for Dragon Knight, Master Tamer, and Great Thief. As they reviewed the appraisal interface together, a peculiar entry appeared entirely blurred and unreadable, leaving everyone puzzled as to what secret capability it represented. Examining his updated status profile, he noted the full list of titles and possessions, pondering the mysterious imitator job and the rare items now registered under his name. Before stepping into the looming dungeon corridor, he turned to his companions to establish strict rules of engagement, emphasizing that his direct orders must be followed without hesitation. Marianta and Urara formally requested to join the party for the duration of their stay in town, viewing the alliance as an opportunity to repay their debts, to which he readily agreed. With the arrangements settled, the newly formed manhwa brigade crossed the threshold into the dark, stone-paved entrance of the dungeon, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Inside the vast, ancient hall adorned with towering stone pillars, a horde of winged gargoyles suddenly descended from above, unleashing a coordinated ambush upon the intruders. As the grotesque creatures rained down through the shadows, panic seized Marianta, forcing her to shrink back in fear amidst the sudden chaos. Reacting instantly, he drew his sword and cleaved through an attacking beast, firmly calling out to Marianta to keep her eyes open and remain alert in the heat of battle. He stepped back as Keed unleashed a blast of freezing magic, launching sharp icicles toward the surrounding gargoyles. Following up her spell, she leapt into action alongside Urara and Lisa, striking down the monsters with speed. As the horde pressed in, Marianta panicked, but Toru rested a hand on her shoulder, urging her to remain confident in her abilities. Surveying the massive chamber swarm, he explained that staying calm and predicting their movements would ensure their victory. Demonstrating his advice, he effortlessly blocked an incoming strike and counterattacked, slicing through multiple gargoyles in a flash. Turning back with a reassuring smile, he asked if she could handle the rest, and she agreed with newfound determination. Reassured by the entire party's backing, Marianta felt her anxiety fade away. With restored focus, the group prepared to march further into the depths. They soon entered a massive hall completely draped in thick, ominous spiderwebs. Gigantic arachnid monsters suddenly dropped from the ceiling, ambushing the party from above. With a fierce cry, Marianta drove her blade straight into the terrifying giant spider, striking down the beast single-handedly. The massive arachnid collapsed onto the stone floor of the dungeon, thoroughly defeated by her decisive blow. Overjoyed by her victory, she cheered as her status window revealed she had leveled up to 36, while Urara similarly noted reaching level 70 while the group offered their enthusiastic praise. Energized by her rapid progress, she eagerly urged the party to push further into the dungeon, while Toru quietly observed her newfound zeal alongside the others. He dryly remarked that she might actually have been worse than before, shocking her with his blunt assessment. As they paused to discuss their next move, The companions weighed, returning to the surface against exploring the remaining uncharted paths, deciding they still had time to look around. Agreeing that Marianta showed no desire to return home early, Toru led the team deeper into the dark corridors. The group advanced through a narrow stone passage under the faint blue light of glowing orbs, keeping a vigilant watch. Reaching a cavernous dead end, they found their progress blocked by solid rock walls covered in creeping vines. Inspecting the dead end, he sensed an uncanny presence in the air, noticing a strange anomaly hidden within the surrounding stone wall. He paused at the dead end, examining the stone surface closely while his companions looked on in confusion. Reaching out, his fingers pressed against a subtle, hidden mechanism embedded deep within the wall. With a heavy grinding noise, the stone barrier slid open, causing the rest of the party to gasp in astonishment at his sharp perception. Beyond the secret doorway lay a hidden chamber filled with ancient relics, chest containers, and forgotten artifacts. Examining a nearby blade, he marveled at how its polished metal remained completely free of rust despite centuries of abandonment. Suddenly, Marianta called out to him in excitement, urging him to come look at an incredible technological discovery deeper in the room. Resting upon a central pedestal were two strange, egg-shaped objects resting on a stone display. As the party gathered around the altar, they pondered whether these ancient spheres could still hold life, prompting Marianta to offer to appraise their true nature. She explained that these were artificial summoned beasts created by an ancient civilization, designed long ago to assist people with daily tasks or provide crucial support during combat. Preserved in stasis for long-term survival, the dormant creatures within could be awakened if poured with a massive amount of magic power. He held the mysterious, ancient egg securely in his hands, eager to test the limits of his magic. Intrigued by the prospect of awakening an ancient summoned beast, he declared his intent to give a try. Beginning to channel his mana into the artifact, magical energy surged from his body and illuminated the surrounding stone chamber. His companions watched in awe, noting that while the creature inside had long been dormant, it originally possessed incredible power. Realizing the scale of energy required, he decided to pour in his true strength, focusing an immense volume of magic directly through his palms. Because of this incredible release of power, the very fabric of space within the chamber began to warp and distort. The surrounding atmosphere grew so dense with his overwhelming mana that his companions gasped, feeling as though they were suddenly submerged deep underwater. With the egg now fully saturated and glowing from the torrent of magical power, he prepared for the final step of the ritual. Taking a small blade, he pricked his finger to draw a drop of blood and seal the summoning contract. As his blood touched the shell, a brilliant pillar of light exploded outward, forcing everyone to shield their eyes from the blinding energy. Moments later, the intense radiance faded away, leaving him and his companions staring in total disbelief at what was left on the pedestal. Instead of a fearsome monster, there hovered a soft, round creature with a single huge eye, letting out a cute chirp that shattered all their grand expectations. Before them, a strange creature with a single, massive eye hatched from the egg, captivating their attention with its remarkably intense gaze. While she immediately found the floating entity adorable and wondered about bathing it, her companion pondered whether it held any practical utility in battle or exploration. Suddenly, the soft monster expanded and lifted her off the ground, effortlessly floating in midair as everyone realized its capacity to carry passengers. With a self-satisfied grin, the young swordsman declared that the floating beast would be named Panda, a choice she enthusiastically embraced. Shortly after, they regrouped with their companions, presenting their newly named companion while the others noted the peculiar choice of name. Cradling the gentle monster in her arms, the noblewoman gushed over its sweetness as the group enjoyed a moment of light-hearted bonding. Turning his attention toward their remaining rewards, he eagerly prepared to discover what other treasures awaited them inside the next item. As they subjected the collected bottles to appraisal, a magnificent array of high-grade healing potions and body-fortifying medicines came into view. To everyone's absolute astonishment, the appraisal identified one glowing vessel as an ultra-rare elixir, an item almost never seen in the open market. Recognizing the immense value of such a treasure, the merchant advised them to sell the elixir at an upcoming high society auction in the royal capital. He stood in awe as the massive sum was handed over, a staggering 500 million in payment for the valuable relics he had gathered. Flipping a rare white gold coin between his fingers, a sight he had never witnessed until today, he summoned Panda over to his side. Before he could fully process his fortune, an unexpected commotion broke out in the room as the noble women were caught completely unprepared. Panicking, the Beastkin girl immediately covered his eyes to shelter him from the modest sight, leaving the rest of the room in flustered exhaustion. That evening, as echoes of laughter and chaos drifted across the grand estate, he retired to his quarters, expecting a very peaceful night's rest. A few days later, he pulled open the heavy curtains to welcome another bright, beautiful morning over the estate. Reflecting on their recent training, he took pride in knowing that after days of hunting demons in the ruins, Marianta and Urara had achieved impressive power levels fit for heroines, fulfilling his promise to them. Heading into the hallway, He was warmly greeted by Keed and Panda as they stretched and prepared for the day ahead. Urara and Marianta soon joined them, extending a polite morning greeting to the swordsman who had aided them so greatly. Noticing his combat readiness, Marianta gently asked if he truly intended to depart today, admiring how natural his weapon looked at his side. He reflected on his past companions, feeling an unmistakable sense of loss that still weighed heavily on his heart, realizing that this lingering void was precisely why he had to keep moving forward. Shortly after examining an invitation from the Count regarding an upcoming auction, Marianta expressed her envy toward Keed, wishing that she too could leave her structured life behind to travel the world. As she mused about how wonderful such a journey would be, Toru watched her with a quiet understanding of her duty as a noble. Knowing that her fate as an aristocrat's daughter was to remain confined like a bird in a cage until an arranged marriage, Toru offered his sincere gratitude for everything she had done for them during their stay. Her father stepped forward to express his own profound thanks, emphasizing that he was the one truly indebted to Toru for saving his daughter's life. Turning to face the group one last time, Toru encouraged everyone not to be sad, reminding them that they would surely meet again somewhere down the road. Overcome by emotion, Marianta suddenly rushed forward and embraced Keed, unable to suppress her tears at the thought of their departure. Gently holding the young noblewoman, Keed comforted her with absolute sincerity, reassuring Marianta that neither she nor her master would ever forget her. With tears streaming down her smiling face, Marianta asked if they would promise to visit her again, openly confessing just how deeply envious she felt of their freedom. After making their final promises and bowing respectfully, Toru and Keed turned toward the main gates, departing the estate under the watchful gaze of the noble household. He turned to his faithful companion with a confident smile, signaling that it was time to set off on their next journey. She enthusiastically agreed, eager to follow him wherever their path might lead. Together, they walked down the central path toward the grand estate gates, while the household servants and noble hosts lined up behind them to wave a warm farewell. Far away from the quiet estate, the bustling town of Luntata rested under a clear sky. In the heart of the area, Sane clutched his head in utter shock and despair, surrounded by his party members who looked on in complete astonishment. Before them lay a massive, empty crater where a grand dungeon was supposed to stand, surrounded by an immense crowd of bewildered onlookers shouting in confusion. Nearby adventurers explained that someone had arrived a month prior and completely conquered the dungeon, causing it to disappear before Sane's group could even enter. Overcome with humiliation and rage, the self-proclaimed hero bit his knuckles, realizing that his grand debut dungeon had been ruined and his time completely wasted. Concerned by his distressed state, Lisa stepped forward to offer comfort, only to be met with a terrifying, venomous glare from his unhinged eyes. Exploding with sudden violent fury, he violently shoved her to the ground, screaming at her never to touch him while their party members gasped in horror. He pinned her down and began to strangle her in a manic rage, completely outraged by her perceived pity, while their companions desperately yelled for him to stop before he killed her. Releasing his grip, he stepped back as the party members quickly intervened, checking on the gasping woman who weakly assured them she was unhurt. As whispers erupted among horrified onlookers about calling the guards, he gritted his teeth, realizing the scene was turning into a disaster for his standing. Panicking, he wondered if the influence of his subtle brainwashing spell was beginning to fade from the women, fearing the severe consequences if his mistreatment was exposed. The three companions stood in a daze, looking around in confusion as their clouded minds struggled to process what had just occurred. To cut off further spectacle, he sharply barked in order for them to follow, leading the dazed party away from the gathering crowd. They retreated to the quiet solitude of a ruined stone structure in the nearby forest to regroup. Addressing the group, one of the women suggested returning home to start fresh along a different path, but he dismissed the idea, insisting that their entire journey depended on obtaining a sacred sword. Though another companion pointed out their repeated failures and the need for a realistic plan, he flew into an outburst, inwardly refusing to face the shame of kneeling defeated before the king. Pitching an alternative, one companion noted a town called Einar past the border containing unexplored ruins and other potential sacred blades, an ambition he eagerly accepted as a way to reclaim their reputation. Far from the forest, an elegant palace stood quietly under the bright sky, completely removed from the party's desperate scheming. Sane recoiled in utter disbelief, sweat dripping down his pale face as he struggled to process the devastating news. Across from him, the nobleman calmly explained that the nearby ruins had already been thoroughly explored, leaving nothing of value behind. When asked who could have accomplished such a feat, the Count revealed that the manhwa brigade had slain a general of the demon army and cleared the area. Just then, Lady Marianta entered the room, instantly captivating Sane with her striking presence and beauty. Driven by dark impulse, he attempted to cast his demonic eye of seduction directly upon her. Instead of submission, a sharp agony pierced his mind as a magical system notice materialized before him. The magical prompt confirmed his spell failed because her level surpassed his own, leaving Marianta bewildered and suspicious of his actions. He trembled in fear as the Count spoke his name in a chillingly composed tone. The nobleman reminded him that true heroes earn their favor through hard work rather than divine entitlement alone. Looking down on the disgraced hero, the Count pointed out that Toru possessed the genuine strength and purity of heart that Sane so glaringly lacked. He was bluntly dismissed from the estate, warned to leave immediately before situation escalated into violence. Consuming by explosive rage, the displaced hero unleashed a furious outburst, cursing his sudden misfortune. Stomping his feet and blasting magic into the surrounding ruins, he screamed in frustration, questioning why none of his power or schemes were working when he was supposed to be the divine hero. His companions nervously suggested returning to their home country, but he frantically cut them off, demanding to know what would become of the holy sword. Turning around, he barked orders at his party, declaring his ultimate decision to seek out Armand to acquire the sacred blade. With wide, unhinged eyes and bare teeth, he vowed to retrieve the sacred sword and restore his perfect image of total control, refusing to accept. High above the ruined site, combat erupted as Lisa unleashed a barrage of sharp frost magic, calling out her icicle rain attack to pierce the skyborn monsters. Coordinating smoothly with her cast, Toru commanded Razuk to launch a direct assault on the remaining flying beasts. Responding instantly to his master's order, the newly hatched creature whipped through the air with dazzling speed, tearing through enemy ranks with devastating strikes from its tail and claws. As the threat was swiftly cleared, the young swordsman offered warm praise to his companion, welcoming the lethal little Drake back to his side amidst the sprawling stone ruins. Later at their quiet campsite, he sat resting near the tent alongside Lisa, reflecting on how remarkably distinct Razuk was compared to her floaty, transporter-like summon, Panda. She pointed out that Razuk possessed high combat aptitude and impressive flight capabilities, before noticing the two tamed creatures engaging in an odd, silent banter of their own. Suddenly, the airborne beast shot into the clouds at alarming speeds to demonstrate his prowess, leaving both of them wide-eyed until he circled right back down to the camp. Impressed by its vast operational range, he realized how useful the creature could be before deciding it was time for dinner and recalling the pet back into the crest on his arm. Eagerly stepping forward, she offered to take charge of preparing their meal this time, proudly mentioning that Urara had personally instructed her in cooking during their recent shopping trip. Slipping into a cute, frilly apron she had purchased back in Einark, her cheerful appearance only served to heighten his growing sense of dread over what kind of monstrous dish she was about to make. With an upbeat, casual smile, she laid out her terrifying recipe step by step, starting with the immediate gutting of a fresh devil bullfrog followed by live mandrakes and devil drakes, leaving Toru completely horrified. She continued chanting rhythmically while preparing the stew over the open campfire, leaving her companion to helplessly question her questionable choice of ingredients. The resulting concoction bubbled violently in the cauldron, a deep purple broth giving off a deeply alarming visual that made anyone wonder if it was even fit for consumption. Despite his lingering doubts, he took a bowl handed to him and cautiously tried a spoonful, only to be struck by a sudden wave of shock as the flavor surpassed all expectations. He eagerly blurted out how delicious it was, prompting the young companion to swarm him with enthusiastic affection while clinging to his side as he tried to finish eating. Seeing her in such high spirits, he reached out and gently rested his hand on her soft, bushy tail, taking in the relaxing sensation. As he stroked the soft fur, she let out a startled gasp, her face flushing bright red at the sudden intimacy. Flustered and trembling slightly, she gazed up at him with wide, tearful eyes, deeply moved by his gentle touch. His thoughts drifted back to her past, recalling how she had been treated as a mere object before he warmly encouraged her to eat as much of the meal as she wanted. He firmly resolved never to treat her like a slave, reassuring himself of his duty to protect her before she called out to alert him to something above. Looking up into the sky, they discovered a swarm of winged monsters circling directly above their campsite, drawn in by the aroma of their cooked food. He immediately commanded his tamed beasts to strike, unleashing them against the flying wyverns above until every single monster was defeated. After dispatching the threat, the companions rested by the trail, discussing how the summoned beast possessed such extraordinary strength, wondering if it was due to his master-tamer class or his blood. Continuing their journey, they soon reached the majestic gates of the royal capital, where Lisa marveled at the sheer scale of the sprawling city before them. The bustling streets were alive with commerce, filled with unusual specialty shops, renowned adventurers, and an endless array of goods for sale. Looking forward to exploring the capital, he recalled his primary objective, delivering a letter to Jonathan Rockwell, a prominent figure in the local shipping industry. Suddenly, shouts echoed through the thoroughfare as a wild ceratops, a powerful dragon subspecies pulling a heavy cart, panicked and stampeded toward the crowd. Two seasoned adventurers stepped forward to halt the runaway beast, while Lisa offered to freeze it with magic before being told to hold back. Bracing themselves against the charging creature, the two men grabbed its massive horns, but the beast's momentum was far too great and easily pushed them back. Breaking free, the terrified beast veered off course, heading straight toward a helpless mother and child standing right in its destructive path. Seeing the immediate danger, he told Keed he would handle the situation himself and stepped forward, extending his hands to stop the charging monster. He stood his ground firmly as the massive, Enraged beast charged toward him, while horrified onlookers screamed in terror. With effortless precision, the young adventurer brought the runaway cart to a sudden halt, throwing the driver clear off his seat in disbelief. Gently stroking the creature to calm its nerves, he accepted the heartfelt gratitude of the merchant, who praised his decisive intervention. Shortly after, a local merchant recognized him and mentioned Jonathan Rockbell, leading them to meet the distinguished company president himself, who formally introduced himself. Inside the lavish office, Jonathan examined Count Rowan's letter, expressing intrigue at the young traveler's reputation and agreeing to fulfill the request. Although Jonathan agreed to aid them, he cryptically withheld certain details, instructing the young hero to return the following night dressed more appropriately, leaving him with an uneasy sense of impending trouble. Dressed in formal high society attire, Toru felt visibly uncomfortable and stiff in his rigid new suit, while his companions showered him with playful compliments about how handsome he looked. As they stood on the street, President Jonathan Rockbell arrived in an ornate horse-drawn carriage, urgently beckoning them to board so they could depart for their secretive destination. Inside the swaying carriage, Jonathan leaned forward with a grave expression, sternly instructing his passengers that the location they were visiting must remain strictly confidential. As the carriage rolled through the moonlit streets toward the Grand Castle, Toru questioned the purpose of Marquis Rowan's request, realizing that this secret meeting was in fact an official audience. Jonathan reassured him that accepting this private audience would bring immense long-term benefits to their future, urging patience as they approached the towering royal palace. Passing through the heavy iron gates of the courtyard, the carriage brought them safely inside, where Jonathan instructed the group to step out into the estate. They were led through soaring, vaulted corridors and up grand staircases, pausing briefly outside a massive set of double doors while their host went ahead to announce their arrival. Upon entering the opulent chamber, Toru found himself standing before King Armand himself, flanked by elite guards, bringing a surge of awe as he faced royal authority for the first time. The monarch explained that this secret meeting was disguised as an unofficial visit, seeking Toru's assistance specifically because of his reputation as a capable adventurer. Declaring that the imperial capital faced imminent peril, King Armand delivered his grave directive. He needed Toru to eradicate the terrifying threat known as the Death Ant Queen. He paused before addressing the urgent proposal, acknowledging the grim reality that the royal army was already severely depleted. The king warned that the monstrous death ants were relentless, capable of consuming entire nearby settlements within days, a devastating truth that left Toru visibly shaken. As the ruler emphasized that it was only a matter of time before the swarm turned its sight toward the capital, he demanded a straight answer on whether Toru could handle the task. Looking the king dead in the eye with unwavering resolve, the young adventurer declared that he could. Surprised by his readiness, the king offered lavish rewards including gold, noble titles, and even the title of hero, but Toru politely declined the glory, asking instead for a simple guide to lead them near the nest. Dressed in formal attire alongside his companion, he explained his modest desire to simply enjoy their journey without drawing unnecessary attention to themselves. The grand castle stood tall against the mountainside as the party prepared to set out on their perilous expedition into the unknown. Navigating through dense terrain, the party trekked deeper into a shadowed forest under the guidance of their assigned commander. Though the surroundings appeared serene at first glance, the veteran commander cautioned them that they were approaching the nest, pointing out scattered remains of fallen soldiers who had previously entered the area. Shocked by the revelation of the threat's scale, the commander questioned their lack of awareness regarding the legendary danger of the death ants, while Toru silently reflected on his companion's background. Suddenly, towering insectoid beasts emerged from the foliage with glowing eyes, surrounding the party from all sides. Faced with the overwhelming horde of death ants that had wiped out entire military forces, the soldiers panicked as the monsters lunged forward to attack. He stood resolute alongside his companions as the wave of giant insects descended upon them, slicing through the vanguard with swift, practiced strikes. Seeing the sheer quantity of enemies, Lisa stepped forward to unleash a devastating area of effect spell, summoning immense atmospheric pressure to crush the horde from above. Stunned by the overwhelming magical display, the guide watched in disbelief as the battleground cleared, though the party realized finding the queen's nest amidst such chaos would still require a broader view. To gain absolute visibility, Lisa cast dual tornadoes to sweep through the forest cover, immediately followed by an absolute freezing spell that encased the surrounding terrain in solid ice. The combined elements obliterated the landscape, transforming the dense woodland into a frozen, barren crater and exposing the hidden entrance to the subterranean nest. Apologizing sheepishly for overdoing her magic, Lisa looked on as the group inspected the newly exposed chasm, noting how treacherous and narrow the descent appeared. Pondering their options, Toru checked his newly unlocked dungeon authority status, realizing he could bypass the narrow tunnels entirely by creating a direct structure. Activating his power, he manifested a massive, multi-tiered inverted tower directly into the abyss, creating an ornate entryway that granted them instant access to every level. Utilizing the dungeon transfer point, the party materialized directly in the throne room, confronting the enraged Ant Queen sitting upon her royal dais. Screaming in fury over the destruction of her nest, the queen commanded her elite guards to launch an immediate, devastating barrage of hail magic upon the intruders. She shrieked in grief and fury over her fallen spawn, condemning their cruelty. Unfazed, the young hero noted Keed's ruthless nature, but his attention snapped back as the monstrous ruler began devouring the corpses of her own brood to absorb their strength and rapidly raise her power. Empowered by the horrific feast, the insectoid queen boasted that her level had surged to 86, declaring that not even a legendary hero could hope to stand against her present might. Unmoved by her taunts, Toru instructed Keed to step back so he could handle the threat alone. Before his companion could fully retreat, the monstrous queen lunged forward with blinding speed, her heavy appendage smashing violently into the stone floor. Evading the swift strike, Toru acknowledged her impressive speed. The queen instantly counterattacked with a specialized freezing spell, aiming to encase him in ice where he stood. Mocking his perceived recklessness, she boasted that high-ranking demons like herself possessed high-level magic as massive earthen spires ruptured from the ground to crush him. Expecting an easy victory, she taunted her opponents, believing the swordsman was slain. However, he emerged completely unscathed through the dust with a confident grin, eager to turn her into his next source of experience points. Signaling the start of a fierce counterattack, Toru readied his blade and charged straight toward the imposing insectoid monstrosity. Enraged by his sudden advance, the Ant Queen cursed at him, demanding to know who he was, only to be met with Toru's calm assertion that he was merely a warrior. Unleashing a massive torrent of crystalline spikes across the floor, she attempted to impale him from a distance, forcing the swordsman to weigh his options carefully. He leapt clear of the impact zone, instantly recognizing that the liquid corroding the stone pillars was highly concentrated formic acid capable of dissolving solid metal. A vast spray of corrosive fluid exploded upward, threatening to coat the entire chamber and swallow him whole in a lethal splash. Suspended mid-air atop a rising jet of fluid, Toru remained unfazed, lightheartedly musing about the annoyance of having his clothes melted while contemplating his next move. With a swift, precise rotation, he whipped up a powerful gale around himself, reflecting the deadly acid spray straight back into the horrified queen's face. Landing effortlessly back on the stone floor, he adjusted his stance and taunted his monstrous adversary, noting that her grand assault was utterly underwhelming. With absolute conviction, Toru declared his intention to sever her head, leaving the queen frozen in sheer disbelief that a mere human-level 100 creature could outmatch her entirely. Unleashing an overwhelming wave of slashes, the blade light shattered the surrounding architecture and swept inexorably toward the screaming queen ant. He easily evaded the queen ant's furious claw swipes, leaving her in absolute shock as her powerful strikes completely missed their target. Moments later, the decapitated torso of the giant ant queen collapsed, completely separated from her severed head. Sheer silence fell over the chamber as the system notification confirmed the official completion of the quest. Rejoining his party, they discussed the remaining floors of the dungeon, realizing that the monsters on other levels had likely been wiped out as well. Even with her head severed and stored in magic inventory, the queen ant continued to yell threats, prompting them to seal her away before leaving the building. Presenting the severed head of the queen ant as proof, he reported back to the guildmaster, who expressed deep relief and gratitude for saving their military forces. Walking through the city streets, he realized the count had engineered the entire scenario, relying on him to exterminate the threat and save the capital. The scale of his achievement began to set in. By defeating the queen ant, he had effectively saved the entire kingdom, earning him a massive reward. He reflected on the invaluable connections he had established with powerful nobles, wealthy merchants, and even the king himself, alongside a fortune in gold. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind as he wondered what contingency plan the count possessed had he failed to defeat the queen ant. As he walked down the grand stone corridor, armed knights approached and inquired if he and his companions belonged to the manhwa brigade, stopping them in their tracks. Immediately, the soldiers dropped to their knees in deep respect, cheering and hailing them as the saviors who delivered their homeland from ruin. Whispers echoed through the palace courtyard as onlookers marveled at Keed's beauty and expressed awe that his majesty had granted them an audience after they had waited in line for hours. Entering the magnificent throne room together, the silence was suddenly shattered by a boisterous herald demanding absolute quiet. Seated atop his grand golden throne, King Armand prepared to address the assembled group with solemn authority. The royal official formally commanded Toru, Keed, and Tamamo to step forward, while Toru silently noted the deep, natural aura of dignity and respect the king commanded. Acknowledging the defeat of the Death Ant Queen, the monarch admitted that while his own army had thinned her forces, the final blow was remarkable. On behalf of all his subjects, he offered his heartfelt gratitude. In addition to a reward of 10 million coins, the king announced one further gesture of supreme recognition. He declared his intention to bestow the legendary title of hero upon their entire party rather than a single individual, offering them full freedom to step down or appoint successors whenever they wished. Directly addressing the party leader, the monarch waited for his response, prompting him to politely accept the astounding honor. As the grand proclamation echoed from the majestic castle walls, officially declaring the Manhwa Brigade as the true heroes of the realm, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, anticipating the relentless hassle that such high-profile fame would undoubtedly bring. Arriving at a picturesque, secluded residence perched atop a cliffside, Jonathan welcomed Toru and his companions, granting them full use of the estate for as long as they desired. Overlooking the vibrant coastal town below, the grand wooden lodge provided a scenic and tranquil haven for the weary adventurers to take a well-deserved break. Stepping into the spacious interior, they admired the cozy, fully furnished rooms that lay before them. As Lisa offered to brew some coffee, Jonathan politely declined, explaining that he needed to head home shortly rather than join them. Before taking his leave, he revealed that Count Rowan's letter to the king contained a request to officially appoint Toru as the country's hero, wishing him well with a warm smile. Left with his thoughts, Toru reflected on the golden bracelet given to him as proof of heroism, coming to understand that his extraordinary feat of defeating the Ant Queen left the king no choice but to honor the Count's request. He voiced his concern to Jonathan about whether this prestigious recognition meant he would be restricted from leaving the kingdom. Reassuring him, the merchant clarified that he remained entirely free to do as he pleased, needing only to answer the call whenever the nation required a hero. With that reassurance, Toru felt relieved knowing they could continue their journey at their own pace, just as Lisa returned with fresh coffee. Sipping his hot drink beside his companions, a deep sense of peace washed over him, cherishing this rare moment of rest after all their trials. He relaxed at the table, inviting his companion to sit down and rest. However, she remained standing, insisting that her role was to serve him rather than rest. When he gently inquired if she was tired, she hesitated before timidly asking if they could venture out together to purchase food and supplies. Shortly after, the tranquil streets of the bustling town stretched out ahead, filled with citizens going about their daily routines under the bright sky. As he stood waiting at their designated meeting point, a wide yawn escaped him. Feeling somewhat restless by himself, he recalled her mentioning that she needed to run ahead to make a few preparations. Moments later, near a grand courtyard fountain, two unfamiliar men approached her, offering unwanted compliments and pushing her to join them despite her polite refusal and mention of a prior engagement. Continuing their aggressive advances, the men boasted of their high rank as B-rank adventurers, boasting that she ought to feel honored to be accompanied by warriors of their renown. Intervening without hesitation, the young swordsman stepped directly between them, declaring firmly that she was his partner and instructing them to step away. Upon hearing her call him master, the aggressors immediately assumed she was a slave and brazenly asked if they could take her for a walk themselves. With a cold and unwavering gaze, he made it clear that even if she were bound to him, she was his partner above all, and he would not tolerate them speaking of her as if she were a mere object. Offended by his response, the two men raised their hands to strike him, only to instantly collapse to the cobblestone ground without him even raising a blade. Leaving the unconscious troublemakers behind, he checked on her well-being while bystanders looked on in utter bewilderment at the sudden resolution. He casually asked Keed why she had remained silent during the earlier confrontation, prompting her to confess she was actually on the verge of beating the agitators to death before he stepped in. Chiding her gently against such extreme measures, he watched as she proudly twirled to display the outfit she had purchased in Einark, eagerly asking for his opinion while he complimented her charming look. Continuing their stroll through the vibrant city streets, the pair stopped to browse local shops, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Stepping inside a quaint clockmaker's shop, they marveled at the impressive array of intricate timepieces adorning the walls and shelves. As they resumed walking, she remarked on how nostalgic it felt, reminiscing about when they first met in her youth, though he teasingly pointed out how mature her figure had grown since then. Their attention was soon caught by a lively street vendor promoting a water rafting attraction named after Armand. Intrigued by the idea of a thrilling ride, he suggested they try it out, and she enthusiastically agreed, beaming with youthful excitement. They made their way down to the stone docks along the river channel, where wooden boats were prepared for passengers. Boarding the raft, they held on tight as the craft surged forward down the raging, churning rapids, splashing water high into the air as Keed squealed in delight. Apologizing after accidentally bumping against him during a sharp turn, she leaned close while he kindly reassured her, advising her to grip tightly so she wouldn't fall. Suddenly, the river course plunged toward massive boulders and wild white water torrents, causing the boatmen and passengers to panic as they realized they had taken a perilous path. He clung tightly to Keed as their raft plunged dramatically down a steep waterfall, landing with a massive splash that drenched them completely. As the river calmed near the disembarkation dock, the staff reassured the passengers that the wild drop was simply part of the attraction's grand show. Though her brand new clothes were thoroughly soaked, she beamed with excitement, cheerfully declaring how much fun she had experienced during the thrilling ride while he checked to ensure she wasn't injured. As night fell over the cobblestone streets of the city, the two walked side by side under the soft glow of streetlights, reflecting on how quickly time had passed after visiting so many wonderful places together. A quiet moment hung between them beneath the serene night sky, illuminated by the crescent moon and glittering stars. Pausing mid-stride, he turned toward her, recalling a similar peaceful night they had spent back in Luntada. With a gentle, warm smile, he confessed that every single day spent by her side had brought him true happiness. Her cheeks flushed with a soft blush, and she smiled radiantly back, softly echoing that she felt the exact same way. Arriving safely back at their house, they agreed to prepare dinner together, wishing for many more joyful days to come. Taking a bite of his fruit, Sane listened attentively as rumors reached his ears about an unexplored dungeon located near the capital. Gathered near the courtyard wall, the companions discussed how this high-difficulty zone remained largely uncharted, having overheard the details from two nearby adventurers. A sinister smirk crossed his face as he realized that conquerable high-level dungeons yielding rare monster drops were extremely scarce, reasoning that clearing it first would secure his fame. Without hesitation, the party agreed to set off for the treacherous dungeon immediately. As they journeyed onward into the dense woods, he paused in surprise at how drastically the surrounding forest biome had begun to shift. Stepping out from the foliage, the group marveled at the strange landscape and the distant, towering structure looming over the clearings. Before reaching the entrance, they encountered a massive campsite overflowing with hopeful adventurers waiting for their turn to brave the abyss. Activating his appraisal skill, he surveyed the crowd with utter disdain, scoffing at their low levels and dismissing them as mere petty thieves not worth his time. Ignoring the gathered crowds, he led his group boldly past the threshold into the dark corridors, determined to clear the dungeon rapidly for glory. Inside, the ancient stone halls of the dungeon stretched out before them, silent and ominously empty. Upon stepping further into the dungeon, Sane and his companions froze in sheer shock as monstrous silhouettes loomed before them in the gloom. Towering before them were high-level orcs, ranging from level 45 up to a staggering level 52, far stronger than the common level 20 variants they had anticipated. Panic erupted through the group as they argued furiously about how grossly underestimated the threat was, while Sora slumped over, completely paralyzed by terror. As the towering beasts surged forward, Sane unleashed a wave of fire magic in desperation. But the flames barely scratched the monstrous horde as they relentlessly closed the distance. Realizing his fire had failed, he called upon a powerful lightning spell, casting brilliant streaks of thunder down upon the charging beasts. To his absolute horror, the dust settled only to reveal the orcs standing unharmed and laughing mockingly at his completely ineffective magic. Out of mana and growing desperate, he ordered Lisa to step in, prompting her to cast dream magic in a futile attempt to put the brute horde to sleep. Where her magic failed as well, they cast an earth wall spell to erect a massive stone barrier between themselves and the incoming monsters, buying precious seconds. With their wall holding only temporarily, Sane turned to flee and shouted at Lisa to carry the helpless Sora so they could escape the dungeon alive. High above the subterranean chaos, the grand exterior of the tower dungeon stood serene under the clear sky, oblivious to the desperate struggle within. Breathing heavily, the exhausted adventurers collapsed onto the ground, relieved to have narrowly escaped the terrifying monsters lurking within the dungeon depths. Instead of offering comfort, Sane immediately lashed out at his companions, blaming them for dragging him down and failing to control their magic properly during the encounter. As tension escalated, Lisa urged everyone to calm down and cease fighting, mindful of the onlookers watching their group crumble into dysfunction. She sat quietly on a log, her mind drifting back to Toru and how effortlessly he used to handle dire situations, comparing his past leadership to the arrogant self-praise of the side party nearby. Noticing a trio of seasoned level 30 adventurers resting nearby, Lisa suggested asking them for guidance, but Sane angrily rejected the idea, refusing to display any sign of weakness. Determined to uphold his pride as the hero, Sane resolved to murder the three veterans in secret, drawing his dagger with murderous intent while pretending to casually approach them. He sneaked up behind a tree and ambushed one of the adventurers, boasting that his superior level would allow him to wipe them out instantly. However, the three men were completely absorbed in an explicit act behind the foliage, completely oblivious to his sudden assault. Shocked beyond belief by the appalling sight before him, Sane vomited violently, utterly horrified by what he had just witnessed. Back at the resting spot, the female party members caught a foul odor drifting through the air, wondering what could possibly be happening further down the trail. She noticed his late arrival immediately, but her mild complaint quickly turned to utter disgust as he stumbled forward covered in foul fluid. Blinding pain racked his face as he weakly mumbled that negotiations had failed. Repulsed by the unbearable stench radiating from him, the companions backed away in horror, insisting he stay at a distance and wash off in the sea immediately. Driven to absolute fury by the humiliation, he let out a furious scream that echoed across the wilderness. Far from the wilderness, an elegant, grand mansion stood proudly in the capital of Armand, surrounded by refined gardens and bustling guests. Inside the estate, a massive indoor theater was filled with elite spectators gathered for an exclusive event. Seated at a private table, Toru accepted high-end champagne from a server while his companion remarked on the lavishness fit for the Marquis household. While explaining that they were attending an auction house, Toru was surprised when his identity popped out, prompting a quiet exchange between them about remaining unnoticed. Later on, A knock at the door signaled the arrival of Count Rowan, who entered to offer his warm thanks and gifts for the rescue of his daughter. Conversing warmly, the Count mentioned his daughter Marianne was currently hard at work with her training as a future wife, though she had been eager to visit him. Before taking his leave, the nobleman leaned in with a mischievous smile to drop a cryptic hint about a commoner hero marrying into high nobility, leaving Toru quietly puzzled. He was advised by the nobleman to observe the grand auction taking place the following evening, suggested as a spectator who might find something intriguing. The following night, he took his seat alongside his companion in the grand hall as the host welcomed the gathered crowd. The auctioneer clearly outlined the straightforward rules, declaring that whichever guest placed the highest bid by the end would claim the item. With the proceedings underway, the host unveiled a massive, glittering diamond as the first item, sparking an immediate frenzy of rapid bids across the room until it reached 230,000. Observing the absurd speed at which astronomical sums were exchanged, he realized just how terrifyingly wealthy the upper nobility truly was. Shortly after, the host introduced a rare ability blocking scroll, promising a powerful tool capable of neutralizing any enemy. Opening the bidding at a staggering 1 million, the host called upon the elite crowd to make their offers for the ancient artifact. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to match the opening bid, securing the scroll effortlessly as no other nobles contested his offer for the ancient relic. The excitement reached a fever pitch with the next lot, a life extension potion capable of saving its drinker from death, causing bids to skyrocket past millions in seconds. Watching the potion sell for an astounding 850 million, he and his companions could only gape in disbelief at the absolute madness of the high society bidders. He watched as the auctioneer excitedly presented the next item, an extremely rare high elf, a species virtually unobtainable on the open market. After the high elf sold for a staggering 500 million gold, the host immediately presented another extraordinary rarity kept inside a gilded cage, leaving the young swordsman in total awe. The enthusiastic presenter hyped up the crowd, hyping the prized fairy dust harvested from the wings of this forest-dwelling race, a dust so magical it could grant flight. Trapped within the ornate birdcage sat a tiny fairy, announced as the ultimate highlight of the entire auction. As bidding escalated at a dizzying pace from 5 million all the way to 400 million, he thought he heard a faint cry for help, turning to ask his companion if she had spoken. Suddenly, a telepathic plea echoed directly into his mind, begging the grand race to rescue a captive named Frau. Stunned, he looked toward the caged fairy in disbelief, realizing he was hearing a desperate voice that only he could. Amidst the chaotic bidding of the auction, a desperate plea for help echoed directly into Toru's mind. The captive fairy trapped in the central cage reached out mentally, recognizing him and begging to be saved as bids climbed relentlessly past 400 million. Driven by her desperate call, Toru immediately thrust his hand into the air, raising his paddle to boldly shout a staggering bid of 600 million. Observing his opponent's stunned reactions, he noted with quiet satisfaction that the competing nobles seemed to have finally run out of funds as they clicked their tongues in frustration. However, just as victory seemed within reach, an arrogant nobleman chuckled darkly, countering Toru's massive bid with an astronomical offer of 630 million. The wealthy noble gloated sinisterly, fantasizing aloud about breaking the delicate fairy's spirit and using her for his daily amusement. Disgusted by the man's perverted intentions, Toru watched the sinister noble across the hall, resolving more than ever that he could not allow the creature to fall into such vile hands. A fierce bidding war erupted instantly, with numbers spiraling wildly upward past 800 million as Toru pushed his limits to outbid the relentless noble. Sweat dripped down Toru's face as he grit his teeth in intense focus, amazed and irritated by how stubbornly his opponent refused to back down. Deciding to crush all competition in a single decisive move, Toru stood tall, extended his hand, and shouted out an overwhelming bid of 1 billion. The staggering sum stunned the entire hall, leaving his perverted rival gasping in utter disbelief while the auctioneer began calling for any further counteroffers. His staggering bid of 1 billion secured the fairy, leaving the entire auction room clapping in utter disbelief. Inside her tiny cage, the fairy looked out silently, her expression a mix of relief and lingering uncertainty. With the final item sold, the auctioneer announced to the audience that the evening's proceedings were officially coming to a close. Before dismissing the crowd, he asked if anyone present had an item they wished to put up for sale at the last minute. Responding immediately, Toru raised his hand, asserting that he had a pre-appraised, high-value item he wished to submit for auction. He stepped onto the stage accompanied by Lisa, presenting 2 mysterious bottles to the appraiser and auctioneer for inspection. When questioned if it was merely a high potion, he corrected them with absolute confidence, revealing the liquid was actually an elixir. The announcement sent shockwaves across the crowd, as an elixir was known to instantly cure any ailment or restore severe bodily harm in a split second. To confirm its legendary properties, the appraiser carefully examined the accompanying documentation while inspecting the precious bottles. Having verified the authenticity of the miraculous medicine, the auctioneer turned back to the eager crowd to ask what starting price they should set. He watched intently as the bidding opened for the rare elixirs, starting modestly at 10 million. Within moments, the room erupted into a frenzy, with bids soaring rapidly through hundreds of millions. The auctioneer slammed his gavel, announcing a final staggering sale price of 2.25 billion, far exceeding expectations. Afterward, in the private lounge, the host expressed his excitement over such an unprecedented event before turning back to business. Arranging for the 1 billion cost of the ferry to be deducted from the earnings, they settled on a staggering final net sum of 2.15 billion. Contemplating the mountainous stacks of cash, he found himself almost intimidated by the sheer scale of his newfound wealth. With the transaction complete, the fairy in her tiny cage was officially handed over into his possession. Later on, as the group relaxed together, he looked over at Keed and appreciated how much she had grown and transformed since they first met. Warmly noting her remarkable change, she turned to him with a mild, curious look. Night fell peacefully over the estate, bringing quiet resolution to an extraordinary day. Inside the room, Toru tried to reassure the tiny fairy trapped inside her birdcage, coaxing her to step outside since he had no intention of harming her, though she remained deeply suspicious. As he commented on the miniature hammer in her cage, Keed entered carrying a tray of warm tea, prompting him to offer the fairy a drink. Remembering the treats they had bought earlier at the market, he produced a cookie and offered it to the fairy, who eagerly devoured it, earning a curious look from Keed regarding why he had chosen to buy her. He explained that he had heard a mysterious voice pleading for help in his mind, which he realized was Frau's prayer, leaving Keed utterly shocked by the revelation. Overhearing his words, Frau suddenly dropped to her knees in a dramatic prostrate bow, frantically apologizing for her previous rude behavior toward her true lord. Confused by her sudden change in attitude, he admitted that he didn't think he was a lord and asked how a dragon man could possibly exist among humans, noting he had never seen a fairy before either. Keed suddenly realized the truth, celebrating wildly as she announced that her master was indeed a dragon man, while he wondered why she hadn't noticed his stats earlier. Sensing his confusion, she hurriedly explained that her appraisal skill confirmed his race, leaving him anxious about what that truly meant. Because of her explanation, he learned that the dragon men were an ancient, advanced race that left behind countless relics, though he admitted he felt no different despite leveling up rapidly. Turning his attention back to Frau, he kindly offered to cancel her master-servant contract so she could return home, but she joyfully declared her gratitude and vowed to serve him as her lord, brushing off his attempt to release her. She pleaded her case animatedly, insisting that returning home would only subject her to the ridicule of her family and neighbors for her small size. Boasting of her strength as a level 30 warrior, the little fairy declared her intent to fight beside her newly acknowledged master. Her passionate speech was suddenly interrupted when a floating white creature drifted into the room. Shocked by the strange organism hovering near the young man, the fairy stared in utter bewilderment as it squeaked softly. Introducing the round companion as Panda, the young man watched as the fairy broke into amused laughter at such a silly name for a mysterious creature. With energetic zips through the air, the spherical creature darted playfully around the room. Observing the commotion alongside Keed, the young man noted how energetic their new companions were. The next morning, the young man awoke in his bed to find the round white creature resting comfortably on his chest, letting out a soft grunt in its sleep. Looking down in surprise, he noticed the tiny fairy resting in his palm as well, prompting him to ask why she had slept there. After getting dressed and heading downstairs, he exchanged warm morning greetings with Keed, who immediately inquired about the missing fairy's whereabouts. While sitting down to a hearty breakfast, he casually mentioned that the fairy had sneaked into his bed during the night. Keed expressed concern, while he pondered their schedule, estimating they would remain in the capital city for about another week. Suddenly, the fairy jolted awake atop the floating white creature in a state of utter confusion. Unfazed by her dramatic awakening, the young man continued eating his toast, contemplating their future journey toward places rich in rare objects. Reflecting on how he had saved her, Keed asked him to drop his overly formal speech toward her, just as the small fairy flew over to join them at the table. She watched silently as Frau argued over the proper way to address Toru, insisting that honorifics were essential, even if Keed got special permission to speak more casually. Flustered and insistent, the tiny fairy protested that calling him anything other than my lord felt entirely unnatural to her upbringing. Because of her stubbornness, Toru tried to ease her mind, but she claimed her own family would punish her for showing disrespect, leaving Keed to offer a gentle word of gratitude. Sipping his drink as the conversation settled, he expressed relief that everyone was getting along before suggesting they choose their next destination. Prompted by his proposal, Frau immediately piped up with a suggestion of her own, pitching a journey to her homeland. She painted a vivid picture of the Grigit forest, describing blooming flowers, ancient ruins packed with intriguing treasures, and her home village nestled deep in the neighboring country. Listening attentively to her enticing pitch about local delicacies like secret fairy bee honey, Toru found himself thoroughly intrigued by the idea. With a confident grin, he made up his mind on the spot, declaring that their next stop would officially be the fairy village. However, her expression suddenly darkened as she offered a stern warning, cautioning him that fairies generally despise humans and might attack them on sight. Unfazed by her grim words, he merely laughed off the danger alongside Keed, leaving the tiny fairy baffled by his total lack of concern. He listened patiently as the tiny fairy angrily insisted that village warriors were far stronger than mere humans. Unfazed by her outburst, the young adventurer turned to his companion, proposing they head to the guild to accept a long-distance quest since they had not traveled out in public for a while. Moments later, the sun shone brightly over the grand, imposing architecture of the local adventurer guild building. Stepping through the massive arched doors of the guild hall, the party stood together, drawing immediate glances from the surrounding patrons. As they walked deeper into the bustling hall, whispers rippled through the crowd of adventurers, with onlookers recognizing the famous greatsword warrior and his beast girl partner. Suddenly, two admiring women approached them in awe, nervously asking if they were indeed the renowned manhwa brigade and begging for a handshake. Before they could even respond, an overwhelming mob of fans swarmed around them, shouting proposals, demanding autographs, and chanting the party's name in a chaotic frenzy that left the swordsmen completely bewildered. Amidst the commotion, the guild leader burst into the hall with grand flair, enthusiastically welcoming the country's national heroes and announcing that the manhwa brigade was no longer just a B-ranked party. He boisterously proclaimed that they had officially been promoted to S rank, but overwhelmed by the grand reception, the swordsman quietly instructed his companion to prepare a blinding orb of light so they could make a swift exit. In a flash of brilliant radiance, the spell burst across the room, blinding the surrounding crowd and leaving the guild members crying out in shock. When the blinding light finally cleared, the crowd looked on in disbelief at the empty doorway, realizing that their newly minted S-rank heroes had completely vanished. Having escaped the overwhelming crowd of the guild, Toru chuckled, noting how impossible it would be to return anytime soon amidst all that commotion, a sentiment Keed readily agreed with. Deciding to call it a day, he suggested they simply relax at home, prompting Keed to eagerly volunteer to bake something delicious. Hearing this, Toru assured a thrilled Frau that Keed was an expert in gourmet cooking, promising her a feast worth waiting for as they made. Far away from the bustle of the city, Toru initiated his spell casting, channeling water magic directly from his hand with quiet concentration while his companions observed. Leaping back to gain space, he unleashed a powerful surge of water forward, sending a massive wave cascading across the rocky terrain. Without pausing, he shifted elements to earth magic, raising columns of rock into the air, though the sheer force blinded his companion and created complete chaos in the landscape. Continuing his relentless practice, he summoned wind magic next, whipping up a violent tornado that swept across the valley and blew Keed off her feet. The cyclone battered the surroundings, leaving Keed overwhelmed and disheveled while Toru reflected on how imprecise his control over wind felt. As he prepared to try again, Keed pleaded with him to stop, pointing out that despite his infinite mana and access to 4 elemental attributes, his utter lack of control made his magic dangerously unstable. Determined to test another technique, Toru coated his sword in fire magic, fulfills a childhood dream of wielding a fiery blade, but accidentally scorched a fairy sitting nearby. He quickly apologized as the tiny companion fumed in anger, realizing the sheer heat had instantly evaporated the clouds high above. Suddenly interrupted by a chiming system notification, Toru and Keed turned to see floating windows announcing the rapid leveling of a nearby dungeon. Keed explained that a high-difficulty dungeon had recently appeared near the capital, gaining massive popularity among adventurers, and Toru realized with a shudder that its level was rising because of the high death toll inside. He clutched his head in utter disbelief, panicking over the unexpected realization of his immense power, while the tiny fairy floating beside him praised his actions as truly worthy of a demon lord. As Keed admired his unfailing optimism, he quickly rationalized the situation, deciding that owning a dungeon right where they lived might actually turn out to be quite an advantage for an adventurer. A mysterious system notification suddenly announced the creation of a personal room within the dungeon structure, prompting them to instantly test the transportation function to inspect the new area. Moments later, they materialized inside a towering, cathedral-like hall lined with massive stone pillars, gasping in awe at the sheer scale of the chamber. Walking deeper into the strange, solemn space, they noticed a glowing crystal floating serenely above an altar at the far end of the grand hall. Inspecting the glowing stone up close, he deducted that this central nexus sat one level below the true core, functioning as a secondary anchor point for the dungeon's power. Since his dimensional inventory was nearing its limit, he proposed utilizing the vast hall for physical storage, a plan Keed eagerly supported while humbly requesting a dedicated corner for her own possessions. She sheepishly asked if she could place her personal collection directly on the floor, leaving him slightly bewildered about what exact items she intended to keep. Without hesitation, she began unpacking wooden chests, carefully organizing her prized hoard of gathered treasures across her newly assigned area. The peaceful moment was shattered when Frau burst in to claim the territory as her own, prompting a comical squabble with Keed while he quietly resolved to build a solid partition wall to give Keed some privacy. He watched with mild amusement as the territorial squabble was swiftly settled, leaving the tiny fairy claiming her own corner beside the massive floating eyeball monster. Yet, despite claiming her spot, She immediately grew suspicious as the eyeball followed her every move, prompting her to accuse it of deliberate sabotage. Observing their chaotic interaction, he dryly noted how well they were bonding as the fairy screamed in frustration and bolted away across the massive hall. The next morning dawned bright and clear over a picturesque, timber-framed house nestled in a serene countryside. Outside in the sunlight, Keed cheerfully hung up freshly washed garments on a clothesline, seemingly oblivious to her own lack of attire. Relaxing on the second-story balcony with a hot cup of coffee, Toru savored the tranquil morning view, feeling as though he were in paradise. His peaceful reflection was interrupted when Keed approached from below to discuss plans, explaining that the outfit she was washing was the only one Frau possessed, while the fairy loudly insisted she hadn't needed clothes until her capture. Considering the situation, Toru suggested taking a trip into town so they could purchase new clothes for Frau, an idea Keed readily agreed with since she had free time. Reflecting on his own wardrobe, he scratched his head and admitted that he too was running low on clothes and needed to buy more. With their objective established, the group set their sights on the sprawling, stone-built town nestled at the foot of distant mountain peaks. Excitedly showing off a grand armchair inside their estate, Keed suggested that Toru should sit in it, while tiny Frau gleefully bounced on the armrest. While he agreed the chair was fine, he found it far too flashy for his taste, musing to himself that simple storage chests would be much more practical for his room. Stepping out into the bustling capital, the group began searching for clothing shops, wondering if they could find anything suitable for tiny Frau among the vendor stalls. Noticing a doll shop nearby, Keed pointed it out and suggested they take a look inside to see if doll clothes might fit their fairy companion. Acknowledging that custom-made clothes would take far too long, he conceded that doll garments were their best option for now. Inspecting Frau's current attire, the monster pet cooed, while Frau pouted, reluctant to accept wearing clothes made for toys. As the floating pet chirped innocent praise, Frau took offense, sparking a playful quarrel that Keed tried desperately to defuse while Toru held the round creature. Entering the quiet shop, they were greeted by rows of neatly arranged, ornate dolls displayed along the shelves. Looking around the peaceful store interior, the companions waited for the shopkeeper to appear. Examining the craftsmanship of the dolls, Toru recalled how both Nei and the sorcerer used to play with similar figures when they were younger. He suddenly recalled a memory of Lisa, remembering how she once owned one of those expensive dolls, though she quickly lost interest in it. When he had questioned why she threw the doll away, she simply dismissed it as unimportant, calling him an idiot in response. Her lingering words echoed in his mind, chillingly stating that she discarded it because she no longer needed it, just like him. Snapping back to reality, he apologized to Keed for zoning out inside the store while she asked if he was feeling all right. Inspecting the shop selection together, they realized that all the available doll clothes were a bit too big for Frau's head height. Approaching the elderly shopkeeper, they inquired if he possessed any dedicated fairy clothing for sale. Surprised by the presence of a real fairy, the shopkeeper excitedly retrieved a wooden chest full of tiny custom outfits. He explained that his late wife had crafted these fairy clothes out of shared love for fairies, dreaming that one day a real fairy would wear them. Generously giving the entire collection away for free to honor his late wife's wish, the shopkeeper moved Keed to tears with his kindness. Examining the miniature outfits, Keed excitedly found dozens of items that would fit Frau perfectly, including fine dresses and underwear. She marvels alongside her master at the incredible craftsmanship of the dolls, while the elderly shopkeeper warmly explains how he opened the shop to display the garments his late wife created. Continuing his story, the old man reflects on how doll-making became his life's passion, while the group turns their attention to the tiny fairy trying on various outfits. Excitedly, the fairy models dress after dress, from cozy animal suits to elegant outfits, demanding to know if her master is paying attention and admires how nice she looks. Observing the fashion show, the young beastkin whispers to her companion that he ought to pay her a compliment, leading him to clarify that he was admiring her poses and overall charm rather than just the fabric. With a gentle smile and a thumbs up, he offers a direct compliment, which leaves the tiny fairy blushing with delight at his praise. Heartwarmed by her joy, the shopkeeper gladly gives the chosen outfit to the tiny fairy, expressing how happy he is that his wife's dream lives on through her. With their business concluded, the group bids the generous craftsman farewell, promising to visit his shop again in the future. Standing in his doorway, the old man waves them goodbye, warmly inviting them to return whenever they wish. Returning inside to his quiet counter, he picks up a framed photograph of his late wife, reflecting fondly on how her dream has truly come to fruition. His quiet moment is interrupted when he discovers a large stack of money and a thank you note left behind on the counter. A generous payment from the young traveler to support his craft. Having already departed from the store, his unexpected generosity leaves the shopkeeper in utter disbelief, staring at the vast fortune left behind and wondering about the identity of such a patron. Inside the shop, a shockwave of bewildered shouting echoes out toward the street outside. Meanwhile, back out on the street, Toru tells Frau that he hopes she takes good care of her new clothes. Sitting happily atop a spherical parcel, the tiny fairy eagerly replies that she will, boasting that they are already her absolute favorite. Lisa smiles gently beside them, expressing her satisfaction with their. As morning arrived, Keed greeted Toru with energetic enthusiasm, insisting that he change out his clothes so she could wash them. She gestured toward a fresh shirt she had brought for him, explaining that his current clothes were likely dirty from sweat and food from the night before. Chuckling softly, he questioned if his scent was truly that noticeable, only for her to instantly reassure him with flustered excitement that he smelled wonderfully good to her. After handing over his shirt, he wiped himself down to freshen up, completely oblivious as she sneaked a quick, discreet sniff of his discarded clothing behind his back. A hearty breakfast was soon set upon the table, complete with freshly brewed coffee and an appetizing spread of bread and side dishes. Taking a warm sip of his drink, Toru noted the delicious change in their meal, while Keed happily explained that she had purchased the bread from a local bakery recommended by a neighbor. As they enjoyed their meal, he reflected on how comfortable their life had become, realizing they had already stayed in the capital for over a week and truly made it their home. Relaxing in the gentle atmosphere of their home, he confessed that the cozy lifestyle made it tempting never to leave, prompting her to warmly ask what plans they had for the day. Considering her question, he admitted that he had already visited all the places he wanted to see, prompting her to suggest going shopping together if he had no specific destination in mind. Observing the flying fairy devour her food at an unbelievable speed, Toru marveled at her appetite, realizing she consumed enough to feed 5 full-grown people. Agreeing to her shopping trip, Toru offered to wash the dishes while Keed excitedly went to prepare for their outing into the city. He stood startled inside the room as commotion suddenly erupted near the window. Turning to investigate, he called out to the 2 small companions who were causing chaos. Looking out through the open frame, he watched as the tiny creatures floated up into the open sky, escaping his reach as he cursed under his breath. Later, while sitting outdoors at a bustling city plaza, he overheard nearby patrons discussing strange reports of giant sandworms appearing across the fields of Armand. Listening closely to their conversation, he learned that extreme weather, heavy rains, and earthquakes in a nearby desert were forcing monstrous creatures out from underground. The patrons continued detailing how the Adventure Guild was swamped with pest control requests, leading him to wonder if these environmental disturbances presaged a coming cataclysm. After finishing his drink, he walked through the vibrant market district alongside Keed, stopping at a stall to buy fresh tomatoes from a friendly vendor. As they strolled past open-air shops, she asked if it was time for them to resume their journey, noting that they had already spent a significant amount of time in the capital. Standing together on an elevated stone walkway overlooking the city, they agreed that despite the comfort of their established routine, it was time to move on. A reflective look settled on his face as he admitted to himself that while staying in this peaceful capital was tempting, deeper motivations still pushed him forward. Looking out toward the horizon with his sword at his side, he resolved that he could never forget what had happened in his past, compelling him to continue his journey. He stepped forward with unwavering resolve, recognizing that this journey was essential to mend his broken spirit and clear his mind. Resting in one place was no longer an option. Walking beside his companion through the cobblestone streets, he gently checked if she had everything she needed before they departed, receiving an enthusiastic confirmation in return. Below them, the central marketplace bustled with morning activity, crowded with vendors and shoppers going about their day. As they made their way through the busy crowd, distant cries of a distraught mother echoed across the square, searching desperately for her lost child, Cumin. Approaching the distressed woman, the pair offered their assistance, prompting the mother to express her profound gratitude as she prepared to describe her missing 5-year-old. She detailed her daughter's appearance, brown hair styled in 2 pigtails and clothing adorned with a prominent embroidered bear, while he instructed his companion to stay close so they could search the surrounding area together. Despite calling out through the crowded avenues, no trace of the child emerged, leading them to suspect she might have wandered entirely outside the market grounds. As he tried to focus on the search, the irresistible scent of freshly grilled skewers wafted from a nearby food stall, temporarily testing his concentration before he shook off the distraction. Suddenly struck by an idea, he turned excitedly to his companion, asking if she could utilize her keen beastkin sense of smell to track the young girl's scent if they obtained a personal belonging from the mother. Taking the child's small floral handkerchief provided by the mother, the beastkin companion examined it intently, preparing to catch the scent. Taking a deep breath to focus her senses, she caught the missing child's scent near the bustling market. Relief washed over the worried mother as the group quickly moved in that direction, guided by the track. Navigating through the dense crowd in the paved plaza, they followed the subtle trail step by step, winding deeper into the city's alleyways. Suddenly, a small voice echoed from down a narrow cobblestone lane. Keed paused, hearing the little girl crying out for her mother alongside the strange squeaks of a small creature. Recognizing the sound, the mother rushed forward in sheer relief. Toru noticed that Frau and the slime companion had already found the girl first. Reunited in the narrow alley, the mother embraced her daughter with tears of gratitude, scolding her gently for wandering off. As Toru reassured them, a sudden violent tremor shook the stone ground. Before anyone could react, the cobblestones burst upward in a shower of debris. A colossal, grotesque sandworm erupted from beneath the city streets, roaring with a gaping maw lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. The terrifying beast smashed through the stone walls, pinning the helpless mother beneath falling rubble while her daughter screamed in horror. Reacting instantly, Toru instructed Keed to draw the worm's attention while he moved swiftly to extract the mother and evacuate the civilians. With Frau and the slime securing the mother and child, he turned back toward the writhing monster, hardening his resolve to defeat the beast he felt responsible for drawing into the city. He watched as violent tremors shook the cobblestone street, shattering stone walls and sending debris flying high into the air above the city district. The giant sandworm surged out, swinging its massive body through the narrow corridor. Splattered with corrosive digestive fluids, Keed scrambled desperately to escape the alley before the monster could crush her. Seeing her in danger, he shouted in fury and launched himself at the beast, severing its giant writhing body in midair with a powerful strike. As the severed pieces slammed into the stone pavement, it seemed for a fleeting moment that the threat was neutralized. However, his relief vanished as the severed creature began rapidly regenerating its lost tissue. Recalling rumors about monsters with extraordinary self-healing capabilities, he realized that raw physical force alone would not be enough to stop it. Checking to ensure Keed was unhurt, he inquired if she could use ice magic to freeze the beast and prevent its body from regenerating. She confirmed her safety, but hesitated, worried about the potential collateral damage. When he turned to look at her, he recoiled in shock, yelling as he realized the monster's acid had completely dissolved her clothing, leaving her flustered and trying desperately to cover herself. Despite the embarrassing situation, they had to act quickly. She explained that ice magic was impossible without her fan weapons, but he passionately insisted that she had to trust her innate magical power, or they would all perish. Recognizing that brute strength would only result in endless regeneration, he began searching for a strategic solution, realizing that Keed needed wider open space to unleash a large-scale spell safely. A brilliant plan struck him, and he instructed her to prepare her wind magic on his precise cue. Luring the regenerative sandworm onto himself, he skillfully grabbed its thrashing tail, using his immense physical prowess to hurl the gigantic monster high into the open plaza away from the narrow residential buildings. He shouted for Keed to lift him high into the sky, prompting her to release a powerful burst of pressurized air that propelled him directly above the monster. Realizing he was now in open air where he could fight without holding back, he prepared to strike down the beast with full force. A colossal column of fire descended from the heavens, engulfing the giant creature in a scorching inferno that illuminated the entire plaza before the shocked onlookers below. With a confident smirk, the adventurer thrust his hand forward, controlling the residual magical force and dispersing the last flickers of heat into the atmosphere. After the threat was annihilated, the grateful townspeople gathered around to offer their heartfelt thanks, while Frau shouted a parting jab as they prepared to depart. Reflecting on the successful battle, Toru expressed his relief that the situation ended smoothly without any townspeople coming to harm, though his small fairy companion grumbled loudly at his modesty. As they walked through the streets, the group casually squabbled and chatted about their next steps, noting that night was approaching and it was time to head home. Recognizing Keed's bravery during the conflict, Toru gently wrapped his coat around her shoulders, causing her to gaze up at him with deep affection and gratitude. Returning to their destination, the key was inserted into the lock of a sturdy two-story building, unlocking the doors to their refuge. At the entrance, the group stood before the property master, who formally handed over the key and asked where their journey would take them next. Toru mentioned his plan to travel toward Gridget and promised to contact the guild if assistance was needed, while the host reminded him of his elevated status as a national hero and urged him to exercise caution. He offered a sheepish farewell as their local host staggered away in groaning defeat, overwhelmed by the party's absurd visual display of strength. With a nervous smile, Toru acknowledged that their overwhelming power had made a lasting impression, promising they would meet again under calmer circumstances. Watching them dash down the path, the exasperated man could only sigh at how noisy the travelers were. Ahead of him, Keed called out an apology for the chaos her round companion had caused, urging the creature to keep up as they made their swift exit. With spirits high and full momentum behind them, the adventurer boldly announced their next destination, the hidden fairy village. His companions chimed in with energetic cheers, ready to turn the page on a new chapter of their great. On the way to the fairy village, they stopped at the border town of Gridget. After a refreshing sleep, Toru stretched and greeted the morning, ready to set out once again. Stepping outside, he encountered Keed, who had risen early to buy fresh bread for breakfast. Noticing her peculiar behavior around him, he wondered if she was trying to convey something. Observing that his gear was becoming worn out, Keed brightly suggested a location where he could acquire new armor, sparking a sudden sense of déjà vu in his mind. Guided by her instructions, the party arrived at a breathtaking location built amidst massive trees, marveling at the awe-inspiring sight before them. Standing before the entrance, they realized they had reached the temple of the sacred weapon, nestled high among giant roots and stone pathways. As they walked through the ancient grounds, Keed explained that the sacred weapon was not limited to a single form, reminding Toru of how he had first acquired his own blade. Pondering the rules of these powerful armaments, Toru questioned whether a single person could possess multiple sacred weapons, prompting Keed to detail the mental visualization required. She shared tales from ancient times, describing how possessors of these indestructible holy weapons were granted temporary level boosts and held titles worthy of kings. Continuing up the stone steps, Keed expressed unwavering faith in his potential, pointing out a new discovery that caught her attention nearby. Approaching a sealed grand door, Toru examined distinct footprints on the ground, realizing that others might have already entered the temple ahead of them. He pushed open the massive grand doors, stepping into the towering hall of the ancient sanctuary. A long stone pathway stretched out before them, lined with burning braziers leading up to a majestic altar beneath ornate archways. Relief washed over the companions as they realized the sacred treasure was still untouched, sharing a light-hearted laugh at their unneeded anxiety. Advancing toward the central dais, they gazed upon the blade, resting solemnly between twin flame pedestals. Stepping up the altar stairs, he hesitated briefly, harboring quiet doubts about whether the legendary artifact would truly yield to his touch and transform into armor. Steeling his resolve, he reached outward with full determination, ready to claim the power waiting within. Meanwhile, a few days prior in the capital city of Armand, a grand guild hall stood bathed in bright daylight. Entering the establishment with casual arrogance, Sane and his companions from the S-rank party White Fang requested high-paying assignments directly from a counter. To his utter bewilderment, the receptionist casually dismissed his grand arrival, pointing him toward the public notice board like any ordinary mercenary. Stunned that she failed to recognize his legendary status, he shouted in frustration, proudly proclaiming his identity as the renowned hero and party leader. He stood in utter disbelief as the adventurers inside the hall burst into laughter, mocking his demands for special treatment. Furious that his fame back home meant nothing here, he muttered bitterly under his breath about how guild leaders should be bowing at his feet. Unable to contain his rising temper, he lashed out instantly, striking a nearby adventurer directly across the face with a violent blow. Kicking over chairs and roaring in rage, he continued his violent rampage across the tavern floor. The surrounding patrons backed away in shock, calling him a lunatic and openly questioning what kind of hero would attack innocent people without provocation. Unwilling to tolerate his arrogance any longer, a group of local adventurers banded together, determined to throw the phony hero out of their establishment. However, the young arrogant hero effortlessly overpowered them all, mocking their low levels while beating them to the floor without mercy. Seeing the situation escalate out of control, his companion stepped in, warning him that murder inside the guild hall would result in execution or imprisonment, forcing him to reluctantly halt his assault. Turning his frustration back to the staff, he aggressively demanded to know about the manhwa brigade, only to be shocked upon learning that they had slain the Queen of Death Ant and were granted hero status despite being a B-rank party. Reeling from the news, he struggled to comprehend how an unknown group could pull off such an impossible feat, quickly realizing that his former companion must be behind their meteoric rise. Upon learning that the party had recently departed for Grigid, a sudden realization struck him. That was precisely where the second sacred sword lay hidden. He barked orders at his party to abandon the wounded and make a swift exit from the guild hall, unwilling to face any repercussions for his violent outburst. Outside, rumors regarding the manhwa brigade's impressive exploits had already spread throughout the cliffside town. Overhearing townsfolk mention where the group was staying, he paused to calculate his next move. Recognizing that Toru possessed a sacred sword, he knew attacking blindly would leave him at a disadvantage. Instead, he resolved to secure the second sacred sword at Grigid first, so he could crush his rival completely. High within the surrounding mountains stood the grand stone facade of the Temple of Grigid, sanctuary to the legendary weapon. Bursting into the ancient chamber alongside his entourage, he raised his arms in triumphant celebration upon reaching the sacred blade. His companions cheered him on enthusiastically, eager to see all their efforts pay off as he prepared to claim his divine prize. Striking dramatic heroic poses, he quickly put aside the humiliating struggles of their trek, convincing himself that a true hero must exude grandeur. Gripping the hilt, his expression twisted into a wild demand for the sword to grant him its ultimate power. Yet despite his confident tug, the blade remained firmly lodged inside the stone altar, leaving his companions staring in awkward silence. As the party began to tease him for stalling, he put on a confident front, claiming the weapon was merely testing his divine worthiness. He strained with every ounce of physical strength, his face turning crimson from the embarrassing effort while his companions questioned if he had caught a fever. He strained with every ounce of his strength, his face contorting in sheer frustration as the sacred blade remained stubbornly rooted in place. For 24 agonizing hours, the hero remained inside the temple, exhausting himself in a futile effort to claim the blade. The following day, after the humiliated group had finally departed empty-handed, a new presence arrived at the sacred ground. With effortless ease, Toru drew the legendary weapon straight from its pedestal, surprising his companions as energy surged outward from the altar. Swirling currents of magical aura wrapped around him, enveloping his body in a bright, glowing column of power. As the light subsided, His companions marveled at the newly manifested suit of armor that now encased his frame. Examining his gauntlets and chest piece, Toru marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship and weightlessness of his new equipment. A subtle radiance continued to pulse from the divine gear, perfectly fitted to his athletic stance. Testing his flexibility, he moved through several combat poses while his companions inquired about the comfort and feel of the armor. Finding that the metal moved as fluidly as fine leather, Toru decided to focus his inner vision to appraise the full extent of his sacred item's attributes. He examined his status window, attempting to appraise the newly acquired holy armor, but realized his current level was far too low to reveal its hidden properties. After discussing the armor's sophisticated concealment magic with Keed, he decided to set the mystery aside for the time being. Reflecting on the sacred gear's ability to adapt to its owner's will, he marveled at the ancient technology before turning his focus toward their next destination, the fairy village. Deep within the dense forest, their small campsite stood quiet beneath the towering trees as night settled over the wilderness. Outside the tent, rain began to patter gently against the broad leaves overhead, prompting him to thank Razuk for keeping watch in the sheltered clearing. Stepping inside, he noted how comfortably Frau and Panda slept despite the weather, remarking on his habit of thoroughly scouting safe camping grounds before turning in. Suddenly, a system notification flashed into view, announcing that the restoration of his experience points was complete, much to his slight chagrin regarding pause progression. Lying down to rest, he contemplated his innate skill savings, realizing it had been storing his potential since infancy over 25 long years. Amid his musings about reaching level 300 in his later years, a soft whimpering drew his gaze toward Keed, who was stirring restlessly in the grip of a troubling dream. Gently placing a hand on her head, he offered a soothing touch to calm her distress and ease her back into peaceful slumber. With a soft, reassuring smile, he promised her that she would never be alone again. He sits quietly by her side in the dim shelter as she stirs in her sleep, softly pleading for help and whispering for her master in her distress. Pondering her troubled dreams, he questions whether she is reliving her painful days as a slave or crying out to save someone else, unable to decipher the true origin of her sorrow. Outside the small tent nestled within the ancient forest, the gentle patter of the night rain creates a soothing lullaby, enveloping the camp as he quietly bids Keed go. With incredible speed and devastating force, the fairy warrior tore through the surrounding wave of monsters, leaving a trail of destruction in her wake. Standing proudly atop the pile of defeated beasts, she boasted about her martial prowess, leaving her companions stunned by the sheer display of power. Checking her status plate moments later, she revealed that her level had surged dramatically, prompting a sincere apology from her master for underestimating her. He explained that his unique capability multiplied the experience points earned by his allies after every battle, accounting for a sudden jump to level 35. Invigorated by the prospect of gaining even more power, she sprinted off into the forest to hunt more prey before anyone could stop her. Unable to proceed without their guide, the pair decided to settle down and prepare coffee while waiting for her return. Before they could relax, a sudden surge of danger triggered his instincts, causing him to react instantly as his companion called out in concern. A hostile group of armed pursuers burst from the treeline, shouting commands to surround and overwhelm the travelers. Trapped in the center of a coordinated magic spell and surrounded by enemy blades, they found themselves facing an escalating crisis. Realizing the dire nature of the ambush, he raised his voice and issued an absolute command across the woods for his missing companion to return at once. He stood his ground as a thunderous rumble echoed across the canopy, followed by a sudden, devastating shockwave that tore through the dense foliage. Having heard his absolute command, Frau burst back into the clearing at immense speed, instantly blowing away their attackers and fiercely proclaiming his status as an exalted member of the great race. Recognizing the legendary fairy, the hostile attackers froze in disbelief, suddenly sensing an entirely different and overwhelming aura emanating from the swordsman. Before they could fully process the situation, Frau unleashed a furious strike upon the lead attacker, bringing an abrupt and comical end to the confrontation. With the misunderstanding resolved, the party journeyed onward toward a picturesque realm framed by cascading waterfalls and wooden bridges. Guided by their former attackers, they navigated scenic forest paths and stepped inside a stone archway leading into hidden territory. As they walked, the guide officially welcomed them to the land of fairies while Toru and Keed bantered about how quickly the hostile encounter had turned into a guided tour. They eventually emerged into a breathtaking canyon surrounded by giant monoliths and glowing energy orbs, standing before the true gateway of the fairy realm. After their guide explained that the rocky barrier was merely a powerful illusion designed to ward off intruders, Toru stepped bravely forward into the barrier. Passing through the barrier revealed a stunning, vibrant paradise filled with massive ancient trees, floating islands, and countless fairies flitting through the air. He observed the tranquil surroundings of the fairy village, taking in the peaceful community with its unique architecture and lush scenery. Inside the guest house, fragrant flower tea was served as Frau's grandfather. The village chief introduced himself, while Frau dealt harshly with her father, who was still groggy. Frau continued to berate her father for his incompetence, delivering swift physical discipline that left him groaning in pain, much to the astonishment of the chief. Upon realizing who stood before him, the chief's son gaped in disbelief at the presence of a member of the legendary great race, though Keed noted how lively the family seemed. Instantly dropping to his knees, the middle-aged fairy begged for forgiveness, leaving the visitor amused by how quickly his stance had shifted. With a quick wave of her hand, Frau punished her father once more, forcing him into a reflective state while the young hero couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the man. Clearing his throat, the chief called for quiet to focus on the matter at hand, acknowledging that Frau had brought them here for a specific reason. The chief gravely explained that their village faced a critical crisis beyond their control, compelling them to look outside for aid despite their usual distrust of human beings. He revealed that Frau was a priestess tasked with reciting prayers to the great race, a role that seemed ironic given her rough and unpriestly demeanor. As they listened attentively, Frau recounted her year-long ordeal searching for someone who could hear her prayers, which had ultimately led to her capture and sale by human merchants. Reflecting on the strange turns of fate that had brought them together, the young swordsman inquired directly about the crisis threatening the fairy village. In response, the village elder decided that words alone were insufficient and insisted they see the source of their troubles with their own eyes. He led Toru and his companions through a stone archway toward the outskirts of the settlement to confront the hidden danger. Bound securely against the roots of a giant ancient tree stood a massive, imposing golem, wrapped tightly in magic vines. As Toru observed the construct, the elder explained that it was an ancient defensive monster left behind from past wars, completely impervious to all their attacks. The elder continued, recalling how the entity had suddenly awakened without warning and began rampaging through their home, leaving them with no choice but to bind it with restraining magic. Analyzing the situation thoughtfully, Toru noted that alchemical golems rarely attack unless ordered or approach too closely, suggesting they move in for a detailed inspection. However, as he took his first steps toward the bound giant, its glowing head unit twitched violently, sensing his intrusion. Suddenly, a deadly energy beam discharged from the construct toward him. Keed gasped in panic, but Frau confidently assured her that their master was in no real danger. Dodging the blast effortlessly, Toru observed the creature's fractured body and malfunctioned core, realizing it was broken beyond control and deciding to destroy it outright. He drew his sword as the giant golem unleashed a devastating blast from above, urging Keed to step back and erect a defensive barrier. Recognizing the risk of bare-handed combat against such armor, he strategically maneuvered near the massive tree root to find an opening. Noticing a gap in the automaton's defenses, he sprinted forward along the roots, closing the distance instantly. While Keed and Frau watched in disbelief, he leaped into the air, driving directly toward the golem's glowing core. With explosive force, the impact shattered the creature's outer shell, sending debris cascading through the air. As smoke cleared, the golem groaned in strain, its metallic body creaking under the massive damage. Positioned firmly atop the tree trunk, he acknowledged the construct's surprising durability before preparing his final blow. Descending with precise lethality, he struck down into the heart of the mechanical titan. A blinding shockwave ripped through the clearing, severing the golem's power source once and for all. With the ancient threat thoroughly dismantled, Keed praised his quick work as he calmly sheathed his weapon. He casually slung his sword over his shoulder as the colossal explosion settled behind him, casually remarking on his sudden hunger. Observing his staggering victory, Frau proudly declared that no one could rival her lord, a sentiment Keed immediately agreed with. The fairy elder marveled at the immense strength of the human race, prompting the young warrior to suggest they head off to grab a bite to eat. Thrilled by the proposal, the elder eagerly promised to order the village cooks to prepare a magnificent feast fit for a true. Under a scorching sun, the party led by Sane finally arrived at the distant land of North Star, searching tirelessly for the holy sword. Sweltering in the heat, the female companions complained loudly, pointing out that they wouldn't have had to travel so far if Sane had retrieved the sword from the previous temple. Internally, Sane lashed out in frustration, feeling his reputation back home slipping away while considering his companions nothing more than a trio of noisy nuisances. Sweat dripping down his face, he realized the desperate reality. If he did not secure the holy sword here, his entire future as a hero would be ruined. Interrupting his grim thoughts, one of the women pointed toward a settlement in the distance, suggesting they stop to grab something to eat. Exhausted and reaching their physical limits near the temple, the group agreed to head into the city to rest and refuel, though Sane only grew more annoyed by their constant chatter. Upon stepping into the bustling local tavern, the party was frozen in complete shock by the unfamiliar sights and unique inhabitants of the desert realm. Placed before them was a spread of horrifying local delicacies, bowls filled with fried insects, grubs, and exotic creepy crawlies. Looking down at the unappetizing dishes, Sane and his allies questioned the sanity of the locals who could consume such food. To their utter bewilderment, one of their female companions happily dug in, crunching on an insect and declaring it surprisingly delicious. He wept over the foul dish set before him, privately swearing to abandon their guide at the earliest opportunity, while his companions stuck strictly to basic bread and salad. Realizing that refusal meant going hungry in the harsh desert, he gritted his teeth and prepared to force down the repulsive meal, despite his companions' teasing. Proclaiming his heroic pride, the desperate youth shoveled the insects into his mouth, refusing to be defeated by mere bugs. Sometime later, the party journeyed deeper into the sun-scorched ruins of the ancient temple ruins scattered across the tropical landscape. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of the temple, the group paused to admire the massive stone pillars standing guard over the sanctuary. However, agony suddenly struck him as his stomach churned violently from the questionable meal, forcing him to clutch his abdomen in sheer pain, while his companions looked on in concern. Refusing to yield to his bodily distress, he dragged his trembling frame forward, fixated entirely on claiming the holy sword that lay inside. As they reached the massive, sealed temple doors, his party members urged him to hurry up, oblivious to his intense physical suffering. With bloodshot eyes and a strained expression, he inwardly cursed his companions while desperately fighting the urge to release stomach gas. Just as the heavy, ancient doors ground open before them, he collapsed to his knees in agony, unable to hold back his intense physical discomfort any longer. He dragged his trembling body forward, grimly focused on the distant shrine. His party members shouted words of encouragement from behind, but every step was an agonizing struggle as he fought desperately to keep his ruined stomach under control. Nearing the blade, his eyes widened with unhinged determination. As his companions continued their loud cheering, he snapped at them to be quiet, focusing every ounce of energy on reaching the hilt. Silence descended upon the grand hall as he finally reached the altar, straining before the ornate iron gates while his companions watched in quiet anticipation. Grasping the sword, a wave of sheer horror washed over him. He realized that applying full force to extract the blade might trigger a far more humiliating disaster from his unsettled bowels, even as a teammate stepped up to offer assistance. When she reached out to grab the weapon alongside him, he panicked and yelled for her to stop, terrified that any extra motion would push his body past its limit. The immense pressure proved too much to bear. Sweat poured down his pale face as he let out a pathetic groan, entirely defeated by his agonizing stomach cramps. Far from the agonizing failure inside the temple, the towering sanctuary stood, tranquil beneath the open skies. Meanwhile, deep within the hollow of a massive ancient tree, the vibrant village of the fairies buzzed with festive music and merrymaking. Toru and his group joined the celebration, taking generous gulps of sweet nectar while delicate winged spirits danced through the warm air around them. Delighted by the exquisite taste, Toru exuberantly declared the fairy honey liquor to be phenomenal. His companion agreed, praising its smooth texture, while their gracious hosts urged everyone to drink as much as the barrels would allow. He eagerly eyed the bountiful feast set before him as the fairy women served a lavish spread, marveling at the delicious arrangement of dishes. Beside him, the fox-eared maiden offered her attentive service, while nearby, her father looked on with a mix of concern and reverence. Meanwhile, surrounding villagers engaged in lively chatter, discussing the newcomer's bond with the young woman and expressing high expectations for their future together. Addressing the father, Toru expressed his gratitude for the hospitality, though the older man admitted feeling uncomfortable with the idea of his daughter serving as a slave. Suddenly overcome with devotion, the father declared emphatically that the fairy race exists to serve the great lord, viewing it as their ultimate purpose. Amused by his blunt change of heart, Toru chuckled over his drink while the daughter frantically pleaded with her father to restrain his overwhelming enthusiasm. More villagers gathered around, eager to converse with Toru and offer their own warm gestures during the feast. Excusing himself from the crowd, Toru quietly departed toward the restroom while the fox-eared maiden observed him silently. Outside, the calm night air blanketed the serene forest under a canopy of stars. Taking a moment alone, Toru sat on a wooden bench, taking in the glowing, magical atmosphere of the fairy village from a peaceful distance. As he sat alone in the tranquil night air, footsteps approached softly, drawing his gaze back toward the party. He joined him at the bench, checking on how he was holding up and gently seating herself right beside him. Smiling warmly, she teased that she was always watching him, catching him in his attempt to step away from the loud festivities for a moment of quiet. Turning to the topic on his mind, Toru explained that seeing Frau's family reminded him of his own parents, prompting Keed to gently inquire about how they had passed away. He recalled the tragic day at 15 years old when he returned home to find his parents murdered, an attack assumed to be carried out by robbers, left entirely alone in the world without any other family. It was Lisa who stood beside him through those painful days and provided crucial emotional support. Her constant presence gave him the strength to keep living, driving his long-held desire to stay by her side forever. He'd clarified if Lisa was the woman who had ultimately betrayed him, and Toru admitted the initial shock of their separation while acknowledging that Lisa seemed content with saying now. Looking down softly, he quietly confessed his inner feelings, suspecting that in the end, he simply hadn't been enough for her. Together under the starry sky, they remained seated on the quiet bench, sharing a moment of somber comfort far from the lingering noise of the night. He led his companions into the ancient forest, navigating through dense trees and overgrown roots as they searched for the stone ruins. They soon arrived at a sunken courtyard surrounded by crumbling stone structures, where the remnants of a forgotten era lay silent. Inquiring if this was indeed where the golem had once slept, he instructed Keed to use her appraisal skill to search for ancient items, eager to capitalize on any opportunity to grow stronger. Before they could settle their discussion, Keed caught sight of something hidden nearby, prompting him to react with sudden alertness. Surveying the area filled with dormant stone statues and stone doorways, he decided they would proceed inside to investigate further. Descending a long stone staircase inside the dark cavern, the party spotted a warm, glowing light waiting for them at the bottom. At the base of the stairs, they came upon a massive, intricate magic circle glowing brightly on the stone floor. Recognizing the arcana, Keed identified it as a teleportation magic circle, while he noted that he had encountered similar magic before. Examining the radiant inscriptions, they pondered how the array remained functional, concluding that it was being powered directly by underground magical energy streams. As they deliberated whether stepping onto the active circle would transport them to a distant location, they realized a corresponding magic circle must exist at their potential destination. He weighed the options, considering whether stepping into the uncharted magic circle was worth the risk. While the destination was entirely unknown, the prospect of undiscovered places and hidden treasures proved far too tempting to ignore. Sensing his resolve, his loyal companion declared without hesitation that she would follow him wherever he chose to go. With a confident smirk, he finalized their decision, ready to step through the glowing threshold. A dramatic cry of refusal echoed across the peaceful forest clearing, cutting through their quiet resolve. In response to the outburst, the forest creatures eagerly swarmed the group, pleading with them to extend their stay in the village for decades, much to his exasperation as he loudly protested the absurd request. Suddenly, Frau stepped forward aggressively, scolding the clingy villagers for forgetting their pride as a great race and demanding they show proper dignity and respect to their savior by waiting quietly for his return. Subdued by her scolding, the villagers wilted in shame and reluctantly agreed to wait patiently for his journey to conclude. Meanwhile, the oversized creature offered its sincere thanks for saving them, expressing sheepish gratitude as he warmly acknowledged the sentiment. With heartiest goodbyes exchanged, the group prepared to step into the glowing portal, promising to return soon. As the magical light engulfed them, the villagers and fairies waved farewell, watching the travelers vanish before their eyes. Instantly, the party materializes amidst dilapidated stone ruins overrun with vines and ancient remnants, standing before a mysterious new threshold. He cautioned his companions that unknown terrain lay ahead, whether land or water, and instructed everyone to hold onto him tightly, leaving the rest to sheer luck. With their spirits high and determination set, the group stepped boldly into the heart of the glowing magic circle, ready to journey to whatever distant shore. Holding the gleaming holy blade in his hands, Sane gazed at its pristine edge with sheer awe, relishing the moment he had anticipated for so long. Reflecting on his past attempts, he remembered the frustration of failing to draw previous weapons, making this ultimate acquisition feel all the more triumphant. As his party members inquired about when they would go hunt the demonic beasts lurking near the city, he rudely dismissed their concerns and snapped at them to be quiet. The companions continued to voice their apprehensions, questioning whether their current levels were adequate to face the threats that lay ahead. They urged him to consider the suffering of the local populace living in fear, emphasizing the need to aid the townspeople without unnecessary delay. Annoyed by their persistence, he grumbled about the presence of high-level demons in human territory, wondering why such creatures were appearing so far from Nostralter. Inwardly, he cold-bloodedly evaluated the women around him, calculating their usefulness and contemplating replacing those he deemed a burden. When he openly suggested discarding low-level allies to recruit stronger companions for the upcoming battle against the Demon King, an argument erupted among them. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the building, and chaos erupted outside in the streets as panicked citizens fled from an unexpected monster raid. Seeing the emergency as a golden opportunity, he drew his new sword with a confident smirk, eager to demonstrate its power and boost his reputation. He stepped into a city plunged into utter chaos as savage demon invaders breached the main gates, slaughtering guards, plundering wealth, and seizing defenseless women. Assessing the imposing demon general leading the raid, the self-proclaimed hero ordered his party into position, commanding Lisa to cast enhancement magic on him so he could strike down the leader directly. When his companions voiced concern for evacuating the citizens, he barked at them heartlessly, declaring that the lives of commoners were irrelevant and demanding total obedience to his commands. Across the ruined courtyard, the demon soldiers continued stockpiling stolen supplies and shoving female captives into a secure nook under guard. Their pillaging was abruptly shattered as a sudden hail of offensive magic rained down upon them, engulfing the demon troops in fiery explosions. Projectiles continued to pelt the invaders from unknown directions, throwing the entire demonic vanguard into disarray. Exploiting the opening created by the bombardment, the hero lunged forward with rapid strikes, cutting down confused demons and demanding their immediate demise. Simultaneously, Another warrior surged into the fray, slicing through enemy ranks in a display of martial force. However, a massive counterstrike erupted on the battlefield, knocking the hero backward as he groaned in unexpected pain. Standing tall amidst the smoke, General Darm sneered at the hero for barely enduring his blow, while the arrogant hero struggled to maintain his composure against the monstrous force. He stood paralyzed with fear, sweat dripping down his pale face as he realized that neither his swordplay nor his companion's magic had left even a single scratch on the imposing demon general before them. Seeing the commotion, nearby adventurers rallied together, rushing forward to reinforce the hero's party against the formidable demon leaders. They shouted challenges as they charged, but the armored general merely huffed in mild amusement at the incoming wave of attackers. More warriors flooded the plaza, recognizing the high-ranking adventurers present and taking heart as they prepared to engage the monstrous invaders in full force. Unleashing a barrage of spells, including deadly tornadoes and rising earth needles, the adventurers poured everything into their strike, only for the demon general to shrug it off as barely a sting. In a single brutal motion, his massive blade cleaved through an attacking warrior before the man could even register what had happened. He casually swung his weapon clear of blood, dismissing the brave warriors as nothing more than an annoying nuisance. The terrifying display of power left the surrounding fighters completely stunned as the brutal general turned back toward them. Laughing manically, he smashed another warrior into the pavement, effortlessly ignoring distant magical slashes as he demanded who would challenge him next. Yet instead of finishing off the trembling hero and his companions, the overwhelming monster simply walked past them, leaving them frozen in sheer confusion and terror as to why their lives had been spared. He stood frozen in humiliation as General Darm offered the captive mage, who had soiled herself in terror, to his monstrous subordinates. Turning his gaze away from the cruel sight, Darm asked where the supposed hero had gone, dismissing the pathetic spectacle behind him. Suddenly, Darm caught sight of a fleeing figure attempting to sneak through a crumbling stone archway. Closing the distance instantly, the demon general pinned the desperate warrior against the wall, mocking his pathetic level 63 status and taunting his cowardice. Darm laughed hysterically alongside his minions, utterly amused that someone so weak dared to present themselves as the realm's savior. With a brutal, effortless strike, Darm shattered the hero's defense and sent him crashing into the cobblestone, leaving him battered and screaming in fury. Seeing their leader struck down, the companions rushed to his side, attempting healing magic while urging everyone to maintain composure amidst the chaos. Bloodied and panicked, Sane grabbed his ally, selfishly blaming the women in his party for their helplessness and demanding they shield his escape. He screamed in self-righteous fury, asserting that as the hero, his life was inherently far more valuable than theirs. Taking charge of the dire situation, the short-haired warrior stepped forward to block the enemy's path, ordering the party to carry the wounded hero to safety. He desperately urged his companions to flee without looking back, even as one of his allies was violently struck down behind them. Coldly betraying his comrade, he whispered a heartless farewell, abandoning her to die so that he could save his own skin. As the fatal blow descended upon the abandoned female warrior, the onlookers watched in stunned silence at the display of cowardice. The surrounding onlookers stood frozen in absolute disbelief, unable to process the hero's callous betrayal of his own party member. Meanwhile, the grim outcome left the ancient chamber choked with heavy tension and silent horror. Far away from the tragic scene, quiet tropical ruins stood amidst sprawling greenery under a clear sky. With a swift, powerful slice of his blade, Toru sliced through the dense stone blockage blocking their path out of the structure. His companions marveled at his sharp, quiet technique as dust settled around them, revealing the newly cleared exit. Taking to the air, Frau scouted the surrounding area and reported that they had been teleported into a warm, southern region near ancient ruins. Looking further into the distance, she pointed out dark columns of smoke rising from a distant city that appeared to be ablaze. Guided by her sharp senses, the group detected a stench of smoke and burning flesh in the air. Realizing the danger was significant, they immediately rushed toward the source of the catastrophe. Upon arriving, a devastating sight unfolded before them. The entire city was engulfed in flames, with buildings crumbling and terrified citizens fleeing in absolute panic. Shocked by the terrible destruction around them, Toru and his companions stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of the horror unfolding in the burning streets. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions rocked the cobblestone path ahead, sending debris and fiery blasts soaring into the air. Looking down at the charred remains of a victim at his feet, Toru's face twisted in intense anger as he realized demons were responsible for the slaughter. Moments later, hostile voices called out, noticing that survivors were still present amid the burning ruins. Two demonic attackers stepped forward, taunting the group with sadistic glee and declaring their intent to capture the women and kill Toru. Before the attackers could react, Lisa unleashed a swift wave of slashes, completely catching the arrogant demons off guard. She followed up with a crushing strike that shattered their weapons and sent the hostile invaders crashing helplessly to the ground. With the attackers swiftly neutralized, the companions realized the demons were surprisingly weak and urged Toru to give orders to help the surviving citizens. She urged the group to keep their composure, reminding them that venting their rage wildly would solve nothing when the priority had to be protecting the innocent. Taking a steadying breath, the young warrior acknowledged the wisdom in her words, knowing that reckless destruction would only compromise their true objective. With a clear directive set, he quickly organized the search efforts, sending his allies in different directions across the burning district while committing himself to clear out the hostiles in the heart of the city. United in their purpose, the party sprinted into action, resolved to exert all their strength to rescue every survivor. Amidst the burning city streets, brutal demon invaders torment defenseless townsfolk, cornering frightened residents as their cries for help echo through the alleyways. Slicing through the air without hesitation, Toru strikes down the monstrous attacker, delivering a decisive blow that sends the creature howling in agony. The quick flurry of steel, he dispatches the remaining threats and steps forward to ensure the young girl and her companion are unhurt. He urges the young girl to seek cover inside a nearby house, while he promises to clear out the remaining demon threats across the district, asking if they can manage to endure until the area is secure. He receives a resolute nod from the young girl, who promises to keep her companion safe. Expressing his gratitude, he watches them retreat to safety before turning his gaze toward the towering castle, where smoke billows into the sky. Leaping across rooftops with effortless grace, he surveys the sprawling battlefield below, noting how the density of demon forces increases as he approaches the heart of the city. Dropping directly into the center of a demon squad, he draws his blade as the enemy warriors react in sudden shock. A fraction of a second, a digital timer begins counting down as he prepares to execute a lightning-fast assault. Moving with supernatural velocity, he weaves through the ranks of demon soldiers, leaving a trail of precise sword strikes in his wake within a single second. The 5th second, a brilliant arc of energy sweeps across the courtyard, instantly cutting down every remaining hostile in range. Surrounding city guards stare in complete disbelief as the entire demon horde collapses simultaneously, neutralized in the blink of an eye. He approaches the stun guards, identifying them and ordering them to prioritize the evacuation of civilians while his group handles the main force. Recognizing his legendary party as the heroes who saved the kingdom from the death ants, the guards readily agree to take charge of the evacuation. High above in the central castle, a scout rushes inside to report the sudden shift in the tide of battle to his superiors. He stood calmly amidst the growing panic as reports flooded in from all directions, announcing that both the east and west sectors had fallen completely into enemy hands with no survivors left behind. The commanding demon sneered, demanding to know if a hidden hero was operating within the area. Moments later, a massive explosion tore through the courtyard wall, showering debris across the startled demon ranks. Through the settling dust and rubble, Toru stepped forward with his blade drawn, fixing his gaze on the enemy commander while the surrounding soldiers panicked. Recognizing him as a simple warrior rather than a hero, the demon chief acknowledged that he possessed far more courage than the actual hero. Without warning, the demon tossed a battered, unconscious girl named NEI onto the stone floor directly in front of him. A blinding flash of speed, Toru darted forward and caught her before she hit the hard ground, leaving the demon commander stunned by his incredible velocity. Holding the severely injured party member in his arms, Toru demanded to know what had happened to her, only for the commander to cold-heartedly explain that she had been abandoned by the hero's group. Toru dismissed the demon's arrogant taunts, warning him not to bother him while he tended to the fallen girl. As he looked down at her bleeding form, memories resurfaced of a past conversation where NEI had expressed her deep anxiety about holding everyone back at level 20, leading her to blurt out that she should probably leave the party. Back in that memory, Toru had scolded her for acting rashly, reassuring her that all 5 of them would train together to overcome any level difference with skill. She had teased him about whether Lisa would be happy if she left, catching him off guard. NEI had pointed out how obvious his feelings were, urging him to confess to Lisa despite his fear of rejection. Snapping back from his recollection, Toru cradled the wounded NEI while enemy soldiers closed in around them, shouting threats and demanding to know where the hero Sane was. With ruthless precision, Toru sliced through the surrounding demonic soldiers in a single, fluid strike, painting the air with their blood. Fixing his resolute, fiery gaze straight ahead. He issued a stern challenge to the demon commander, inviting him to face him next. He stood resolute as the demon commander sneered, mocking his low-level appearance before roaring in fury that he would not be defeated so easily. Before the demon could even react, his arm was severed clean off in a blinding flash, sending his heavy weapon crashing to the ground in shock. Desperate to buy time, the injured demon cast a massive ice wall to block the path, but the young warrior leapt back effortlessly to maintain his stance. Meanwhile, additional allies arrived at the plaza, surveying the lingering destruction left in the wake of the fierce conflict. Thanking them for their timely arrival, he instructed Keed to immediately tend to the wounded woman lying nearby. His companions attending to the injured, his sharp gaze locked back onto the wounded demon commander, declaring that he would handle the enemy alone. Realizing the true extent of the damage inflicted on him, the enraged demon summoned his sacred demon armor to regain the upper hand. Severed arm flew back through the air, reattaching itself seamlessly as the dark armor encased his body. Sensing a surge of oppressive magic power, the young swordsman braced himself as the demon officer completed his monstrous transformation. Newly armored monster lunged forward with explosive speed, striking hard, but the agile warrior parried the blow and kept his composure. Impressed by the demon's divine slash technique, he countered instantly with a powerful Fong attack of his own. The impact shattered the surrounding stone walls, forcing the swordsman to dust himself off amidst the debris. Tracking the demon's incredible movement speed, he evaluated the monster's enhanced capabilities in real time. Analyzing the magical armor, he realized it boosted the user's level significantly, granting immense raw power to chosen demons. Towering beam of light erupted into the sky as the demon's boosted level displayed at 195, while the onlookers watched in anxious awe. He roared in disbelief and rage, declaring himself the strongest man alive as a violent aura surged from his armored body. Enraged, the general demanded to know how his strike had been stopped, swinging his massive axe with ferocious power, only for Toru to nimbly counter and slice right through his assault. Sensing the lingering danger, Toru leaped backward across the debris-strewn courtyard to put safe distance between them. Toru acknowledged that despite the monster's bulky size, his combat skills and agility were formidable, recognizing that the general had no intention of giving up despite his heavy wounds. Knowing the demon's rapid regeneration rendered light attacks useless, Toru formulated a tactical plan to combine all his skills and deliver a single, decisive blow. Closing the distance in a blur of movement, Toru bypassed the general's guard and thrust his sword directly toward the creature's chest. General gaped in utter shock as he realized Toru had completely erased his presence and used weakness perception to target the magic core within his demon armor, shattering it in seconds. With his core destroyed, the demon general collapsed, bringing the fight to a sudden end while Toru integrated the powerful stat boosts granted by his newly unlocked Dragon Knight and Grand Thief classes. Lying defeated on the ground, the dying general accepted his fate and asked Toru a final question, desperate to know his enemy's true level. Toru looked down calmly at the vanquished commander and delivered his answer. Level 300. Staggering number left the general in sheer disbelief as he drew his final breath, forced to acknowledge the overwhelming gap in their rain poured relentlessly over the Grand Mansion, where traces of an intense battle still remained. Inside, Toru sat quietly by a bedside, keeping a watchful vigil alongside his companion. Stepping out to confer with the local physician, Toru inquired about her status, relieved to hear that the hyper potion he administered had been effective and spared her from lasting damage. Doctor advised that she still required ample rest, warning that previously injured areas remained fragile, before Toru offered his sincere thanks and prepared to return to her side. Turning to the quiet room, he gazed down at her peaceful face as she lay resting under warm blankets. Observing her closely, Toru marveled at the magic's potency, noting with satisfaction that her previously broken arm had knit together completely without leaving a trace. Reflecting on the fortune of their discovery, he was deeply grateful he had saved the rare hyper potion found among ancient ruins for a moment of dire need. Expressing his gratitude to his companion for her aid in healing, Toru found comfort as she modestly accepted his thanks, both reassured by the injured woman's tranquil breathing. To ensure absolute recovery, she offered to examine her further for any underlying abnormal conditions, casting a focused diagnostic spell. Her expression suddenly darkened with concern, prompting her to ask Toru to step outside into the hallway for a private word. Standing alone together in the quiet corridor, a heavy silence fell between them as she prepared to deliver her troubling revelation. She revealed that abnormal magical signatures were affecting the mind, raising the horrifying possibility of brainwashing and pointing toward a sinister force controlling events from the shadows, a memory of Sane flashing through Toru's mind. Clasping his hand to his face in disbelief, Toru struggled to accept that a childhood friend could fall so far or orchestrate such cruelty. Overwhelmed by the weight of the realization, Toru quietly requested to be left alone, stepping toward the window to process his grief as his companion respectfully acquiesced. Haunted by painful memories of her bright smile and the dark truth behind her condition, his fist clenched tightly in silent resolve. He gripped his face in a burning rage, vows of vengeance against Sane tearing from his throat as dawn broke quietly over the distant city below. Inside the quiet room, his companion sat vigilantly beside the tiny birdcage, while he remained silent at the bedside of the recovering warrior. Sudden stir from the bed drew his attention, and he quickly leaned forward to ask if she was all right. As the beastkin girl noticed her waking, the disoriented warrior looked around in confusion until he gently reassured her of his presence. Cautioned her to move carefully so as not to reopen her injuries, listening in grim silence as she quietly deduced that she had been abandoned. He recounted how Sane had ordered her to hold off the powerful demon commander before departing, downplaying her own grievous wounds as insignificant. Sensing a chilling detachment in her gaze, he called out her name in concern. His voice flared with anger as he demanded why she viewed herself so disposable. Yet she merely offered a hollow smile, accepting her role as a mere sacrificial pawn. Unable to watch her throw her life away, he confronted her directly with the harsh truth that her mind was being controlled. She faltered, clutching her head in distress as contradictory feelings of devotion and unnatural compulsion clashed violently within her mind. Presenting a specialized curse-breaking potion he had obtained from the physician, he revealed that there was a way to dispel the brainwashing spell. He sternly warned her of the grave peril involved, explaining that if her false actions clashed too violently with her genuine will, the mental strain could cause total psychological collapse. Placing the vial by her bedside, he insisted the choice was hers alone to make without judgment, stepping out to grant her privacy. As he stepped into the hallway, his companion noted his weary appearance, but he quietly dismissed her concern despite his inner turmoil. Sudden horrific scream shattered the silence, driving them to burst back into the room where they found her writhing in agony on the floor, the empty potion bottle discarded beside her. She writhed on the floor in agony. Her companion rushed forward, unleashing her healing magic in a desperate attempt to stabilize her condition while the young warrior watched in anxious silence. Gradually, the convulsive gasps subsided into heavy, ragged breathing as the intense curse-breaking process reached its conclusion. Sitting down beside them, he softly inquired if the pain had finally begun to settle. Overwhelmed by sudden clarity and remorse, she buried her face in her hands, shouting for him not to look upon her in her current state. Huddled on the floor, she wept uncontrollably, repeatedly apologizing and decrying herself as tainted for the horrific deeds she had committed. He immediately rejected her harsh words, kneeling before her as she sobbed that she was the absolute worst for betraying both her own feelings and him. Reaching out, he firmly reminded her that her actions were forced upon her through mind control and were never her true intent, urging her to stop blaming herself. The gentle, reassuring smile, he affirmed that she was not stained in the slightest, promising that beneath the darkness, her true self remained untouched. Recognizing that she needed time to process her emotions, he entrusted her care to their loyal companion and decided to step outside. Walking down the quiet stone corridor, he emerged from the building into the bright morning air. Before him stretched the entire town, actively bustling with the sights and sounds of steady reconstruction. He strolled casually through the central plaza, observing citizens working side by side to rebuild their destroyed homes. Watching the townspeople organize incoming relief supplies from neighboring villages, he marveled at the resilience of the people who refused to dwell on past tragedy. Reflected on his quiet hope that she too could rebuild her life like these citizens, vowing to care for her always if she could not, when a young woman suddenly called out to him. Grateful girl thanked him tearfully, explaining that his courage during the disaster had allowed her to reunite safely with her family, while surrounding onlookers began to take notice. The gathering crowd recognized him as the savior who had led the defense of their city. Murmurs of admiration swept through the plaza, calling out his name in gratitude. He waved his hands modestly as the grateful crowd bowed before him, insisting that he had merely been passing through when the demons attacked the town. Voices of profound thanks echoed all around, though a few citizens squabbled in the background over who had truly saved their home. Unaccustomed to such overwhelming praise, he offered to assist with the reconstruction efforts, prompting the locals to gladly point out where help was needed most. And asked to transport wood and stone, he readily accepted, remarking that staying busy was the best way to keep his spirits up. Within a week, the peaceful bustle returned to the restored streets of the town. Sitting indoors while sipping his drink, he was caught off guard when Aniray suddenly observed how remarkably kind he was. She confessed that receiving such warmth was difficult for her, revealing that she once shared a similar outlook before offering to tell him her story. She admitted feeling like a burden to her party, crushed under the weight of heavy expectations and the kindness extended to her. Expressing quiet empathy, he reassured her that their struggles were not so different, coaxing a gentle smile from her. He explained how he chose to push forward regardless of the odds, encouraging her with firm confidence that she too would overcome her burdens. Looking down softly, she quietly announced her intention to step away and return to her home village. Her decision to retire as an adventurer caught him by surprise, as she explained that her heart felt broken and the spark for adventure was gone. The sorrowful posture, she shared her wish to spend her remaining days in peace alongside her parents. Recognizing the silent despair in her eyes, he realized she was giving up on life itself, searching merely for one final cherished memory. Refusing to let her abandon hope, he grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the door, ignoring her flustered protests that she was still in her pajamas. He marched into the magistrate's establishment, firmly clutching Nay's shoulders from behind as he loudly declared his intention to form a master-slave contract with her. Shocked by his sudden and outrageous claim, she gasped in disbelief. The official agreed to facilitate the process, making sure it was merely a formal contract, while requesting a moment to verify that the woman was not under any magical mind control. Outraged, Aniray turned on her companion, demanding to know if he was mocking her, but he calmly accepted the official's condition. Confronting her directly, he called out her true intentions, bluntly stating that her real desire was to take her own life. Speechless, she could only stare back at him in stunned silence. He offered her a choice, promising not to force her into the contract if she truly refused, but demanding a pledge in return that she would not end her life. Overwhelmed by grief, she bowed her head, admitting through her agony that the pain was simply more than she could bear. She wept, torn between a desperate wish to die and her inability to go through with it. He rejected her weakness and reaffirmed his demand. Heartbroken over her past betrayal and the guilt of watching her closest friend perish, she called him heartless, but he sternly commanded her to live as her ultimate punishment. Clutching his clothing, she sobbed against his chest, calling him a terrible, despicable man for forcing her to endure. Yet beneath her tears, she leaned into his unyielding support. The contract sealed, a faint smile appeared on her face as she gently touched the magic mark inscribed upon her collarbone. Walking together beneath the night sky, he observed her unexpectedly cheerful mood and teased whether the contract was confusing her mind, prompting an embarrassed outburst from her as a new bond took root. Excitement fills the room as the Beastkin girl eagerly invites her companion to go clothes shopping together. Sitting around the table, Toru points out that staying indoors continuously isn't good, while Nei admits she still has her former adventurer attire to wear. Nei explains her predicament, revealing that Sane took all her luggage and wallet, leaving her penniless and forced to throw away her ruined clothes. Reassuring her that finances are no concern, Toru encourages Nei to express whatever she needs, though she quietly wishes to eventually return home. He reminds her that she is now his slave, stating it is only natural for a master to provide for their slave's well-being. Curious, Nei asks if slaves are typically treated so kindly and wonders if she should address him as master, an idea he enthusiastically approves. Stepping outside into the bustling town, Toru and his companions navigate through lively streets while interacting warmly with local villagers. Nei marvels at how Toru managed to defeat the demon commanders, asking about his strength, but he playfully brushes off her praise as hard work. Stopping at a food stall, the group shares delicious, freshly baked bread together, enjoying the peaceful moment. As they walk, Nei reflects on how Toru comforted her with the same kind words he once used with the others when she was nervous. Calling the moment he took her to the hospital, Nei expresses how his words truly saved her heart. Looking at her with a warm smile, he reaffirms his heartfelt wish for her to always be vibrant and full of joy. Touched deeply by his genuine care, she pledges in her heart to do her absolute best to assist the master who matters so much to her. Arriving at the clothing store, Nei tries on a cute outfit with her companion, flustered yet flattered by Toru's genuine compliment. After hearing her express her gratitude, Toru warmly compliments all of his companions, declaring that every single one of them looks beautiful. Having finished purchasing new clothes for everyone, he wondered where they should head next, only for Kid to eagerly suggest a place she had been hoping to visit. Their destination turned out to be a sprawling, luxurious pool oasis filled with palm trees and clear blue water. Kid leaped into the water with boundless enthusiasm, leaving the young swordsman to marvel at her energetic spirit despite her age. Approaching him with a bottle of lotion, Kid asked if he would rub sunscreen on her back, leaving him flustered as he reluctantly agreed to assist. As his hands touched her soft skin, he fought a quiet internal war, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Reflected on the nature of the slave contract, realizing that while it enforced basic obedience, her affectionate actions and genuine warmth toward him stemmed entirely from her own free will. Stray thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Frau delivered a sharp flying kick to his face, scolding him for taking advantage of the situation while the others happily enjoyed the water. Setting the commotion aside, the entire group splashed around and played together under the bright sunshine. Noticing Nei stepping out of the water, he watched as she quietly announced she was feeling a bit tired and needed to take a rest. He pointed out that Nei still seemed somewhat melancholic and urged him to go accompany her, prompting him to offer to take care of her. He walked over to the shaded lounge area where Nei was sitting alone and handed her a refreshing cold drink. Sitting down beside her in the heat of the day, he relaxed on the bench as they both took a long, cooling sip. Nei stared thoughtfully into her glass before speaking up, confessing the heavy thoughts that had been weighing on her mind. She shared her deep guilt over enjoying herself, while her companions remained brainwashed and mistreated, but he firmly reassured her that she bore no blame for their suffering. Looking out over the resort, he reminded her that Sane was the true villain responsible for everything, assuring her that seeing her live peacefully in her hometown was all he truly wished for. Promised to handle Sane himself, assuring her that he would make the hero pay for everything he had inflicted upon her village. Reaching out his hand toward Nei, he urged her to forget all their worries for the time being and simply focus on having fun. She eagerly gripped his hand in agreement, ready to accept the moment of peace. Together under the bright sunshine, the companions enjoyed their time running along the poolside retreat. A week later in the kingdom of Armand, the group prepared to go their separate ways. As they stood near the carriage, members of the party discussed their upcoming plans, with some returning home to help their families on the farm, while others prepared to continue their journeys as adventurers. As the moment of departure arrived, Toru announced that it was time to say their final goodbyes to one another. Nei expressed her sincere gratitude to Frau and Panda for their encouragement and support, while Frau reflected on how valuable the experience of flying with pixie wings had been. Nei turned to offer heartfelt farewells to Kid, wishing her well, while off to the side, the companions quietly discussed Toru's gentle nature and expressed subtle concern for how he might handle things moving forward. Kid offered a confident nod, reassuring the group that they could leave things to her, prompting Toru to gently extend one last invitation for her to join their party. She found the offer deeply tempting, and Ei explained that she felt she did not have the right to stand beside him, having already made up her mind about her path. Accepting her decision with understanding, Toru conceded that if her mind was made up, there was nothing more he could do to alter her choice. Tears welling in her eyes, they had desperately pleaded with him to rescue Sora, explaining that Sora had barely been cared for by Sane and had suffered terrible abuse that no one deserved. Promised without hesitation that he would definitely save Sora, though internal doubts lingered over whether her heart could bear the trauma, even if freed from brainwashing, prompting NEI to then ask about Lisa's status. Observing his silent hesitation, NEI quietly asked if he still harbored feelings for Lisa, leaving him staring ahead in contemplative silence. Reflecting on his internal turmoil, Toru admitted to himself that while he once would have answered without hesitation, he could no longer truly recognize or understand his own feelings. He listened quietly as NEI acknowledged the deep pain that awaited him. Yet his resolve only hardened as he clenched his fist, accepting that he could no longer turn a blind eye to what needed to be done. Reaching out her fist, NEI placed her complete trust in him to handle the burden. With a steady gaze, he accepted her faith and vowed that, as Sane's former best friend, he would personally bring an end to his actions. The moment of parting arrived. The group gathered near the carriage, while NEI remained behind, watching them prepare for the long road ahead. Leaning out from the carriage, NEI waved enthusiastically and called out her farewells to Toru and the rest of the group. In response, Toru and his companions raised their hands, shouting back promises to meet again. The feelings and hopes entrusted to them held firmly in their hearts. Toru and his companions set off down the open dirt road, continuing their journey into the unknown. Deep in the forest, a massive white tiger monster roared with immense malice, boasting of its status as the Lord of the Woods and declaring its hatred for humans while threatening to destroy Toru. Unfazed by the beast's menacing presence directly above him, Toru apologized to his companion for his carelessness in letting the monster attack, though NEI remained shocked by his sheer indifference. Giant Tiger tried to crush him in its jaws, only to realize in utter horror that Toru's body was impossibly hard, leaving him completely unharmed as he casually drew his sword. The single, devastating swift swing, Toru sliced the massive beast apart, dispatching the creature effortlessly before his stunned comrades. As night fell over the wilderness, the group set up camp. While Keed tended to the campfire, Toru pondered their next moves after opting to leave the defeated monster behind. Gathered around their campsite, Toru outlined their plan to resume their journey toward a specific town in Gridget before ultimately heading to the capital. NEI recalled their original goal of attending a roundtable meeting in Gridget's capital once they obtained the Holy Sword, prompting discussion about their shifting itinerary. Considering Sane's movements in the capital, Toru decided they would first check on the status of Lisa and Sora, planning to ambush Sane after dealing with the immediate matters. Produced a specialized potion capable of detecting brainwashing, explaining that if applied to someone under mind control, their body would glow pale pink. Though confident that Sane was responsible for the brainwashing, Toru admitted that he still needed to confront his former friend directly to understand his motives. Reflected on Sane's past as his childhood friend and former leader of the White Fang, struggling to reconcile that history with the villainous person Sane had become. NEI questioned why Sane hadn't tried to brainwash Toru as well, to which Keed voiced her admiration for Toru's good nature and restraint. Toru analyzed the three main methods of brainwashing: drugs, hypnosis, or special magic, noting how difficult it is to obtain such drugs unless one holds high status or immense wealth. He deduced that Sane likely possessed a rare skill called Evil Eye of Temptation, which would allow him to manipulate others directly without relying on external items. Including their discussion, Toru warned the party to stay vigilant, recognizing the severe risk posed by Sane's ability to control members of the opposite sex. He reasoned that bringing the defeated hero back to his home country to face public trial under their laws would be the ultimate humiliation for such an arrogant adversary. His companions agreed, eager to turn the page on the dark affair and look toward their next destination. Eager to lighten the mood, they shifted their focus toward the famous tourist town they were heading to, full of anticipation for what awaited them. However, a sudden mention of the local reputation of Baton Village left him momentarily stunned. Quickly stammered in protest, pleading with him not to misunderstand his intentions, while Keed quietly pondered whether the rumors about his preferences were true. Along the road, Frau leaped into action with a spirited cry, displaying martial prowess that completely shattered expectations and revealed her surprisingly high level of combat power. Impressed by the display, Keed encouraged him to place greater trust in Frau as they pulled up her status window for closer inspection. Magical display confirmed her impressive attributes, showcasing specialized abilities alongside a mysterious skill known as Prayer for Growth. Frau proudly preened over her stats, prompting him to deduce that her growth skill was likely intended to accelerate agricultural yields rather than combat prowess. Their light-hearted banter continued as they discussed Keed's immense potential at level 260, though playful jabs about age quickly drew flustered reactions. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before him, announcing that his repaired experience-saving skill had reactivated and was banking earned combat experience. Examining his status board in detail, he marveled at the extensive tree of saved experience multipliers and ability boosts operating in the background. Putting his system screens away, the group crossed a majestic stone bridge built against high rocky cliffs, catching their first breathtaking glimpse of the settlement. They arrived at last at Batten Village, taking in the grand entrance to the bustling cliffside town. Stepping into the crowded streets filled with merchants and local townsfolk, he immediately noticed something unusual about the local populace. Observing the uniquely endowed local women passing by, his companions realized that the earlier rumors about the town were entirely accurate. He examined a box of round, steamed pastries, noting their suggestive shape with a mixture of surprise and amusement. Taking a bite of the pastry alongside Keed, he listened as she fondly reminisced about the taste, which reminded her of the cow milk bread from her hometown, while Frau sat comfortably between them, enjoying her own portion. He inquired about the origins of the tradition, learning from Keed that an elder in her ancestral village had provided these special treats to her clan after every meal, a secret kept even from her own mother. Status notifications suddenly chimed with a series of alerts, informing him that his skills saving limit was capped and that his level up removal effect was undergoing a temporary repair process. As Keed happily embraced him in gratitude for the meal, he opened his skill window to inspect the newly acquired abilities that had just unlocked. Viewing his updated profile alongside Keed, he noted several new skills, including double skill experience, Dragon's Eye, Mega Boost Master, Job Copy, and Super Multi-Purpose Key. He analyzed the specific functions of his new abilities, realizing that Dragon's Eye allowed him to perceive hidden entities, while Mega Boost Master enhanced his control over tamed beasts. Continuing his review, he considered how Job Copy could replicate rare talents and how Super Multi-Purpose Key could unlock virtually any lock, expanding his strategic options significantly. Walking down the path with his companions, he discussed the implications of acquiring double overall skill experience, noting that both Keed and Frau might gain access to unique ability trees as well. The group ascended a steep mountain stairway carved into the cliffside, reaching the summit where a massive stone pathway led forward. High above the valley floor, sunlight bathed the majestic, ancient tower rising dramatically above the tree canopy. Sweeping panorama revealed the sprawling mountain range and the mysterious structure standing isolated amidst dense wilderness. Stopping at a wooden railing, he and his party gazed up at the magnificent structure, identifying it as the legendary Tower of Crows. They marveled at the imposing ancient ruins, noting the unknown architectural methods and enigmatic origin behind its massive stone construction. Observing the surrounding area, he considered the rumors that the region was strictly protected by elves and that no human had ever managed to explore the tower's unknown interior. He stood discussing the relationship between elves and fairies with his companions, observing Frau's excitement while reflecting on how rare was to see a fairy up close. Frustrated that Frau had withheld her knowledge until now, he questioned whether they could pay a visit to the elves' village, though Frau admitted she was uncertain. Pointing toward the distant tower, Frau noted how stubborn the locals were, prompting him to reluctantly agree to seek her aid in negotiation. Frau enthusiastically struck a deal to level up so she could stand on equal footing with Keed, despite her companions secretly doubting her capabilities. Their objective clear, the group set out into the wilderness toward the mountains, resolved to focus entirely on raising Frau's level. Frau leapt into combat against a towering monster bear, unleashing her magic power in a dramatic burst of force. Continuing her fierce assault, she launched a barrage of destructive light attacks that pulverized a giant bird monster and surrounding beasts. Her overwhelming magical power triggered massive explosions across the battlefield, obliterating every threat in sight. After defeating the horde, Frau celebrated reaching level 200, leaving her companions stunned at her incredible display. As they surveyed the defeated beasts, they discussed collecting valuable monster materials, noting that selling them all at once could yield a fortune. Advancing deeper into the forest, they arrived at an ancient, overgrown stone archway, realizing they had entered a controlled territory. Suddenly, a warning arrow zipped past them and struck the ground, signaling that an unseen archer was targeting them without intent to kill. Taking cover behind a large tree, he called out into the woods, assuring the hidden watcher that they meant no harm and wished to talk. Mysterious elf warrior stepped out from the shadows with her bow drawn, sternly warning the intruders to leave the forest immediately. As Toru and his companions ventured deeper into the sacred domain, an elf guardian aimed her drawn bow directly at him, issuing a stern warning that any step closer would cost him his life. Surprised by the archer's immediate hostility, Toru urgently tried to de-escalate the situation, calling out for her to wait, while Frau recognized the elf as Alyosha. Demanding a chance to speak, Frau declared that she was actually Toru's slave, prompting Alyosha to question why anyone would willingly stand beside a human, whom she considered a natural enemy. Shocked to learn that Alyosha herself had once been captured and enslaved by humans, Toru attempted to reassure her, explaining that they only wished to visit the tower and meant no harm. However, Frau's cheerful insistence that she served her master willingly only served to infuriate the elf archer even further. Consuming herself with rage over the thought of a human enslaving both fairies and elves, Alyosha swore to kill him on the spot. Without hesitation, Keed stepped in front of Toru to shield him, taking up a defensive stance despite his attempts to calm the situation. Seeing Keed defend him, Alyosha condemned Toru as a coward for hiding behind a slave, while Frau fiercely defended her master's honor. Driven to absolute fury by what she perceived as a profound humiliation, Alyosha raised her bow, screaming that they would all die. She unleashed a flurry of rapid-fire arrows, but Keed deflected every single projectile with incredible speed and agility. Alyosha marveled at Keed's astonishing reaction speed, realizing that despite her low numerical level, the beastkin possessed extraordinary physical combat capabilities. The attack thwarted, Toru tried once more to explain their peaceful intent to view the tower, but Alyosha stubbornly refused to trust a human's words. Noticing the archer's grim expression, Toru realized that the tension between elves and humans ran far deeper than he had initially anticipated. Raising her hand toward the sky, Alyosha began incanting a high-tier spell, summoning the ancient spirits of the forest to grant her power. Watching the massive mana gathering around the archer, Frau explained to Toru the crucial distinction between common magic powered by personal energy and spirit magic invoked through environmental spirits. She exalted in the unique properties of spirit magic, explaining how invisible entities execute omnidirectional strikes dictated by their own autonomous willpower. Analyzing the situation calmly, Toru reasoned that if the underlying spirit entities were neutralized, the caster's spell work would falter. He decided it was time to activate his newly acquired skill, taking point to handle the incoming magical threat himself. Invoking Dragon's Eye, his vision sharpened instantly, allowing him to perceive hidden spiritual presences that were normally completely invisible. High above, a massive avian wind spirit manifested, responding to Alyosha's urgent command to strike down her target. With astounding speed, Toru closed the distance, physically intercepting the invisible spirit and wrestling it away from its course before it could strike. Before she could comprehend what had happened to her attack, Toru appeared directly behind her in a flash. Bewildered, she attempted to call upon the wind spirit once more, but her magic completely failed to trigger as Toru calmly stood by her side. Casually explained that he had physically grabbed the wind spirit and cast it away, leaving the archer speechless at the sheer impossibility of his feat. Collapsing to her knees as her spirit connection fully dissolved, she winced in defeat while Toru checked on her condition. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and confusion, tears welled up in her eyes as she absorbed the total collapse of her offensive. Toru suggested that they cease fighting and talk reasonably, prompting her to yield and agree to listen. Frau proudly boasted about Toru's overwhelming strength, demanding that Alyosha apologize and grant them entrance to the village. Toru pointed out that if she had spoken more carefully, this violent clash could have been avoided entirely. Overcome with remorse, she offered a genuine apology, prompting Frau to propose that they visit the village as official representatives of the fairy leader instead. Recognizing the official nature of the visit, the elf agreed to guide them safely into her village. Together, the group approached the ancient stone archway marking the entrance to the hidden elf village. She led the party through the grand stone arches that served as the gateway to the hidden elven settlement, where massive ancient trees intertwined with ornate stone bridges. As they crossed into the realm, Alyosha noted that it had been over a century since outsiders last set foot in their village, leaving Toru to wonder who those previous visitors might have been. She cautioned them not to expect a warm welcome, recalling her brother's stories of how the last group of human heroes had brought nothing but trouble. Her warning proved true immediately, as the local elves gathered along the pathways, casting cold, hostile glares at the human intruder. Sensing the overwhelming animosity and hearing shouts for him to leave, Toru quietly suggested to himself that it might be wise to depart as quickly as possible. His companions asked why he did not simply boast of his true strength to silence the crowds. Toru admitted he was uncertain how they would react and preferred not to brag. Unable to tolerate the disrespect shown toward her master, Frau unleashed a surge of fairy power that shattered the stone ground, declaring that insulting him meant challenging her entire tribe. Toru quickly intervened to calm the fairy down, while Alyosha acknowledged that while disrespect toward the man who defeated her was unacceptable, excessive force was unnecessary. Turning to Toru with a subtle smile, Alyosha promised to show him proper hospitality later, remarking that it would be a shame to treat the one who bested her as an ordinary human. Offering a quiet word of thanks, Toru walked along the winding mountain path toward the heart of the village. Before them stood the magnificent palace of the elf leader, an architectural marvel carved into the cliffside. Inside the grand audience chamber, a youthful elf seated on an ornate sofa introduced himself as Heinz, the leader of the forest elves. After Toru introduced himself, he could not help but ask about the leader's age, only to be stunned when Heinz revealed he was actually 320 years old. Toru marveled internally at the incredible lifespan of elves, struggling to reconcile Heinz's youthful appearance with his vast age. Shifting the conversation to their visit, Toru asked if he might view the village's iconic tower up close, explaining that anyone gazing upon such a majestic structure would naturally wish to see it firsthand. He listened closely as the elf leader acknowledged the grandeur of the ancient tower and offered permission to examine it, though Heinz quickly added that there was one strict condition attached. Heinz explained that while the tower served as the symbol of their village and strangers were normally kept away, accepting his terms would grant unlimited access to study the structure. The young adventurer pressed to hear the catch. Heinz revealed the condition with a calm smile. He simply had to find a way to open the tower's sealed door. The leader admitted that even the elves remained ignorant of what lay inside, explaining that the structure was built by an ancient race, possesses only a single front entrance, and cannot be scratched by any magic, yet its lock noticeably lacks a key. As Toru wondered why no key had been passed down through generations of elves, Heinz confirmed that despite living in these lands for centuries, no such key was ever preserved. Despite inhabiting the surrounding forest continuously, the massive ancient door and the mystery of what lay beyond remained completely unsolved by the elf nation. Realizing that opening the door offered a chance to explore a truly unknown realm, the young man weighed the proposition while his companions quietly squabbled over potential treasure cuts. Heinz graciously agreed to let them keep 30% of whatever treasures they might discover inside if they succeeded in unsealing the entrance, arrangement that impressed his companions. Alyosha suddenly intervened to warn her leader against agreeing to such terms so lightly. But Heinz reassured her, noting that even legendary thieves of the past had failed to break the seal. Observing their striking facial similarities, the young traveler correctly deduced that the forest guardian was the leader's sister, prompting a brief sibling spat between the two elves, confirming one final time that opening the door would grant full freedom to explore the interior. The adventurer received a firm commitment from Heinz to treat them as official guests. The agreement settled. The party set out toward the majestic stone tower rising high into the sky above the forest canopy. Standing at the base of the gigantic monument, the companions looked up in awe at the sheer scale of the imposing structure and its sealed entrance. As Keed and Frau marveled at the ancient architecture, the swordsman approached the doorway and located the keyhole, asking if he could attempt to test the massive door. The moment he reached out to examine the keyhole, a sudden shockwave of energy flared violently from the ancient portal, startling everyone present. He stepped back from the massive door, admitting that despite putting all his strength into it, the sealed entrance hadn't budged in the slightest. Alyosha, still startled by the sudden energy reaction, noted that brute force clearly would not prevail here. Turning back toward the imposing entrance, she inquired what his next course of action would be. The confident smirk, Toru produced a simple pin, holding it up into the light as he declared his intention to open the door with it. Shocked by the absurd suggestion, Alyosha couldn't believe her eyes as he prepared to demonstrate his lock-picking skill. Alyosha gasped in utter disbelief as Toru produced a simple hairpin, questioning if he truly intended to pick the ancient lock with such a basic tool, while Toru remained entirely unbothered. Admitting it was his first time attempting such a task, Toru chuckled nervously, prompting Alyosha to furiously shout that if a door sealed for millennia could be opened so easily, it would have been unlocked long ago. Alyosha insisted that an original key was indispensable for a door untouched for thousands of years, dismissing his effort as a complete waste of time. But Toru calmly asserted that actions speak louder than words and decided to give it a try anyway. Inserting the pin into the keyhole, Toru activated his master key skill, causing bright light and magic tendrils to burst forth from the lock, leaving Alyosha completely, speechlessly shocked. The heavy, echoing groan, the massive stone doors of the ancient ruins slowly swung open before the astonished group. Toru cheered cheerfully at his immediate success, while Alyosha lost her composure entirely, calling him a fool in sheer frustration. Stepping through the threshold, Toru casually declared it was time to explore, unbothered when Frau offered 30% of the treasure to Alyosha, who desperately begged for mercy while clinging to Frau. Frau demanded where her pride as an elf went and reminded her of her brother's words. Alyosha dramatically wailed that she possessed no such pride and vowed to act with utter disdain instead. Inside the first floor of the Croyas Tower, the companions came across a massive, mysterious egg sitting on an elevated stone pedestal. Approaching the pedestal, Alyosha remarked that it appeared to be a beast egg, wondering aloud how such an artifact ended up inside the tower. Reaching out to touch the surface, Toru noted its strange, gelatinous texture as his hand made contact with the shell. Suddenly, a foul, rotten stench burst from the egg, causing Toru, Alyosha, and the others to recoil in absolute disgust. After assessing the egg, Keed reported that it was in a terrible state and dead, prompting Alyosha to panic and immediately attempt to retreat from the nauseating smell. Unable to bear the unbearable stench any longer, Alyosha spotted a staircase leading upward and urged everyone to hurry to the next floor, with Toru agreeing as they rushed away. As he reached the base of the stairs, Toru offered a brief, apologetic thought to the ruined egg, expressing regret that it could not have been a viable companion. As he stepped onto the second floor, he noticed that the layout was entirely different from the lower level, expressing his surprise as the party surveyed the vast room. Before them stretched a grand bathhouse-like chamber, complete with sparkling clean water streaming into a central pool. Observing that no creatures inhabited the area, Keed confirmed the water was safe to drink, prompting him to stoop down and scoop up a taste. The water proved to be exceptionally delicious and refreshingly chilled, leaving the entire group pleasantly delighted by the pure spring water. Alyosha burst into tears of joy, the the group learned that her town lacked a nearby water source, meaning this discovery could serve as drinking water for her people. Though legends spoke of an elf treasure hidden within the ruins, Alyosha recognized this endless spring as the true treasure for her town, even as he pondered if something more awaited them. Thief instincts nagged at him, hinting that there might still be genuine treasure hidden elsewhere. Determined to explore further, he led the group past the pool toward a staircase leading up to the 3rd floor. Upon ascending to the 3rd floor, they found themselves surrounded by tall shelves arranged neatly beneath a soaring spiral staircase. Inspecting the contents, the group noticed the shelves were stacked with mysterious cylindrical objects. A closer look revealed that the vast chamber was filled entirely with countless magic scrolls. Examining the labels, they realized the scrolls were organized by type, including rare magic absorption scrolls worth a staggering 130 million each. Scanning further down the aisles, he spotted high-tier scrolls like clairvoyance, identification, and penetration, leading him to calculate the astronomical fortune contained on a single shelf. Because the tower had been sealed by an ancient race thousands of years ago, he realized these scrolls could represent lost magic unknown to the modern market. Filled with excitement, his attention was drawn to a glowing sign written in ancient script above one of the shelves. He turned urgently to Keed, asking if she could read the ancient scriptures. To his relief, the Beastkin girl confirmed immediately that she was capable of deciphering them. He recalled that scholars capable of deciphering ancient texts were exceptionally rare in this world, rendering such a skill nearly impossible to master easily. When Frau chimed in claiming she could also read them, he couldn't hide his bewilderment, wondering where on earth the tiny fairy had picked up such knowledge. Examining the scroll in her hands, Keed found herself thoroughly perplexed by its nature, prompting him to realize that the object was indeed far from ordinary. Recognizing the immense value of their findings, Keed noted that these scrolls were a true treasure, expressing her deep gratitude to him for unlocking the entrance, since without his intervention, they would have obtained neither the pure water nor these precious texts. She offered him a warm, appreciative smile and declared him to be a good man. He noticed that her perception of him had fundamentally shifted from a simple human to someone worthy of profound respect. He considered how practical these single-use magic scrolls would prove in battle, even as he reflected on the sheer abundance of them surrounding them. Realizing that the elves had little interest in monetary wealth, they deduced that these ruins were built primarily for the defense of the local village, prompting him to lead the group onward up the winding staircase toward the next level. Upon reaching floor 4, they discovered yet another repository lined with endless shelves of ancient scrolls. Surveying the identical rows of shelves, Keed mused that the entire structure seemed to have been constructed specifically to store scrolls, pointing out that selling even a fraction of them would solve any financial troubles forever. Meanwhile, Frau darted ahead in sheer excitement toward the next staircase. Arriving at floor 5, the group stood before a massive, ornate double door, noticing immediately that the architectural style was completely different from the previous levels. Utilizing his master key skill to unseal the imposing entryway, he led the party into the grand chamber beyond, only to find the vast room entirely devoid of visible treasure, leaving them bewildered by its emptiness. Stepping further into the center of the spacious hall, they discovered a large, glowing magic teleportation circle etched directly into the stone floor. The intricate magic circle flared with brilliant, ambient mana, pulsing with active energy ready to transport anyone who stepped onto its platform. Observing the active portal, he reasoned that under the circumstances, stepping through would likely transport them to another set of ancient ruins altogether. Assuring his companions that there was nothing to fear given their current strength, he listened as Keed warmly expressed her complete trust in him, declaring that she would follow him wherever he decided to go, while Frau cheerfully squeaked her agreement. Looking at his steadfast companions with a quiet, confident smile, he felt a profound sense of gratitude, knowing in his heart that he was blessed with truly wonderful comrades. As he stepped through the glowing transport circle alongside his companions, his heart filled with quiet gratitude for everyone who had stood by his side. Meanwhile, 2 weeks prior, high above the bustling skyline of Osis, capital of the Kingdom of Valsi, another story was unfolding within the royal palace. Inside the grand throne room, the king offered cold congratulations for obtaining the holy sword, before instantly shifting to a stern rebuke over the shameful performance in Norstal. Sane bit his lip in frustration, haunted by memories of abandoning his companions, fleeing the city during its severe destruction, and feeling utterly powerless against the overwhelming monster. Monarch pointedly reminded him that after his cowardice, a group known as the Manhwa Brigade had stepped in to defeat the threat, questioning why the Demon King's subordinates were even present. Feeling under the heavy pressure of the monarch's gaze, Sane could only bow his head in bitter disgrace, forced to acknowledge that his failure tarnished his reputation as the bearer of the hero's title. Anger boiled within him as he secretly cursed the Manhwa Brigade, convincing himself that they had merely taken credit after he had already weakened the creature. Desperate for redemption, Sane begged the monarch for another chance, prompting the king to grant him the benefit of the doubt as a hero who was still developing. While inwardly harboring venomous thoughts toward the monarch, Sane listened as the king ordered guards to bring forward a special presentation to assign him a new directive. Monarch proudly showcased a captive high elf, boasting of her immense value and stunning beauty, which left Sane completely wide-eyed with awe. Outlining his true motives, the monarch instructed Sane to travel to the elf village in the Gridget forest to capture another high elf slave for his collection. Sane confirmed the nature of the task, realizing the king intended to send him off to secure an exotic captive without spending a single coin. A twisted smile crossed Sane's face as he considered the proposition, rationalizing that high elves naturally belonged with heroes, and deciding he would claim one for himself. Determined to seize this opportunity, Sane pledged to crush demon General Rovas and fulfill the royal mission to secure the High Elf. Secondary objective was set upon the rugged mountain pass to Greyfield, where the demon general currently blocked the vital path from the Gridget Kingdom. Bowed before the throne, loudly pledging to fulfill the royal decree without fail after the monarch commanded him to slay the demon general and make a name for himself. King abruptly dismissed him, declaring that their next meeting would take place at a round table in the capital of Gridget, provided he brought back both the head of Rovas and a high elf. As he exited the grand palace hall alongside his companions, resentment festered within him. He harbored intense bitterness toward the ruler who dared address him so condescendingly. The companion noticed his dark mood and asked what was wrong. He casually brushed it off while quietly resolving to humor the kingdom only for as long as it served his interests. Leaving the towering white spires and cascading waterfalls of the capital behind, the party set out toward the distant forest territory. Along the road, local chatter was filled with praise for Toru's group, causing Sane's blood to boil as he overheard continuous glowing rumors about his rival's deeds. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he struggled to regain his composure, reminding himself that he must stay calm and reclaim his former glory. Upon reaching a cliff overlooking the outskirts of the elf domain, the group paused to admire the majestic view of the nearby ancient tower and the surrounding forest. Observing the mysterious structure, Sane remarked on how incredible it would be to explore the ancient, untouched ruin. Behind a composed facade, a sinister scheme took shape in his mind as he envisioned seizing rare artifacts, capturing a high elf for his own gratification, and eventually selling her off to a slave merchant. His allies questioned whether the elves would welcome them. Sane smoothly reassured them that as revered heroes fighting a common enemy, their reception was guaranteed. With newfound confidence and arrogance, the heroes' party rallied together, ready to make their grand entrance into the elf. As a group of heroes arrived in the elven village, panic erupted immediately when a terrifying scream echoed through the clearing, leaving Sane's party baffled by the invisible, spirit-based force assaulting them. Urging his party to stay alert, the young hero struggled to locate the source of the magic, realizing in frustration that an attack could come from anywhere within the dense forest. Standing firm before them with her bow drawn, the elven archer quietly warned the intruders to turn back, cold resolution in her eyes as she readied her shot. Captivated by her striking beauty, he ordered his companions to cease fire and proudly declared himself to be the hero Sane, announcing he had come to borrow her power to defeat the Demon King. Grandly boasted that even the elves must fear the Demon King and urged her to ask him for protection, but the elf remained completely unmoved as she quietly drew her blade. Bewildered by her indifference, he shouted in disbelief, insisting that he was the only one capable of slaying the Demon King and demanding that she acknowledge his power. Without a moment's hesitation, she met his gaze with absolute coldness and flatly stated that she was not interested. She explained that although the Demon King was a shared enemy. Her village had chosen not to participate in the conflict, urging the ungrateful human to listen to his own heart instead of making demands. Pointing to the relentless greed of humanity, she reminded him that humans could no longer be trusted, referencing their insatiable urge to capture and traffic elves into slavery. Trying to defend himself, he argued that he was not that kind of human, urging her to trust his word while noting that the only humans the elves trusted were those of the Manhwa Brigade. She revealed that the Manhwa Brigade had left after becoming true friends to the elves, then scathingly added that his true, repulsive nature was showing right on his face. Enraged by her words, the arrogant warrior snapped and unleashed a sinister mind control skill from his eye, commanding her to submit and become his. Believing his skill had successfully taken root, he broke into a twisted, arrogant laugh and declared that she was now nothing more than his slave. Suddenly, he shrieked in excruciating agony as blood burst violently from his eyes, while the elven archer stood untouched, calmly observing that his cheap skill had utterly backfired against her superior level. Aiming her bow with deadly intent, she formally declared him an enemy, leaving the blinded hero reeling in shock and agony as he realized her level far exceeded his own. She stood unflinching as Sane's companions launched a desperate flurry of attacks, unleashing volleys of magical arrows. The hero's party tried to overwhelm her with speed and raw aggression, but their strikes barely registered against her supernatural defenses. Closing the distance in an instant, Alyosha sought to exploit the inherent vulnerability of archers in close quarters. Sane's ally barely managed to block the swift, forceful retaliation as the skirmish intensified. Desperate to turn the tide, Lisa invoked high-tier spirit magic, launching a powerful burst sphere directly at the Elven Guardian. Unfazed, Alyosha channeled her own formidable spirit magic to counter the incoming destruction. Massive magical shield flared into existence, absorbing the blast entirely. Sane watched in absolute disbelief as the impenetrable barrier rendered their most expensive magic scroll completely useless. Their high-grade magic expended to no avail, the hero's party realized the grim reality of their situation. Alyosha looked down upon them coldly, pointing out that their ignorance of high-level elven magic had led to their utter defeat. Surrounded by elven archers stepping out from the forest shadows, Sane and his remaining companions found themselves utterly helpless, realizing they had been trapped from the very beginning. Recognizing the battle was lost, the party beat a hasty retreat, hauling the injured Sane away into the woods, while Alyosha made it clear that any further intrusion would result in swift execution. Sometime later, far from the conflict, Hines listened in utter disbelief as Toru explained how Sane's party had previously raided a tower to secure high-value scrolls weeks before. As Toru calmly recounted the sequence of events, Alyosha verified his claims, confirming that the human hero had indeed unsealed the ancient doors. Shocked by the revelation, Hines recoiled in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how easily the seal had been broken and what it meant for their kingdom's security. Heated argument broke out between the elven siblings regarding how to proceed, with Alyosha sharply chastising her brother for failing to heed her earlier warnings about human greed. Gaining his composure, Hines conceded to her points, acknowledging that they had no choice but to honor their agreement and fulfill the promises made to Toru's group. Toru expressed his sincere gratitude, knowing that securing the abundant water source and ancient scrolls would vastly strengthen the surrounding settlements. Gesticulating warmly, Hines invited them to rest comfortably in the village, offering their full hospitality as a token of genuine appreciation. Peace restored and their alliance cemented, Toru and his companions shared a relaxed, light-hearted moment together, content with the outcome of their ordeal. Shook hands firmly with Hines to solidify their newfound trust before reaching back into his pack to reveal another mysterious item he had brought along. Unrolling 2 ancient parchments across the table, he explained that these unique scrolls possessed body-strengthening magic unlike anything he had encountered before. Examining the scroll closely, Hines was astonished to discover its rare property, a technique that could directly grant skills to an individual without typical restrictions. The elven leader admitted that even in his 3 centuries of life, he had never witnessed scrolls capable of teaching abilities directly, as standard scrolls merely activated pre-existing powers. Gazing at the glowing scroll in his hand, Toru realized that the mere existence of such an artifact would shatter common knowledge and constitute a monumental historical discovery. The group began discussing the academic implications of these artifacts, contemplating how presenting such ancient discoveries could grant them high honors and prestige among scholars. Later that evening, the village erupted into a lively, joyous feast, with elves and guests gathering around long wooden tables laden with food and drink. Sitting together, Toru enjoyed a refreshing drink after his hard labor, while Lisa enthusiastically devoured the delicious grilled makoi potatoes. As the conversation shifted to their travels, Toru described the prosperous capital of Armand and the bustling clothing stores where he had purchased various goods. And asked if she had ever ventured beyond the forest, Alyosha solemnly explained that her duty to protect the village prevented her from ever leaving her home. Under the glow of the full moon, the quiet, ancient forest reflected the deep-seated elven belief that they were born to live and die within the shelter of its trees. Pondering the history books, Toru brought up how elves often featured in legends, prompting Alyosha to explain that fear of their spirit magic caused both the Demon King and historical armies to repeatedly target their settlements. She detailed how centuries of conflict led to splintered factions, with some elves leaving to become legends while others formed deep animosity toward humans despite occasional alliances. Noticing her lingering curiosity about the wider world, Toru gently invited Alyosha to join them on their journey if she truly wished to explore beyond the forest borders. Surprised by his earnest offer, the elf guardian offered a soft, quiet smile and offered her heartfelt gratitude for his kindness. She gently declined his invitation, explaining her deep affection for her home village, a choice he accepted without pressuring her further. Instead, she offered to make his stay memorable by taking him to a secret, beautiful location known only to the elves, which he eagerly accepted. As they planned the journey, she noted how cautious and grounded he remained despite his impressive strength, vastly different from when he had lost his spirit. Setting off into the deep woodland, the group found themselves traversing precipitous heights along massive tree branches, making the companions tread nervously. Suddenly losing his footing high above the forest floor, he stumbled forward, drawing panicked shouts from his companions. Catching his balance just in time, he reassured everyone that he was unhurt while taking a moment to steady his nerves. Observing the dense canopy, he remarked on the extreme difficulty of the path, though the elven archer casually explained that such terrain was second nature to her people. She teased him for complaining about simple navigation despite his warrior status, prompting him to defend his human limitations. Analyzing her fluid movements, he recognized the exceptional agility and three-dimensional spatial awareness needed to maneuver through the web of branches, resolving to use the experience as training. Realizing a quick solution, he decided to utilize his unique mimic skill to copy her innate traversal techniques. Focusing his gaze entirely on the elven archer, he locked onto her target profile to initiate the skill copy. She bounded effortlessly across the canopy. He prepared to mirror her exact movements across the lofty boughs. Instantly, his body began moving on its own accord, guided by the newly acquired physical memory of the elven skill. Leapt fearlessly across the high branches with newfound, superhuman grace, keeping pace with the elven leader effortlessly. Landing cleanly beside her, he left the elven archer utterly stunned by his sudden, perfect adaptation to the tree canopy. Reflected on his new technique as they traveled, observing how the mimic ability automatically synchronized his physical movements with his target's actions. The companion floating alongside him questioned whether he fully grasped its potential, prompting him to remark on just how exceptionally useful this power would prove in their journey. He realized that repeating these semi-automatic movements allowed his body to retain the physical memory, making the elven traversal easy to master naturally. As they bounded through the high branches, the agile elven navigation proved remarkably precise. While he eagerly asked their guide to pick up the pace, The spellcaster behind them struggled to keep up, breathlessly crying out that she was already moving as fast as she could. Their high canopy path eventually led them toward a majestic, secluded waterfall, cascading down sheer rock cliffs into a tranquil pool below. Observing the sudden shift in terrain, the young swordsman pointed out how different the surroundings had become. His companion marveled at how far they had traveled into the deep wilderness, to which their elven guide confirmed that they would soon reach the entrance of their true destination. Stopping near the rocky incline, the elf warned the group that dangerous monsters might inhabit the area ahead, advising everyone to prepare for combat. The swordsman nodded in agreement, assuring them that all would be well if they managed to avoid any beasts. She guided them a few steps further before announcing their arrival. Looking upon the hidden passageway, the elf revealed that this was the sole secret entrance leading into their domain, prompting the travelers to recognize its immense importance to her hidden village. For them stood a radiant, cavernous aperture carved into the mountain wall, glowing with ethereal light. The elven guide gestured toward the breathtaking portal, introducing it to the party as the cave was standing before a dark, jagged opening carved into the rocky cliff face. Toru peered into the shadowy depths of the Star Cave, the secret domain of the elves. Curious as to how they would even enter such an inaccessible place, Toru was shocked when Alyosha casually demonstrated, springing upward and running straight up the sheer vertical cliff wall. Taking a breath, Toru bound his companions securely with sturdy ropes and launched himself up the cliff, trusting in his strength to haul them up to the entrance behind him. Once safely inside the cavern, Toru took a moment to praise Razuk and Panda for their reliable assistance during the steep climb. As they ventured deeper into the damp air, the companions complained about the stifling humidity, while Frau nestled comfortably inside her container. Passage opened up into a vast, flooded chamber filled with jagged rock outcroppings rising above the dark water. Alyosha warned that the flooded cavern had become a breeding ground for aquatic monsters, stepping out onto the slippery rocks to take the lead. Without warning, a monstrous toad burst from the dark water with its jaws agape, but Alyosha stood her ground with her bow fully drawn. Observing the creature's swift assault, Toru cautioned the group to stay sharp and press forward quickly despite the overwhelming numbers gathering around them. As more vicious beasts leaped from the waves, Frau joined the fray, launching herself into action to clear a path through the swarm. Unleashing her magical power, Frau cast a searing spell that shattered the surrounding monsters in a cascade of lightning and ice. Although they anticipated the straightforward attack patterns, a massive, multi-tentacled beast suddenly emerged right behind Alyosha. Moving with incredible instinct, Toru rushed forward, drawing his blade as he calculated the shortest line of attack to protect his companion. Glided effortless across the water surface, striking with swift, decisive blows that sliced through the looming tentacles before they could strike. Landing fluidly atop the rock beside Alyosha, Toru casually remarked on his elven-style movement, leaving her stunned by his sheer skill. Having dispatched the threat with supernatural speed, he landed smoothly beside his companion, leaving her utterly stunned by a display of movement so swift it resembled teleportation. Checking to ensure she was unharmed, Toru offered a steadying hand, though their quiet moment was quickly interrupted by Keed bounding forward to embrace him. As Keed eagerly requested affection from her master, Frau added her own noisy commentary, prompting Alyosha to remind the group that they needed to remain focused and keep moving forward. Resuming their trek, Alyosha reflected on the aquatic beast they had just fought, explaining that such creatures were absent during her previous visits and likely wandered in from underground waterways rather than belonging to the cave's native threats. Her path soon opened into a breathtaking cavern illuminated by countless glowing crystals, filling the party with awe as they paused to marvel at the subterranean light show. Plucking a small, radiant fragment from the rock face, Toru presented it as a keepsake to commemorate their journey into the depths. Alyosha cautioned them that the true wonder of the caves lay further ahead, but accessing it required passing through the territory of a far deadlier apex predator that they should ideally slip past unnoticed. Toru inquired whether simply slaying the beast would be safer, Alyosha soberly revealed that countless elite elven warriors had met their end attempting to do just that. She elaborated that the ancient ruler of the cave possessed armored scales capable of deflecting both arrows and magic spells, leaving stealth as their only viable strategy for survival. Heeding her warning, the group proceeded with extreme caution across a narrow stone bridge, winding through the flooded cavernous chamber. Looking down into the dark waters below, Toru caught sight of shadowy aquatic predators circling beneath the surface, reinforcing the danger surrounding their narrow walkway. Just as they reassured themselves that crossing the pathway would bring them to safety, a deep, ominous roar echoed violently across the subterranean hall. Their horror, the severed octopus creature they had previously defeated reappeared from the water, having rapidly regenerated its shattered body. Before they could react to the creature's return, the true master of the cave burst forth from the depths, a gargantuan, ancient reptilian leviathan towering directly over their pathway. Toru and his companions froze in absolute shock, gazing up at the terrifying, colossal beast blocking their escape route. Stood beside Alyosha as she recognized the giant albino beast from ancient legends, identifying it as a rare dragon subspecies known back at her village as the White Demon. Realizing the creature was a mutated individual of immense threat, he urged Alyosha to retreat toward the exit while he drew its focus, though she initially refused to abandon him. With calm determination, he declared that this cavern would be the place where they settled the score once and for all. Just as the titanic crocodile lunged forward with open jaws, the giant reptile thrashed violently, shattering the stone footbridges and sending everyone tumbling toward the cavern's watery depths. After ensuring Alyosha was safely airborne alongside Panda, he assured her that Keed and Frau could handle themselves, just as Keed landed a ferocious physical strike directly upon the monster's snout. As the monster slipped back beneath the subterranean waters, Frau unleashed a massive frost spell that instantly flash froze the entire lake's surface into solid ice. Alyosha marveled at the sheer scale of the magical freeze, while he casually reminded her of their companion's incredible combat strength just before the frozen ground began to fracture. Emerging unharmed through the thick ice, the mammoth white crocodile revealed its natural resistance to elemental cold, growling menacingly as it rose back onto the icy floor. Recognizing that elemental magic was ineffective, he prepared to take center stage alongside Keed, stepping forward with his weapon drawn to face the albino titan directly. Sensing a worthy challenge after a long search, he grinned with eager anticipation, ready to bring down the legendary giant alligator. Preparing for battle, Toru instructed Keed and Frau to retreat into the air alongside Alyosha. Confident and focused, he drew his sword, eager to test his strength against the massive white alligator lurking in the cavern. Giant beast thrashed wildly, shattering giant stalactites from the cave ceiling. Flying through the air, Alyosha maneuvered safely with Keed and Frau away from the falling debris and dangerous jaws. Leaping directly toward the monster, the swordsman executed a probing strike against its dense hide, triggering a deafening roar from the creature. Landing smoothly nearby, he observed the beast carefully, assessing the impact of his initial blow. Noted with mild concern that his blade had barely managed to scrape off a few armored scales, proving just how formidable its defenses were. Observing from a high vantage point, the Elf Guardian decided to check the monster's official status and threat level. Upon examining the appraisal readout, she discovered it was a level 134 subspecies dragon white alligator boasting immense physical and elemental resistances. Looking over in disbelief, she was baffled to see Keed and Frau calmly sipping herbal tea, completely unfazed by the threat. Down below, the young warrior casually dodged a heavy stomp from the giant reptile, his mind focused more on how best to prepare its meat for cooking than on the danger of its attacks. Deciding on his next move, he dashed directly around the creature's massive flank, targeting its heavy tail. With a single swift stroke of his sword, he severed the entire tail from the beast's body, sending the massive limb crashing onto the stone ground as the creature howled in pain. Looking at the cleanly severed section, he remarked casually that the tail was surprisingly soft. Meanwhile, the Elf Guardian stood frozen in shock at the effortless display of power. Explaining the situation to the astonished archer, Frau noted that their master always studied his opponents carefully before releasing his full power, guaranteeing a decisive strike. Watching the skilled warrior adjust his grip, the elf marveled at his incredible composure and overwhelming strength. Enraged by the loss of its tail, the white alligator opened its massive jaws and unleashed a devastating wide-range ice breath attack, prompting Toru to brace himself as freezing air filled the cavern. Barked a quick warning for the elf girl to stay firm within the protective barrier as the massive wave of freezing frost swept around them. With his hand resting firmly on his hilt, he braced himself against the howling sub-zero blizzard. Once the roaring ice stream subsided, the tiny fairy lowered the defensive sphere. The companions peered outward nervously through the settling haze, terrified for their leader's safety. Their fears seemed realized as a towering pillar of solid ice encased his body completely. Yet almost immediately, radiant heat radiated from within, causing the thick frozen shell to crack and melt rapidly to their absolute astonishment. Shattered ice flew in all directions as he flexed his muscular frame with a boisterous shout, completely unscathed by the lethal blast. He offered a light-hearted apology for startling his companions, while the massive alligator beast growled in frustration, realizing its ultimate attack had utterly failed. Analyzing the situation, he calculated that damaging the creature's outer scales too violently might collapse the subterranean cavern. As the beast lunged forward with its jaws wide open, he resolved to take a direct approach. In a terrifying flash, the giant alligator snapped its massive jaws shut, swallowing the young warrior whole in a single gulp while his companions shrieked in horror. Trapped within the beast's dark gullet, the swordsman found the unbearable stench far worse than the creature itself, prompting him to unleash a devastating pulse of energy from the inside. The high-level monster collapsed violently onto its back as its torso ruptured outward, allowing the warrior to climb out covered in foul subterranean fluids, coughing from the horrific smell. Shaking off the shock of the instant internal kill, he requested the lizard girl to store the massive beast's carcass inside her magical inventory for future crafting. Dripping with foul slime, he expressed an urgent desire to clean himself off, prompting the elf guardian to mention a nearby subterranean lake where they could rest. Following her guidance, the group arrived at a breathtaking sanctuary, a vast underground lake illuminated by glowing crystals and ancient elven magic. Without a moment's hesitation, the swordsman shed his clothes and dove headfirst into the pristine waters, making the elven archer squeal and cover her eyes in embarrassment. He submerged himself deep into the refreshing reservoir, washing away the slime before surfacing to splash playfully at the shore. Waving cheerful gratitude from the water, he beamed at the marvel of the sacred spring, leaving the elven maiden smiling softly at his unexpectedly playful spirit. He stood emerging from the sacred waters, catching the elven archer off guard with a casual remark that left her flustered and stammering out of defense. Meanwhile, near the corpse of the white alligator demon, the elven villagers stood in complete shock, unable to comprehend that a single human had felled the ancient beast. Surrounding him, the elves bombarded the young warrior with questions, questioning if magic or secret items had allowed him to perform such an impossible feat. Skeptical voices raised doubts among the crowd, accusing humans of being liars and questioning why an outsider was brought to their sacred ground, though others urged them to stop embarrassing themselves. Stepping forward, Alyosha reminded her people that this human was the one who had unlocked the ancient tower that remained sealed for thousands of years, as well as vanquishing the great beast single-handedly. Feeling the growing complexity of the situation, he casually confessed that his original goal was simply to see the tower and leave, making the villagers sweat at his surprisingly blunt honesty. Softening her tone, the elven warrior bowed her head in deep gratitude, revealing that the demon beast had slain her husband years ago, expressing heartfelt thanks for bringing justice to her family. The village leader reflected on how dozens of brave elf warriors had fallen attempting to drive the creature away, making this victory all the more meaningful for their community. Turning to the skeptical crowd, the elder reminded them that gratitude was owed to their savior rather than hostility and insult. Overwhelmed with remorse, the villagers bowed deeply and offered sincere apologies for their earlier disrespect, which he waved off with a casual smile. Negotiating the distribution of the monster's remains, the chief permitted him to keep half of the scales and fangs, while agreeing that the remaining materials would be used to craft weapons for the village. The bright smile, the hero asked the village to formally recognize the Manhwa Brigade as true friends of the elves from this day forward. Surprised by his easygoing nature, Alyosha and her fellow archer called out to him, fully accepting him and his party as trusted allies. Declaring a celebration, the village leader announced a grand welcome party in honor of the Manhwa Brigade, receiving unanimous approval from the crowd. Flanked by his joyful companions, the victorious hero cheered enthusiastically as they prepared to join the elves in a night of festive drinking and celebration. He excitedly announced that the centerpiece of the feast would be the whole roasted white alligator. Alyosha eagerly vowed to eat her fill in revenge, while Frau expressed doubt that something so massive could be roasted whole, and Keed gently suggested cooking it thoroughly, so no one would overeat. Bright sunlight washed over the quiet village as Toru enjoyed a peaceful morning outdoors, reflecting on the few days that had passed since his arrival in the mayor's settlement. While Keed offered him fresh food, Frau fluttered nearby, enjoying the calm air and gentle weather that surrounded their temporary sanctuary. Ever since the tense encounter with the white alligator, Toru had grown increasingly close with the villagers. Though the locals were initially timid, they quickly warmed up, sharing lively conversations and accompanying him on several hunting trips into the nearby wilderness. Suddenly, Alyosha rushed over, her composure shattered by sheer fluster and urgency. Holding out a glowing display, she frantically insisted that Toru examine what had just happened to her. Status window revealed a staggering leap in power, jumping straight from level 44 all the way to level 120. Confused by this unnatural burst of growth, she admitted that her skills felt completely foreign and altered. Toru calmly explained that this was the work of his global experience duplication skill, though he kept the intricate details vague. Relieved, Alyosha gave thanks to the spirits for her newfound strength, marveling at how much easier her duties would now become. Because of Toru's unique ability, the entire party had broken through their limits during the recent hunt. Keed, Frau, and Alyosha had all achieved massive level increases alongside Toru, elevating their overall combat readiness to an unprecedented tier. Despite these monumental upgrades, Alyosha noted that some villagers remained skeptical of Toru's true power. Many still credited their recent success against the white alligator to luck or sheer circumstance rather than genuine martial prowess. He recounted how the stubborn warriors insisted the beast was old and weak, or that it had been caught in a cowardly trap. Angered by their dismissal, she refused to let them belittle Toru's undeniable achievements. Having witnessed Toru in action firsthand, Alyosha expressed her deep frustration whenever others underestimated him. Standing alongside Keed and the rest of the group, her faith in Toru's abilities remained unwavering. Clear his name and satisfy the doubters, Alyosha proposed a traditional test, an egg hunt. Toru agreed to the challenge, ready to demonstrate his capabilities through this local rite of passage. This trial required warriors reaching age 15 to venture alone onto dangerous cliffs and retrieve eggs from the Janome Hiradori bird. Securing these eggs was considered the definitive proof of a true adult warrior. Hearing that the eggs were a rare delicacy among the 5 great treats of the elves, Toru's companions grew eager to taste them. Keed immediately decided to add an egg dish to their dinner menu once the task was complete. Arriving at the staging grounds beneath an ancient stone archway, Toru apologized for his late arrival. A group of seasoned elf warriors gathered around, openly doubting the skills of a human outsider. Determined to give it his best effort, Toru stepped forward while the elf guide offered to lead the way. Behind him, the doubtful warriors smirked, eager to watch the young human struggle against the treacherous terrain. For them rose a massive, sheer cliffside, swarming with dangerous birds circling their nests. Perched precariously across the rock face, The eggs of the Janome Hiradori awaited those brave enough to scale the height. Stood before the trial grounds as the elf leader announced that they had reached the site of the test. Looming directly ahead was the colossal cliff face, known to the tribe as the Warrior's Wall. The elf explained that the nests were located nearly 700 meters above, shrouded in thick clouds, before calling the young adventurer forward. Looking down, he noticed bleached bones scattered across the ground, realizing with a chill that they belonged to those who had failed the ascent and fallen to their deaths. The elf leader challenged him, asking if he wished to surrender now before risking his life, but he remained unbothered. Venturing was inherently dangerous, he noted calmly, stating that while he was always prepared for death, he had no intention of perishing here. Pleased with his mindset, the leader explained that dusk was the ideal time to harvest the eggs as the birds left to forage. Accepting the advice, he prepared himself alongside his small fairy companion, who eagerly offered her help. Suddenly, a young male elf leaped from above with a fierce kick, warning the human to keep his distance from Alyosha. With effortless agility, he sidestepped the ambush, causing the aggressive young elf to crash face-first into the dirt. Alyosha immediately apologized on behalf of the attacker, while the surrounding elves expressed surprise at how smoothly the human had dodged the sudden strike. She introduced the hot-headed youth as Radolf, a skilled member of the village defense force who was like a younger brother to her. Springing to his feet, Radolf indignantly claimed he was a respected 17-year-old warrior, demanding an apology while he pointed out that the youth had attacked him without provocation. Refusing to back down, Radolf challenged him to a contest to see who could retrieve more eggs within 30 minutes, demanding that he give up Alyosha if he lost. While Alyosha voiced her annoyance at being used as a wager, the elder elves found the sudden rivalry entertaining and encouraged the competition. Sweeten the stakes, the elf leader promised lavish rewards if he defeated Radolf, offering rare 100-year-old wine, cured ham, and mythical apples. Readily accepted the challenge despite the luxury ingredients being at stake, though Alyosha protested that Radolf's higher level made it an unfair match. Hein suggested that Alyosha teach him a few climbing techniques before the match began, giving them an hour to prepare. As they began scaling the towering cliff together, Alyosha apologized for the situation, but he reassured her that it was all part of the fun. Alyosha offered to demonstrate the movement from above, so he could learn by watching, though he found himself distracted while climbing directly beneath her. Losing her concentration, Alyosha slipped off the rock face with a startled cry. Toru instantly reacted, bracing himself against the rock and catching her safely before she could fall. Upon returning to the ground, a deeply flustered Alyosha covered her blushing face, while Toru declared he had mastered the trick and was ready to compete. Dusk fell over the mountain range, triggering the Hiradori birds to fly out from their nests to hunt. The rules laid out: 1 egg per nest. Most eggs before the mother birds return wins. Toru and Radolf sprinted toward the cliff at the signal. The onlookers watched in disbelief as Toru scaled the cliff at incredible speed, keeping pace effortlessly with the elf warrior. Radolf pushed his limits in frustration, astonished that a human could match his swift ascent. Having analyzed Alyosha's movements earlier, Toru used his physical skills to replicate her efficient technique flawlessly. Spotting a nest guarded by a mother bird, he wisely avoided it to prevent being knocked off the cliffside. Quickly navigated across the rock face until he located an unguarded nest tucked into a crevice. Reaching in, he successfully secured his first egg and placed it safely into his pouch. Leaping across the sheer rock face with impossible grace, he left his young competitor frozen in utter shock, securing his third egg without breaking a sweat. Radolf stared in complete disbelief at the distance Toru had traversed in a single leap, marveling at such unbelievable agility, while Toru cheerfully celebrated securing another egg. Determined not to give up, Radolf spotted a nest nearby, though the mother bird had not left her post. Driven by desperation and running short on time, he decided he had to risk it. Meanwhile, Toru sat peacefully beside an enormous pile of collected eggs, casually lifting his 30th prize with an easy smile. Frustrated by the overwhelming gap in their scores, Radolf bellowed at Toru to move out of his way as he recklessly lunged toward a nest above. His recklessness cost him dearly when the giant guardian bird retaliated instantly, striking Radolf and sending him tumbling headfirst down the steep cliff face. As Radolf screamed in terror, While plummeting toward the jagged rocks below, Toru immediately dove after him without a moment's hesitation. Catching up in midair, Toru reached out and caught the panicked elf boy by the arm just in time. Bracing himself against the wall, Toru drove his weapon into the stone face, slowing their descent until they ground to a halt. Hanging safely above the abyss, Radolf panted in absolute relief, realizing how close he had come to death and admitting his complete defeat. Back at the base of the cliffs, Radolf bowed deeply in sincere apology for his earlier disrespect, even asking if he could call Toru his big brother, though Toru politely declined. Heinz commended Toru as a truly brave and noble warrior, offering high praise while Radolf eagerly suggested they go hunting together in the future. Smooth things over, Toru offered to share the gathered ingredients and invited the elves back to his place for dinner. The house, Frau and Keed, waited impatiently, wondering why Toru was running late, just as he burst through the doorway, offering his apologies. Toru arrived accompanied by a lively crowd of elf guests, presenting a grand feast of fresh eggs, wine, and delicious provisions for everyone to enjoy. As he walked toward the grand estate alongside the group of elves, excitement filled the crisp night air. Alyosha was asked how they should prepare their prize, suggesting they start simply by boiling the eggs to showcase their unbelievable flavor. Amid energetic shouts of joy and anticipation for the feast ahead, he realized that this lively celebration was bound to continue until... Choosing to capitalize on his rewards, the young adventurer decided to select 5 evaluation items. Upon making his choice, the elf guardian returned carrying an armful of parchment rolls, prompting him to also request several underwater breathing scrolls to ensure safety during future travels alongside his companions. Curious about a specific parchment in the stack, he inquired about its nature, learning it was a message scroll capable of transmitting written words across distances. Eager to test its functionality, he unrolled the scroll and penned a trial message directed to the elf archer. The test proved successful as the words magically transferred, demonstrating how the one-time communication tool functioned. Realizing its practical utility for emergencies, they acknowledged that maintaining a supply on both ends would allow reliable long-distance coordination. Turning to the tiny fairy, he inquired about the total availability of such scrolls and instructed her to gather roughly 30 of them. The spirited fairy darted off and returned with a variety of unique options, ranging from magic absorption to environmental temperature regulation and restorative sleep. While discussing which abilities were truly necessary, he noted that magic absorption remained essential and relatively inexpensive. He revealed that his own passive skills included a magic loan ability, allowing him to transfer energy whenever needed. He reassured his companion that if her mana reserves ever ran low, he could easily replenish them from his abundant supply. The group then considered acquiring map scrolls, agreeing that having 30 spatial orientation scrolls would greatly aid their navigational needs. As they organized the pile, his eyes caught sight of a hidden parchment nestled suspiciously behind the fairy, catching her off guard. She flusteredly attempted to wave off his concern, claiming it was nothing important, while quietly setting it aside for herself. Suspicious of her evasive behavior, he discreetly activated his evaluation skill to inspect the hidden item without her knowledge. Resulting evaluation revealed details that sent a sudden rush of embarrassment across his face, prompting him to instantly avert his gaze and pretend he had seen nothing at all while she sat blissfully oblivious. Later that evening, a grand feast was held under the glowing forest canopy, bringing together the travelers and the entire elf village in celebration. Amidst the festive atmosphere, the hosts expressed utter shock upon learning that the group intended to depart the settlement the very next morning after spending over a week in their care. Long-lived elven hosts casually suggested extending the visit for a few decades, highlighting their vastly different perception of time, though he politely reaffirmed that their journey required them to move forward without delay. And asked about their upcoming route, he explained his intention to investigate a teleportation circle recently discovered within the Crow's Tower, a revelation that sparked widespread astonishment among the listeners. He outlined his ultimate destination beyond the tower, planning to travel directly to the capital of Grigit, while the elf leader acknowledged with warmth how naturally the young man had integrated into their community. Accepting their impending departure, the elf leader raised a grand toast, urging everyone present to make the final evening an unforgettable send-off filled with joy and feast. As the elf village leader watched over the festivities, the grand banquet raged on in full force. Beside one another, Toru and Alyosha tipped back massive wooden flagons, matching each other drink for drink amidst a sea of emptied barrels. Laughter and music echoed through the night air under the canopy of trees, where villagers danced, toasted, and celebrated the joyous occasion. Cheeks flushed with warmth, Toru raised his mug high, a radiant smile on his face as he admitted he had not enjoyed himself this much in ages. Watching the merrymaking around them, Keed munched happily on her food, beaming with delight at the lively atmosphere. Noticing her flushed cheeks, Toru wondered if the sweet honey liquor was a bit too easy to drink, especially as Keed suddenly leaned in unusually close to him. Before he could react, the intoxicated lizard girl pressed herself firmly against his side, leaving him utterly startled and flustered by her sudden affection. Gently checking on her condition, Toru asked if she needed some water, prompting Alyosha to thoughtfully bring over goblets of fresh water to help them sober up. Keed gratefully took the goblet, but her clumsy, drunken hands sent water splashing all down her front. As Alyosha excused herself to find something to clean up the mess, Keed sniffled apologetically while Toru comforted her. Exhausted from the food and drink, the young lizard girl soon drifted off into a peaceful sleep right on the bench. And Alyosha returned with a freshly prepared dish that paired perfectly with the elven alcohol. Toru took a bite and praised her cooking and thoughtful consideration. Went on to compliment her deeply, noting how beautiful, caring, and skilled she was, which left the elf archer completely stunned and crimson-faced. Nearby, Radolf observed the exchange and decided it was his turn to express his gratitude to Toru by pouring him a special drink. Sudden realization struck the young elf warrior, his eyes widening as he recognized a golden opportunity before him. Meanwhile, Alyosha noted how late it had grown and offered her mansion for them to stay the night, since Keed was fast asleep and the country house was far away. She was assigned by her brother to escort their guests to their sleeping quarters, leaving Toru curious about what important task Radolf had to attend to. As Radolf walked away, Toru reflected on how the elf leader seemed to be scheming something behind his pleasant demeanor. Meanwhile, the rest of the party continued enjoying their drinks, with Frau blissfully passed out on an oversized pillow. Noticing how heavily intoxicated Keed had become as she clung tightly to him, Toru realized it was time to end the evening. Seeing Keed's exhausted state, Alyosha offered to lead Toru and the sleeping lizard girl up the stairs to their guest room, leaving the remaining elves to drink late into the night. They headed off toward the guest wing. Upon entering the room, however, they were surprised to find only a single large double bed instead of separate single cots. Keed completely asleep and muttering adorably in her dreams, they realized resting her on the bed was the only practical choice. Alyosha frantically checked the adjacent chambers, only to discover to her dismay that every single other room was locked or occupied. She fumed in anger as she realized this setup was entirely engineered by her brother Radolf. Trying to handle the situation politely, Toru insisted on taking the floor so Alyosha could have a proper place to sleep. Alyosha adamantly refused, arguing that as a host she could never allow a guest to sleep on the hard floor, while Toru countered that he was used to camping. Flustered and out of patience, Alyosha shouted her final decision. They would simply share the bed together. Toru's utter shock, she immediately began removing her upper clothing, treating co-ed sleeping as perfectly normal for adventurers. Blushing furiously, Toru tried to turn away as Alyosha casually undressed, complaining only about how warm the room felt. She sat calmly on the edge of the narrow bed alongside Keed, leaving Toru utterly overwhelmed in the middle, trapped between two lightly dressed women. Keed asked if she could take off her clothes to sleep comfortably, and after Alyosha agreed, Toru found himself stammering in complete embarrassment. With a deep sigh, Toru removed his upper shirt, revealing a defined torso that left Alyosha flustered as she caught sight of his broad back. Moments later, Keed snuggled tightly against Toru in her sleep, forcing him to lie stiff as a board in complete anguish. As Keed shifted and rubbed closer, Toru squeezed his eyes shut, desperately fighting to keep his impulses under control. To make matters worse, Alyosha pressed her back against his for warmth, mentioning how cozy his broad frame felt. Intense proximity ignited a figurative explosion inside Toru's mind, testing the absolute limits of his self-restraint. Driven to the edge, he bolted out of bed and resorted to counting sheep in a futile effort to calm his racing mind. He reached out toward the bed with a trembling hand before collapsing back onto the floor in utter defeat. To his shock and exasperation, he realized that both Keed and Alyosha had already fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep. When morning arrived, Toru dragged himself onto the balcony, where Frau greeted him from atop her floating sphere. Frau gasped at his haggard face, prompting a sleepless Toru to announce that he was heading straight for a long bath. As he walked down the corridor, Frau followed behind, musing quietly about the secret struggles men must endure. Later at breakfast, Toru enjoyed a warm cup of tea, looking surprisingly refreshed despite his sleepless night. Frau pointed out that his bath had taken 2 full hours. Toru quickly bribed her with luxury cookies to secure her silence. Listened quietly as Radolf entered the room with a cheerful greeting, asking if everyone had slept well. Alyosha immediately rounded on her brother in a fury, blaming him for the disaster the previous night while he feigned complete ignorance. As the elf woman put her brother in a painful headlock for denying his fault, Keed turned her attention back to her master while he casually enjoyed his morning tea. Blushing softly, the beastkin girl admitted she had consumed too much alcohol and couldn't recall the evening, nervously asking if she had behaved inappropriately. He reassured her that despite sharing a bed, nothing untoward had occurred. The revelation left her flustered and exasperated by his restraint as he casually prepared to... On the day of departure, Alyosha expressed how lonely it would be to see Toru leave, but he assured her that he would return eventually, despite not having collected all his reward scrolls yet. Alyosha voiced her nervousness about where the teleportation circle might lead, but Toru instructed her to destroy the circle if it ended up anywhere close to the village, promising to send a message if any problems arose. Expecting that the magic circle would connect to another ruin just like before, he instructed everyone to hold onto him tightly as they made the jump. Alyosha shouted farewells from the heart, pleading with him to return safely. As the rest of the villagers joined in shouting their fond farewells and reminding him that he was always welcome, Toru and his companions offered their heartfelt thanks before setting off. A sudden flash of light, the group vanished into thin air, leaving the gathered elves standing in quiet reverence inside the ruins. Adolf reassured Alyosha that they would surely meet Toru and the others again soon, urging her not to look so down. Materializing inside a cold, dark corridor, Toru cautioned his group to stay alert before asking Keed to illuminate the humid, musty passageway. Keed's orb casting light across the ancient stone hallway, the party carefully surveyed their immediate surroundings, noting that no enemies seemed to be present. Inspecting the stone wall ahead, Toru activated his grand thief job skill, instantly identifying a secret mechanism hidden within the masonry. Observing that they were in another sealed space, he pointed out a rotating hidden door, relieved that they wouldn't have to break their way through. Knocking on the surface and hearing a hollow echo, Toru declared his intention to smash straight through the light wall. The powerful burst of force, he breached the wall, surprising a group of armed figures who gasped in shock on the other side. Dust cleared to reveal a hostile band of armed men who immediately drew their weapons, demanding to know who had intruded upon them, while Toru tried to calm the sudden confrontation. He stood before the heavily armed party as they identified themselves as the B-rank adventuring group known as the Wandering Brigade, asking for his identity and demanding to know if he was responsible for the recent commotion. Frau urged him to show the group the hero's bracelet awarded by the King of Armen to prove their standing, though he hesitated at the thought of drawing unwanted scrutiny. Choosing to reveal his credentials, he interacted with a magic prompt to deactivate the disguise effect on his ring and bracelet. Holding out the shimmering ornament, he explained that the King of Armen himself had bestowed it upon him, leading the veteran warrior to examine it closely and confirm its undeniable authenticity. The older warrior laughed heartily, revealing that he too had once been hailed as a hero in the realm of Gridget, proudly displaying his own emblem of honor to match. Introducing himself as Baron Scotthell, a former hero, the veteran inspected their weapons and gear, concluding with a nod that Toru's group was indeed genuine. Scotthell introduced the rest of his companions from the Flame Axe Brigade, including their leader Poloa and vice leader Orlos, allowing Toru to realize they were now somewhere in the vicinity of Grigit. Poloa expressed confusion over how someone could explore ruins without knowing their whereabouts. He admitted to treading on an ancient teleportation circle that whisked him away, a story the party accepted as plausible. Grateful for the invitation to inspect the inner chamber, he was pleased to realize they were mere days from the capital, while also noticing that wearing his hero's gear had raised his overall experience level. As Poloa searched the stone alcoves, he lamented that all valuable artifacts had long since been looted, asking if the young adventurer was searching for something specific. Poloa confided that he had ventured into the ruins desperate for a high-grade antidote to cure his sick grandson, prompting him to check with Keed whether they carried any such remedies in their inventory. Without hesitation, he produced a bottle of the highest-grade antidote and offered it to Poloa to save his grandson, waving off the older man's shock at receiving such an expensive potion for free. Though deeply grateful, Poloa insisted on having Orlos evaluate the vial with an appraisal scroll, which instantly confirmed that the medicine was genuine and top quality. He then proposed a trade, asking if Poloa would serve as his guide to the capital of Grigit, since it was his first visit, a simple request that surprised the veteran warrior. Overcome with emotion and gratitude, Poloa bowed deeply and thanked him profusely, eagerly accepting the offer to guide them to the capital. He inquired about the specific details of the toxin, prompting Toru to consult Frau regarding the nature of gargoyles. The fairy explained that gargoyles are demon-like beasts whose sharp claws inflict a deadly poison capable of turning living tissue to stone. Poloa admitted that while cures exist, his group lacks high-grade antidotes or the funds to purchase expensive scrolls. When Toru asked about local priests with detoxification magic, the veteran warrior solemnly revealed that no such healers exist in this nation, driving them to scour the ruins out of sheer desperation. Shifting the conversation, Skottel questioned the true combat prowess of Toru's party, curious if a destined hero was merely decent. He then pressed further, asking if Toru had ever faced a dragon in combat. Toru casually responded that not too long ago, he had slain a single red dragon by himself. Shocking claim left Poloa and Skottel in total disbelief, loudly accusing him of pulling their leg, given that even common red dragons remain purebred calamity-class threats. Curious about the fuss, Frau questioned whether purebred dragons were truly that formidable, prompting an explanation of the monster threat ranking system from B-rank village destroyers up to SS rank living disasters. She elaborated that purebred red dragons hold in terrifying SS rank, meaning whenever an entire city is reduced to ashes, it is almost certainly their doing. Toru admitted his ignorance of the ranking scale, while Frau mocked his lack of basic knowledge. And Toru called out Frau for artificially adding cute speech affectations to charm men. The tiny fairy erupted in an embarrassed fury, though Toru was secretly relieved that the focus had shifted away from his dragon-slaying feat. Skottel voiced his keen interest in sparring with Toru in the near future to witness the true strength of a hero firsthand, a proposal Toru politely accepted. After spending an entire day navigating the gloomy depths, the group finally emerged into the bright sunlight at the exit of the ancient ruins. While Frau complained about being filthy from the dust, Poloa stressed the urgency of returning home immediately, knowing his poisoned grandchild had very little time left. To expedite their travel, Toru summoned Panta, startling the veteran warriors with the sudden appearance of the strange creature. Offering the spring beast as a mount to carry Poloa, Toru earned the deep gratitude of the old warrior, who marveled at the gentle nature of the peculiar beast. Their journey significantly accelerated. The party traversed through the lush woodland paths toward Poloa's residence. Arriving at their destination, Toru and his companions were stunned to find a grand, estate-like mansion that looked former noble property, where Poloa warmly welcomed them inside as his honored guests. He announced with excitement that a grand feast was in order, though the weary young adventurer only wished to take a quick shower. Meanwhile, Skottel inquired if Orlos was his apprentice, a fact Toru casually confirmed. Inviting the party inside his estate, the veteran warrior welcomed his guests, but Toru noticed Keed lingering thoughtfully behind. She admitted how envious she felt of a true master-apprentice bond, explaining that after her father taught her basic swordsmanship before passing away, she had been forced to teach herself. She recalled a proverb her grandmother had taught her, that when a person is truly ready, the right mentors will naturally appear in their life. Listening quietly, Toru reflected on his own father, acknowledging the quiet truth in her words. Looking gently at him, she suggested that perhaps he was one of those necessary people meant to enter her life. Surprised yet touched, Toru offered a warm smile and admitted she might be right. Affectionately patting her head, Toru expressed how fortunate he felt to have such an insightful companion. While Keed flushed with happiness, Frau shouted indignantly from the doorway, scolding them for flirting in broad daylight and urging them to get inside. Once inside the estate, Scott Hell rushed to greet his father, Poloa, who eagerly asked if they had salvaged anything from the ruins. Scott Hell explained that while there wasn't much wealth to gather, they had brought back something far more meaningful. Presenting the high-grade antidote, Scott Hell explained that it came directly from the traveler standing before them. Poloa held the miraculous medicine in awe, tears streaming down his face as he realized his daughter Anna would live, while Toru humbly brushed off his overwhelming gratitude. Overcome with emotion, the heavy-set leader slammed his hands onto the wooden table, exclaiming that mere words could never express the depth of his gratitude. He insisted that he could not rest until he had properly repaid the debt. Toru assured him it had been no trouble at all since he happened to have the medicine on hand, but Poloa maintained that to his family, it was a miracle. Turning to a wrapped package on the table, the veteran warrior explained that while he possessed little in the way of noble treasures, he had chosen a reward he hoped would be fitting, inviting Toru to open it. Unveiling the gift revealed a large, patterned egg resting snugly in a nest of straw, prompting Toru to wonder if it was a beast egg. Confirming the creature inside was still alive, Poloa explained that the late king had gifted it to him as a token of friendship, intended to cover the cost of an antidote should worst come to worst. Toru then turned to Keed to ask for her opinion. Toru hesitated to accept such a precious relic, but at that moment, news arrived that Anna had regained consciousness and was recovering rapidly. Overjoyed that the antidote had worked, Poloa insisted that keeping the egg now would be a complete waste. Leaning forward with earnest conviction, the noble host pushed the box across the table, pleading passionately for Toru to accept the gift. Moved by his sincerity, Toru accepted the heavy container with gratitude, while Frau buzzed with excitement, wondering if fascinating creatures like Panta would hatch from it. He examined the smooth, crystal-like egg in his hands with deep curiosity, marveling at the fascinating nature of ancient artifacts and wondering what manner of beast lay slumbering within. When he asked whether he could awaken it immediately, he was assured that since the egg was already his, he had every right to try. Without hesitation, he channeled his power into the artifact, causing space itself to warp and ripple around them with a violent rumble. The sudden surge of spatial distortion stunned the onlookers, though his companion simply smiled knowingly, remarking on his overwhelming mastery. As energy surged violently from his hands into the glowing egg, the light intensified, but nothing seemed to hatch. Flustered, he winced under the intense pressure, panicking as he wondered if the creature inside might already be dead. Suddenly, a shadowy, horned silhouette with glowing eyes manifested within the translucent orb, casting an eerie aura around the room and leaving everyone shocked as to what kind of beast they had just awoken. Suddenly, a strange aquatic creature materialized before the group, flopping around helpless on the floor. While Toru stared in disbelief at the shark-like entity, the party found themselves surprisingly charmed by its goofy appearance. However, as the creature lay out of water, its body rapidly shrank and weakened. Watching it lose its vigor by the second, Toru and his companions realized it was suffocating. Panicking at the sight, Poloa yelled out for water, while Toru scrambled to fetch a suitable container to save the struggling creature. Placing the small beast into a large wooden tub filled to the brim with water, they watched as it instantly absorbed the liquid and regained its vitality, floating peacefully at last. Poloa stroked his beard in thought, observing how much bigger it became after absorbing the water, and remarking that it closely resembled a shark from the deep seas. Toru agreed, recalling from old books that ocean sharks were typically fierce predators, though this creature seemed far more docile and harmless. Using his appraisal skill, the young adventurer confirmed it was a female aquatic guardian type, Familiar. Adoring its charming demeanor, he began pondering a suitable name for their new companion. Suggested naming her Sharko, prompting enthusiastic praise from Frau, though Keed looked on with exasperation at his straightforward naming style. And Frau questioned his habit of adding traditional suffixes to names. Toru explained that in an island nation far to the east, ancient texts revealed these endings were customary for boys and girls. Bending down to officially greet Sharko, he offered his finger, which she playfully nibbled on, while Poloa chuckled at the young man's unexpected storehouse of random trivia. The simple command, Toru dismissed Sharko back into her familiar space, explaining to a curious Poloa that while most familiars can be summoned and dismissed at will, Panta remains a peculiar exception who comes and goes as he pleases. Noticing how dark it had grown outside, Poloa pointed out that night had already fallen and the party had yet to find a place to stay. Without hesitation, the veteran warrior offered them spare rooms at his home and instructed his family to prepare a grand feast in honor of their guests, an invitation Toru happily accepted. Later that evening, the travelers gathered around a lavish dinner table, thoroughly enjoying the delicious food until their bellies were full, while Poloa's daughter expressed her deep gratitude for saving her life. After dinner, they visited the bedside of the recovering young girl, who looked up curiously at the visitors as her family warmly introduced Toru and his companions as the brave adventurers responsible for providing her antidote. Stepped inside the quiet room alongside Poloa to visit the recovering young woman, who immediately expressed her profound gratitude to the Wandering Brigade for saving her life. Knowing how costly the rare antidote must have been, she lamented having no obvious way to repay them, though he gently reassured her that her well-being was more than enough. She explained that while the lethal venom was completely gone, her strength had not yet fully returned. Toru kindly put her mind at ease, explaining that he had already received appropriate compensation for the cure, so she had no need to worry. Just as Poloa was recalling how close to death she had been, the door burst open. Out of breath and frantic, Prince High-Uncle barged into the room, demanding to know if it was true that she had been poisoned by a deadly gargoyle. Shoving past everyone in his path, the dramatic young nobleman rushed straight to her bedside. Falling to his knees in tears, he implored her to explain why she had hidden such terrible danger from him. She demurred, feeling it improper for a low-ranking noble's daughter to involve the royal family. He passionately declared that his power existed solely to protect her. Overcome with emotion, the prince wept openly beside her bed while she softly apologized for causing him such anguish. Watching the tender spectacle unfold, Toru beamed with amusement at the display of passionate young love, while the others looked on with fondness. Poloa casually revealed that his granddaughter was indeed in love with Gridget's first prince, catching Toru completely off guard as he realized the dramatic young man was true royalty. As High-Uncle vowed to overcome any social divide and make her his queen, Toru decided it was best for them to quietly slip out and give the couple privacy. Before they could leave, Anna pointed out that Toru and his companions were the real saviors, prompting High-Uncle to spring up and wrap Toru in a tearful, overwhelming bear hug. Instantly energetic, the eccentric prince introduced himself properly and eagerly demanded that he and Toru become fast friends. Without giving anyone time to process, High-Uncle announced he was taking Toru out for a bit, ushering him toward the door while Poloa bade them a safe journey. Fine carriage soon carried them away from the estate, traveling swiftly along a winding path framed by dense, ancient woods. Inside the cabin, Toru asked where they were headed, but the prince merely smiled mysteriously and urged him to remain patient. Carriage eventually brought them to the grand gates of a majestic royal castle, where High-Uncle stepped out and eagerly called out for his mother. He led Toru directly into the grand throne room, where royalty and high-ranking guards turned their attention to the sudden arrival. Queen of Gridget immediately chastised her son for his lack of decorum, though High-Uncle insisted that rewarding the traveler who saved Anna was paramount. As High-Uncle offered a dramatic apology, the queen privately wondered if childhood discipline had taken too harsh a toll on his intellect. Sighing over her son's foolish nature, the queen observed the young traveler standing silently in the center of the vast hall. Left standing alone before the royal dais, Toru felt the full, uncomfortable weight of the awkward situation. Examining him closely, the queen noted that he appeared to be nothing more than an average adventurer, questioning how he managed to obtain high-grade antidote. Hoping to conclude the matter swiftly, she offered a reward of 5 million gold coins, a sum Toru was more than happy to accept so he could make a quick exit. High Uncle argued that a simple monetary reward was insufficient given the scale of the crisis, but his mother reminded him of her overwhelming duties, insisting that saving the future queen merited a proper medal. High Uncle turned to question the true identity of their savior. While Toru silently wished he could simply take his leave, the prince urged him to introduce himself properly to the throne. Stepping forward, Toru introduced himself and declared his role as leader of the B-rank party known as the Wandering Brigade. The name struck a chord with the queen, who recalled their famous victory over one of the Demon King's 6 generals back in North Star. Realizing his true stature, the Queen of Grigit addressed Toru of the Wandering Brigade with newfound gravity, offering her sincere gratitude. Speaking not just as a monarch, but as a mother, she thanked him profoundly for rescuing Anna, the future bride of her son. Shifting the mood, the queen then inquired about his party's future plans, asking if they were currently seeking profitable employment. She gracefully acknowledged his desire to depart, taking her leave under the pretext of urgent royal affairs. As the prince escorted her away, Toru couldn't shake an uneasy intuition that something far more complex was brewing beneath her composed facade. Before they could exit, she gestured to her royal guard, appealing directly to Toru's group to lend their strength to the kingdom in its hour of dire need, while promising a lavish compensation for their assistance. Later that night, under the full moon, the party gathered in their quarters to review the formal request. Their objective was clear: eliminate the demon battalion blockading the critical trade and transit route toward the neighboring nation of Greyfield. According to the sparse intelligence from the few survivors, 2 entire battalions sent by Grigit's army had already been completely wiped out by an elite unit led by one of the 6 demon generals. Lisa analyzed the situation, reassuring the group that if the commander was on par with the general they previously defeated in North Star, victory was well within their reach, though Toru cautioned against dropping their guard given potential elemental or skill mismatches. Piece by piece, Toru pieced together the truth of their assignment, realizing the crown had originally intended for the summoned hero to clear the passage through Barcel, but were now utilizing his party as substitutes due to Sane's absence. Frau and Lisa openly mocked the lazy hero's chronic tardiness, finding amusement in how his irresponsible behavior accidentally opened up lucrative contracts for their own crew. Their plans finalized, Toru instructed everyone to complete their preparations and rest early in anticipation of an early morning departure. Following morning, prominent members of the court offered their solemn prayers for a safe return, entrusting the nation's fate to the departing party. As they made their way toward the city gates, Keed offered reassurances while Toru brushed off the grandiosity of the send-off with a modest smile. Stepping into the main thoroughfare, they were met by roaring crowds lining the streets, shouting praises and hailing Toru as the hero of Armand and leader of the Wandering Brigade. Annoyed by the overwhelming publicity, Toru recognized the Queen's cunning scheme to publicize their mission across the city, effectively boosting public morale while removing any chance for his party to back out. Suddenly, an elderly woman stumbled through the crowd and fell to her knees before Toru, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded for news of her son who had marched out in the disastrous initial campaign. Weeping bitterly, she admitted her realistic fears that her son was no longer alive, asking only for the dignity of a proper burial for her child. She held up a small, distinct locket, begging him to return her son's remains, or at least retrieve the keepsake as a final memory if his body could not be recovered. He knelt before the grieving mother, gently holding her trembling hands as he offered what little comfort he could. Though he cautioned that he could make no absolute promises, he swore to do everything within his power to search for her fallen son's keepsake, drawing tearful gratitude from the heartbroken woman. As they walked away, his companion voiced her concerns, questioning whether it was wise to make such a promise when 2 entire extermination forces had already been wiped out on the battlefield. Yet the young swordsman maintained his resolve, explaining that he simply could not turn away someone in such deep sorrow. Walking ahead in quiet contemplation, he reflected on his own past, knowing all too intimately the crushing weight of losing someone dear. Observing his gentle nature, The blonde warrior offered her assistance as well, remarking on how surprisingly kind-hearted he truly was. With their tiny fairy companion eagerly urging them to pick up the pace, the party set off down the grand corridor toward the city gates. Their appointed guides stepped forward to outline the journey ahead, explaining that reaching the frontline checkpoint camp would take at least 2 full days of travel. The cat-eared companion added that they ought to secure a suitable campsite before night fell across the rugged terrain. Recognizing the guides as veteran vanguard fighters allied with the royal family, the companions listened as the sharp-eyed archer sternly warned them that he would be monitoring their actions and reporting any sign of cowardice directly to the queen. Unfazed by the harsh warning, the young swordsman cheerfully accepted their oversight, maintaining a relaxed attitude that left the little fairy grumbling at his lack of tension. Scoffing at his nonchalant demeanor, the guide smirked, quietly eager to see how long that composure would hold against the fierce monsters lurking along the treacherous mountain trails ahead. Their objective clear and their allies assembled, the group marched beyond the massive stone gates, venturing forth into the majestic mountain valleys on a campaign that would decide the fate to reach Grigid, one of the 5 great continents. From Greyfield, one had to traverse a treacherous mountain range along a narrow path through several small villages. Deep within the Eve mountain range, a rugged expanse of jagged rock formations where even wagons could not pass, Lisa stepped forward to confront the monsters lurking in the ice-covered terrain. Swift, decisive strikes. Lisa easily dispatched the ice birds threatening their path, brushing off Keed's gratitude while the party gathered after the quick scuffle. They caught their breath. Toru questioned Poloa about the safety of their chosen path, surprised to find monsters occupying what was supposed to be a clear trail. Poloa assured them that half a day's travel would bring them to wider terrain, though Frau and Keed complained bitterly about the difficult footing and annoying bugs. Path ahead wound narrowly through looming stone cliffs, presenting a daunting journey through the unforgiving pass. Suddenly, Lisa stumbled on the uneven rocks, but Toru reached out just in time to steady her, advising her to watch her footing. Looking up at him with a slight blush, Lisa hesitantly asked if she could hold his hand for a little while as they continued walking. Toru readily agreed, letting Lisa cling to his arm with a happy smile, while Frau watched on with obvious jealousy. Frau floated down to express her discontent, wishing she had a larger body like Keed's so she could hold hands too, while Toru tried to ignore the tiny fairy's pouting. Ahead of them, the veteran adventurers whispered among themselves, annoyed by the relaxed and playful attitude of Toru's group in such dangerous territory. One of the veteran warriors approached Toru, revealing that he had used an appraisal scroll during the fight to sneak a peek at Toru's status. The man admitted that while Toru's level was decent for an adventurer, it fell far short of the legendary heroes of old, questioning how Toru earned the title of hero despite wearing a disguise ring. Toru stood stunned, inwardly panicking as he tried to figure out a plausible explanation to wiggle his way out of the awkward accusation. Intervening smoothly, Lisa spoke up for the party, explaining that their title belonged to the entire group as a team rather than Toru alone, successfully turning the conversation back onto their guides. She watched silently as the escort party members voiced their frustration, questioning why an S-rank party like theirs was tasked with guiding low-rank adventurers instead of more prestigious groups like the Flame Axe Brigade. Suddenly, a shadow fell over the party as a swarm of heavy objects began raining down from the mountain cliffs above. A pack of massive armadillo monsters descended upon them, crushing rocks beneath their weight as the elite party immediately sprang into action. With incredible precision, Rin unleashed a volley of arrows through the falling debris, striking target after target, while Toru observed her flawless archery in awe. Taking advantage of the opening, the agile Catgirl member leaped forward, dismantling 2 of the heavy armadillos in rapid succession with fierce melee strikes. Executing her cat's cradle kick, she delivered a thunderous combination of punches and high kicks, taking down a 3rd beast with effortless agility. Within seconds, all 5 armored beasts lay defeated, leaving the escorting warriors speechless at the staggering speed and seamless coordination of the S-rank party. Standing atop the vanquished creatures, the top-tier adventurers proved why their reputation preceded them throughout the entire realm. Oloa complimented their fine work, but before anyone could relax, Toru sensed another massive presence looming high above the cliffside. Gargantuan, white-furred ape monster plummeted to the ground with an earth-shattering thud, revealing stats that far surpassed anything they had faced before. The terrifying apex predator began devouring one of the freshly slain armadillos. Toru urgently warned the party to back off slowly to avoid drawing its ire. Giant ape continued gnawing on its carcass in ominous silence, completely ignoring the frozen adventurers for a brief, tense moment. The moment the beast finished its meal, it turned its glowing gaze toward the party, forcing them into a desperate battle for survival. Rin's arrows bounced harmlessly off the monster's dense, stone-like hide, and its ferocious bellow echoed across the canyon as it prepared to crush them all. With terrifying momentum, the colossal beast stomped forward, bringing its devastating power down upon the trapped adventurers. It stood by as the creature launched its assault, but the high-ranking adventurers quickly took command. The noble warriors shouted orders to halt the beast, while the companion drew his blade and delivered a decisive strike, swiftly cleaving through the ape before its rampage could spread. Giant ape collapsed, its massive body shattering into dust and leaving only a glowing magical core behind upon the rocky mountain floor. The threat neutralized, the party leapt back in emotion. Pushing past the defeated beasts remains to press forward through the jagged canyon. Echoing footsteps resounded through the tight mountain pass as the companions continued their journey along the dusty, stone-lined path. Noticing the sun dipping below the horizon, Toru urged everyone to maintain their pace. Behind him, Scott, Hell, and Lisa were left utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how a monster well beyond level 50 had been taken down so effortlessly. As night settled over the rugged peak, the party established a small campsite around a crackling fire to rest and prepare a hot meal. Brow served steaming bowls of freshly cooked stew, prompting eager praise from Keed as the rich aroma filled the cool mountain air. Despite initial hesitation regarding the unusual ingredients, including a whole frog floating in the broth, Toru assured them of its exceptional taste. Taking their first bites, Lisa and Scott Hell gasped in sheer delight, utterly amazed by the rich, savory flavor of the mountain soup. The second day of their trek through the Eve Mountains, the terrain grew harsher, with jagged stone spires reaching high into the sky. The group marched in formation across the desolate, rocky plateau, staying vigilant against potential dangers. Scott Hell advised the group to remain sharp, explaining that another 30 minutes of walking would bring them to a checkpoint controlled by the demon tribe. As a heavy fog rolled into the valley, Keed suddenly pointed ahead, alerting Toru to something lying motionless on the path. Merging through the mist, a grim sight awaited them. The fallen bodies of Gridget's soldiers scattered across the rocky ground. Realizing the scale of the massacre, Toru focused his perception and activated his Dragon Eye skill to scan the surrounding terrain for hidden threats. He stood amidst the carnage of scattered, lifeless bodies, realizing that searching through every corpse individually would be an impossible task. Hoping to locate the old woman's missing son, Rocket, he resolved to hone his Dragon Eye detection skill, narrowing its focus specifically toward his target. Suddenly, a faint, thread-like ethereal line caught his attention, connected directly to one of the fallen armored soldiers. Recognizing the immediate danger, he drew his sword and shouted a warning to his companions, alerting them that they might already be standing within the enemy's firing range. Before anyone could react, an arrow whistled through the air, but the group quickly readied their weapons to defend themselves. As the dust settled, the horrifying reality dawned upon them. The slain soldiers' bodies were beginning to rise and move on their own. The grim expression, he realized they were facing necromancy, a vile magic capable of puppeteering the dead. An army of undead soldiers surged forward, weapons drawn, forcing the party into an intense battle against the reanimated. As a horde of undead corpses surges forward, Scott Hell draws his sword and prepares for the sudden attack. Realizing the enemy is closing in fast, he thrusts his blade forward, striking one of the armored corpses right in its glowing core. Yet his surprise grows as the foe refuses to fall. Uncertain why his direct hit failed, he ducks out of the way just in time as another corpse swings its heavy weapon overhead. Surrounded by relentless foes, Toru, Keed, and Scott Hell fight back-to-back, attempting to target vital spots while struggling against monsters that regenerate despite severe damage. Observing the field carefully, Toru notices faint necromantic threads controlling the corpses from above, realizing that severing these connections is the key to defeating them. The quick strike, he cuts the invisible strands, instantly causing a wave of armored undead to collapse lifelessly onto the ground. The remaining corpses attempt to reattach their severed limbs. Toru shouts instructions to his companions, urging Keed to freeze the fallen enemies in place. Toru enhances his speed with magic and dashes forward, leading the assault alongside Keed as she unleashes her powerful dragon drive technique. Keed offers a brief prayer for the deceased before casting Ice Cross Grave, driving sharp, icy spires through the frozen corpses to entune them completely. Dramatic landscape of towering ice crosses now covers the battlefield, sealing the necromantic forces beneath a blanket of frost. The threat neutralized, Scott-Hel and the others marvel at Keed's overwhelming power, relieved that the immobilized corpses can no longer reconnect their strands. Scott-Hel wonders how Toru detected the magic threads in the first place, while Toru casually covers up his unique skill by claiming he used a magic scroll. Looking around at the vast area of controlled undead, Toru contemplates the immense skill required to command such an army from afar, suspecting one of the Demon King's generals is involved. The group decides to move onward, following the mountain road toward a massive stone checkpoint fortified along the cliffs. Far away, a mysterious hand with clawed fingernails twitches in curiosity, sensing that their puppet army has been destroyed. Far from the battlefield, and Dark Operative notes that the corpses 10 kilometers up the road have ceased movement entirely, surprising the surrounding commanders. Realizing the heroes have arrived, the leader dispatches a scout to verify if it is indeed the hero's party. Reiterating the Demon King's order to spare the hero for now, the shadowed commander commands his minion to crush the party's dignity and tear them down. Meanwhile, Keed unleashes her Ice Cross Grave magic, completely freezing the remaining field of undead and securing the area. Exhausted from the relentless assault, the companions collapse onto the dirt. Toru hands high potions to Keed to distribute among the wounded. Baron Scott-Hel gratefully accepts the restorative liquid, drinking it down instantly as Toru reassures him there are plenty more stored in spatial magic. Potion's powerful healing effects immediately mend Scott-Hel's wounds, revitalizing him and restoring his combat readiness. Scott-Hel marvels at the party's sheer strength, observing that neither Keed nor the tiny fairy Frau show a single scratch or sign of fatigue. He ponders to himself that calling them true heroes is no exaggeration given their unbelievable battle capabilities. Suddenly, an unsettling sound echoes through the valley. Scott-Hel and Toru sense an ominous presence approaching fast. Massive flash flood surge unleashes toward them, but Keed instantly casts an ice wall to block the torrential force and shield the group. High above, a formidable horned demon woman smiles playfully, taking sinister delight in attacking the party. Accompanied by a stealthy masked assassin, the demon commander coordinates a swift ambush right through the icy barrier. Masked assassin strikes Frau, but is stunned when the tiny fairy effortlessly deflects his blow without recoiling at all. Horned demon decides to take on the beastfolk warrior herself, leaving the assassin to handle the remaining companions. She held her ground alongside her allies. The battle escalated into a fierce clash between beastkin warriors and demon commanders. Recognizing the crucial moment, the beastkin allies urged Toru to leave this sector in their hands and press onward, prompting him to shout his thanks as he surged forward. Calling out over his shoulder, he ordered his companions to finish their business quickly and follow close behind, to which they confidently affirmed their response. With incredible speed, he sprinted directly across the liquid surface, leaving a rapid trail of ripples in his wake while startling the surrounding creatures. Watching his miraculous advance, the onlookers gasped in disbelief, realizing he was moving at such extreme speed that he moved across the water without sinking. Meanwhile, the surrounding battlefield dissolved into a dual clash of elemental ice and fierce speed contests between the front lines. Sudden, violent explosion shattered the terrain, showering jagged rock fragments across the gorge. Engaging her agile adversary, Frau exchanged high-speed maneuvers, baffling her opponent with her diminutive size and overwhelming power. Delivering a bone-crushing blow, the fairy demonstrated force far exceeding her tiny stature, sending the demon warrior crashing down in disbelief. Recognizing that direct force would not suffice against such a swift opponent, Keed assessed her options carefully as swirling currents enveloped her. Demon Commander offered a quick end if she surrendered, citing the fallen soldiers, but she countered calmly, offering him the exact same ultimatum. Refusing to back down, the aide to the 6 generals declared his unwavering pride, vowing to fight to his last breath. Enhancing her physical parameters with attack and agility boosts, she prepared herself just as the commander conjured dark smoke to multiply himself into numerous shadow clones. Shadow Army launched a synchronized wave attack from all directions, confident she could not dodge every real blow. Yet a sharp plan formed in her mind. Activating her perception ability, she saw right through his illusions and pinpointed the genuine commander in an instant, taking him completely by surprise. Decisive precision, she unleashed a devastating mock swing, smashing the commander straight into the earth with monumental force. As her powerful attack shatters the cliffside into a crater of destruction, Frau marvels at the sheer utility of her technique, surprised by its devastating force in true combat before surging forward through the air. Surveying the frozen, crystal-covered terrain left in her wake, she wonders briefly if her companion is still locked in battle, though she remains entirely confident in her ally's ability to handle the fight alone. Meanwhile, speed and momentum slice across the narrow trench as the push forward continues to locate their ultimate objective. Observing Frau's swift victory nearby, Keed turns her focus back to her own combatant. The opposing demon commander pants in frustration, realization dawning that Keed is no ordinary foe. Just as Keed readies her weapon to end the battle with her very next. Gathering pure moisture directly from the ambient air, high-level elemental magic condensates into powerful projectiles, crackling with intense magical energy. Fierce magical duel erupts as a beam of focused water collides directly against a localized sphere of freezing blizzards. Clash creates a towering whirlpool that violently swirls across the battlefield, driving both combatants to brace against the massive shockwaves. Breathing heavily, the opponent marvels at how every water strike freezes solid before it can even breach her rival's defenses, while the Beastkin warrior coolly prepares her next counterattack. Summoning massive icebergs that erupt from the frozen ground, the Beastkin warrior encases the arena in solid frost, surrounding her enemy with jagged spikes. The adversary launches sharp crystal bullets in rapid succession, but the Beastkin warrior counters effortlessly with compressed atmospheric pressure and icy barriers. Catastrophic frost wave expands outward, instantly flash freezing the body of water into a glittering, razor-sharp glacial expanse. Silence temporarily falls over the frozen lake as the dust settles, leaving the canine warrior standing victorious atop the ice. Gasping for breath, the opponent realizes her enemy cast wind magic seamlessly over ice magic without a single chant, and notices the slave crest stamped on her chest. Curious about such immense power serving a mere human, the opponent offers to set her free using a secret demon potion. Unmoved by the temptation of freedom, the canine warrior firmly declares that her devotion is not out of forced servitude, but unyielding devotion to her master. Proudly placing a hand over her crest, she proclaims the unbreakable bond she shares, while her foe mockingly scoffs at the fierce, blind loyalty of canine beasts. Unleashing a massive torrent from high above, she casts Aqua Fall, gathering an immense volume of water overhead to crush her opponent. The enemy attempts to freeze the cascading deluge using Freeze Hand, only to realize far too late that the incoming liquid is far from ordinary water. Scalding Torrent turns out to be boiling water, instantly melting through the freezing magic and inflicting severe burns on the horrified opponent. Unleashing her ultimate magic with a triumphant cry, she summoned Yggdrasil, causing colossal crystal-like structures to burst forth and envelop the entire battlefield. Her opponent watched in utter disbelief as the scalding boiling water was rapidly cooled and overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the frost spell. Massive, tree-like structure of ice towered high into the cavern, completely freezing the surroundings and solidifying her total victory. Recognizing her superior power after such a display of consecutive spells, the defeated adversary bowed deeply and humbly offered a gesture of respect to the Master Mage. Meanwhile, near the Grand Fortress gates, Toru confronted the defense forces stationed along the high wall. The enemy sentries peered down from the battlements, closely observing the lone adventurer who had dared to approach their position. Assessing their ranks, he calculated their levels and noted that these warriors possessed formidable capability. The guard on the wall debated whether this newcomer could be the legendary hero who had broken past their lords, choosing to remain vigilant. He calmly inquired about the whereabouts of their captain. The enemy mocked him, claiming his companions back behind had already been torn to pieces by their strongest assassins. Suddenly, a chilling figure emerged above the fortress wall. Rose, the corpse controller, and one of the feared 6 demon generals. Fixating his dark, piercing gaze upon Toru, the general demanded to know if the young man standing before him was indeed the hero. An unsettling, suffocating aura washed over everyone present at the sudden revelation of one of the demon realm's elite commanders. Dismissing the general's suspicion immediately, he clarified that he was merely an ordinary adventurer hired to clear the path, questioning why they blocked the highway. Demon General explained that under direct orders from the Demon Lord, he was stationed here specifically to await the hero, indifferent to idle chatter. Analyzing the situation, he realized that the demon forces were actively hunting the hero, mirroring his own search for information regarding the hero's whereabouts. Stood his ground, refusing to divulge any information about the hero's whereabouts. Rose pressed for answers, confident he would extract what he needed regardless. But the young swordsman simply remarked that had he known, he would already be at the hero's side. The cold, shadowy glare, the demon general realized negotiations were over, declaring that nothing further needed to be said. Commanding his army of undead puppets to strike, Rose ordered them to slaughter the nameless adventurer and claim his body for their ranks. Quickly assessing the incoming surge, he instructed his allies to fall back while he held the front line alone, immediately activating his true dragon eye to analyze the battlefield. Shocking the attacking puppets, he intercepted every single blade in a split second before delivering a lethal countercleave. Slicing through their ranks with fluid precision, he disarmed and subdued multiple assailants before they could even react. Surrounded on all sides by roaring monsters, he effortlessly wove through their heavy strikes, turning their aggression into open targets. Unleashing his dragon dance technique, he whirled into a tempest of steel that sent surrounding foes flying, prompting Rose to suddenly recognize the deadly warrior before him. Even as more beastly puppets rushed forward from the stone archways, he leap-slashed through their vanguard with overwhelming speed. Dashing low to the ground, he executed a sweeping horizontal strike that severed 2 attackers in a single blow. Deflecting incoming weapons with quick parries, he spun through the defensive line, carving through armor and flesh alike. Closing the distance instantly, he grabbed a puppet's skull and delivered a crushing kick directly to its chest. With an explosive upward slash, he launched the remaining attackers off the cliff edge, scattering them across the rocky ravine below. Surviving demon puppets recoiled in total disbelief, trembling at the monstrous power displayed by a single human. Standing amidst the quiet destruction, he casually cracked his neck, completely unbothered by the horde he had just decimated. He stood composed amidst the fallen foes, taunting the remaining undead forces by asking if they were done attacking. Observing his staggering prowess, the Beastkin companions realized no reinforcements would be necessary, estimating his level to be well over 120. Overwhelmed, Rose stared at him in disbelief, demanding to know who he truly was. The calm and confident expression, he simply replied that he was just a warrior. Unable to accept such an absurd claim from someone displaying godlike power, Rose cursed him as a liar. As the confrontation escalates, dark tentacles suddenly burst from the ground, ensnaring the fallen allies who desperately call out to Lord Rose for help before being bound by shadow magic. Ignoring their pleas, Rose mercilessly converts his own defeated subordinates into dark puppets, consuming them in tendrils of shadowy energy while Toru watches in shock. Observing the ruthless act, Toru instructs Scott Hell and the canine Beastkin companion to fall back further, keeping their guard up against the disgusting tactic of sacrificing allies. Rose completes his spell, announcing with cold satisfaction that everything is finally ready as magic circles activate around his reanimated puppets. Newly enhanced necrodolls rise from the rubble, their bodies surging with dark power as they prepare to attack. The sinister gaze, Rose taunts the group, revealing that these advanced puppets possess basic abilities completely superior to the lesser ones fought previously. Unleashing his dark necrodoll magic across the entire battlefield, a massive horde of reanimated warriors surges forward to overwhelm the party. Toru instantly leaps into action, parrying heavy strikes and pushing back against the immense physical strength of the empowered puppets. Sensing incoming attacks from below, Toru dodges as enemies burst through the stone floor, swiftly countering their ambush with quick swordsmanship. Puppet warriors swing heavy morning stars and blades, their coordinated movements proving far more dangerous and agile than ordinary undead. Rose explains that direct control grants his puppets far more advanced, complex coordination compared to simple remote command. Massive shockwaves scatter debris as the battle rages, forcing Scott and the canine companion to brace against the force of the assault. Facing the relentless wave of puppets, the group prepares to fight back, exchanging quick banter as Rose turns his cold focus toward them. Blinding flash of sword-like cuts through the horde as Toru unleashes a devastating wide-area strike. The puppets drawn into a tight formation, Toru realizes the gathering plays right into his hands, enabling him to wipe them all out in a single sweep. Press the advantage alongside his allies as their pincer maneuver left the enemy's front lines completely exposed, forcing Rose to reassess his priority targets amidst the mounting chaos. Moving with incredible velocity across the stone floor, the young swordsman darted past the low-level minions while Poloa and Lin held their ground against the main wave. At that precise moment, the tiny fairy arrived on the battlefield, joining the fray to lend her magic to the offensive. Grateful for her flawless timing, the warrior commended her effort and promised her a proper reward once the battle was won. Preparing to finish the encounter, he activated his Dragon Knight and Grand Thief abilities simultaneously, instructing his companions to cover the others while he poured everything into his attack. Facing the overwhelming surge of power, the necromancer rallied his forces, warning that the demon clan was far from defeated as his eye burned with dark intent. Undeterred by the enemy commander's defiance, the young hero stood side by side with the beastkin warrior, locking eyes with the frontline guardians. The sudden explosion of movement, he charged straight into the center of the undead formation. Watching the sudden blur, the necromancer realized in shock that the warrior had not merely accelerated, but had effectively vanished from sight altogether. Instantly reappearing behind the commander through pure teleportation, the young combatant closed the distance before his foe could even react. Delivered a lightning-fast slash aimed directly at the necromancer's vital spot. Force of the strike shattered the dark armor, sending a spray of blood into the air as the commander reeled back from the impact. Lowering his blade, the warrior acknowledged that his target had barely avoided a lethal blow, though he knew the wound was serious enough to guarantee the next strike would kill. Meanwhile, nearby companions caught their breath as the immediate threat collapsed, marveling at how swiftly the violent clash had turned in their favor. Looking ahead toward their objective, they calculated that only 4 units remained until they reached the checkpoint. They stood frozen in shock alongside the Silver Wolf Girl as countless fallen corpses began to float into the air, swirling together in a grotesque mass. The foul mass gathered. Frau and the beastkin recoil in disgust, realizing that all the enemies they had defeated along the way were being drawn into this macabre spectacle. Recognizing the familiar parts, Toru curses his delay in realizing the truth just as a massive, segmented centipede tail bursts through the center of the gathering bodies. As the towering centipede emerges, Frau and the companions shout in alarm, while Rose explains that this forbidden magic, Necro-Union, was triggered by the magic staff Sujiro. Towering above the party, the monstrous amalgamation known as the Lord of the Corpses unveils its terrifying, winged undead form. Surrounded by the overwhelming presence of the creature, Frau and the wolf girl express their horror at its revolting, bug-like appearance. Watching the transformation complete, Rose solemnly acknowledges that there is no turning back from this irreversible, forbidden magic. Meanwhile, word spreads of a terrifying mandate from the demon lord ordering the total conquest of Lebedaris, threatening to plunge the capital of Grigit into absolute ruin. As Toru faces down the massive armored form of Rose, shock ripples through the group. The realization dawns on them that the monster intends to march directly toward the capital, threatening total devastation. Recognizing the catastrophe that would unfold if this titan reaches the populated streets, the allies resolve that they must halt its advance right here, no matter the cost. Analyzing the beast's regenerative properties, Toru realizes that ordinary attacks are useless. To truly defeat it, he must target and destroy the core hidden deep within the armored flesh weapon. Spotting what appears to be the main body attached near the creature's head, Toru locks his gaze onto the glowing point, identifying it as his prime objective. The fierce cry, Toru leaps directly toward the monstrous visage, declaring his intent to crush the thread on the spot as the demon taunts him to try. Though the enemy is colossal, Toru assesses its speed and finds it manageable compared to previous foes, unleashing a devastating strike that shatters the armored bone plate. Connecting his powerful blow, Toru feels a strange lack of resistance, while Rose inside notes the staggering force of the hit despite the flesh absorbing much of the impact. The force of the strike blasts the massive skull structure apart, leaving behind a crumbling ruin of bone and writhing biomass. Nearby, the companions check on one another after taking collateral damage from the clash, marveling at the terrifying power of the demon general while urging Toru to stay safe. Observing the battlefield calmly, Toru discerns that the giant creature was merely an empty shell, realizing that finding Rose's true core within the shifting flesh will be a far more difficult task. Seeing that his full-force strike yielded minimal lasting damage due to the creature's insane durability, Toru decides it is time to switch tactics. Unable to pinpoint a single weak spot, even with specialized skills, Toru watches in dismay as Rose splits his mass into an army of grotesque flesh clones to march upon the capital. As Rose commands his swarm of clones to overrun the city, Toru curses in frustration, prompting his companions to step forward and join the fray to hold back the endless horde. The allies hurl themselves into combat against the horde of clones, while Rose smugly notes from afar that even his lesser creations are more than a match for ordinary warriors. Despite their valiant efforts, several party members begin to succumb under the weight of numbers, leaving Toru to watch in horror as his comrades are wounded one by one. He stood frozen in shock as the grotesquely fused flesh monsters surged forward, calling out desperate words of agony and recognition that echoed from within their amalgam bodies. Noticing a familiar chain draped over one of the weeping creatures, he recognized it with horror as belonging to the elderly lady he had met before. Surrounded on all sides by groaning, agony-filled faces, he realized that even after being absorbed into raw flesh, the victim's human memories still lingered inside. Meanwhile, near the defense perimeter, a lone warrior dropped to one knee, exhausted from fighting off the relentless horde. As more hulking flesh monsters closed in around her, Poloa and the other defenders rallied to her side, just in time to hold the line. Despite their valiant efforts and the giant summon helping turn the tide, the defenders grew desperate as the monsters pushed toward the city gates. Suddenly, Keed burst onto the battlefield, casting a powerful the ice holding the horde at bay. The group quickly regrouped around the main body of the creature. Observing the battlefield from afar, Rose gritted his teeth in irritation as his advancing forces were repeatedly thwarted. United on the field, the entire Wanderer Brigade stood ready alongside Toru, Keed, and Frau to face whatever remained of the enemy. Praising Keed for her timely arrival and powerful spell, the group shared a brief moment of relief while comforting Frau, who demanded equal credit. However, Rose merely sneered at their unity, boasting that no matter how many clones they destroyed, they could never defeat him without locating his true core body. Looking up at the giant mass of attached arms and flesh, the group debated their next strategy, wondering if a full power freezing spell could stop the core. Recalling the chain from earlier, the the young swordsman pointed out that individual souls and consciousnesses were still active within the monster's flesh. As they considered whether necromancy was trapping the victims' souls inside their corpses, they realized that if those trapped spirits could be reached, they might find a way to dismantle the beast from within. Realized that by channeling the lingering power and resolve of the fallen soldiers, they would finally have the strength needed to bring the monster down. Companions readily agreed, pointing out that easing the soldiers' regrets aligned perfectly with their master's spirit, prompting him to offer a quick word of thanks before taking action. The towering abomination sneered at their plan, demanding to know what senseless nonsense they were spouting as the party spread out into tactical positions. Executing a coordinated assault, Frau unleashed her powerful hammer attack, while Keed cast her ice-locking chain spell, completely encasing the monstrous serpent-like body in thick frost. Glacial pillars erupted around the gargantuan mass, completely immobilizing the amalgam beast in a prison of ice. Focusing his mana, he activated his Dragon Eye skill at full power, aiming to pierce through the physical flesh and glimpse the hidden essence within. Through the glowing vision granted by his skill, he confirmed that the trapped souls were visible and accessible for communication, perceiving their distinct forms held captive inside. An overwhelming wave of grief and sorrow echoed through the spectral realm as the voices of countless fallen soldiers resonated around him, bellowed out to the spirits of Gridget's fallen army, asking if they could hear him and pleading for them to reveal the location of their controller, even as Rose mocked his desperate cries as useless foolishness. He urged the fallen soldiers not to accept being used as mindless puppets and called on them to show their pride, sparking memories of their loved ones and homes within their lingering consciousness. Stirred by his words, the spirit army raised a unified cry demanding to return home, causing the massive flesh structure to lock up and resist its master's commands. Collective rebellion of the trapped souls exposed the true physical location of Rose hidden within the flesh core, causing the demon commander to shriek in sudden terror. Locking his target into view, he drew back his blade and gathered immense lightning energy to unleash his ultimate technique, Great Electric Wave Slash. Blinding beam of electrifying energy ripped straight through the center of the giant structure, shattering the fortress walls behind it. Delivering a devastating level 300 strike, he commanded the defeated enemy commander to offer his apologies to the fallen in the afterlife. After the ferocious battle came to a close, massive flames consumed the battlefield where Toru and his companions stood. Looking upon the burning pyre, the canine beastkin woman expressed her quiet hope that those who lost their lives in the war might finally rest in peace, a sentiment Toru solemnly shared. Even after the demon commander Rose was defeated, his control over the combined corpses remained unbroken, leaving them no choice but to cremate the bodies in a respectful memorial. Toru let out a tired sigh, apologizing in his heart to the old woman whose promise he could not fulfill regarding the retrieval of the bodies. Suddenly noticing something within the blaze, Toru unexpectedly rushed toward the inferno, alarming Keed and the others. Ignoring their shouts of concern, he reached directly into the flames and conjured cold wind magic to douse the fire around his arm. Pulling his hand back, he revealed a retrieved pendant chain, explaining that a voice seemed to guide him straight to it. Gazing at the small keepsake, he pondered how strong feelings could overcome magical limits to convey a message even without using special perception abilities. The cremation complete and their tragic task fulfilled, the group decided it was time to head back to the capital. Shortly after, the party arrived before the majestic towers of the royal palace. Upon reporting their victory, the Queen of Gridget reacted in utter disbelief that they had wiped out the demon army in merely 4 days. While the Queen questioned how they succeeded when a national army failed, Holoa and Scott Hell stepped forward as witnesses to confirm the party's overwhelming power. Understanding her skepticism, Toru calmly offered to let the kingdom send a reconnaissance team to verify the outcome. Queen quickly accepted his suggestion and commanded her minister to dispatch scouts to the checkpoint without delay. Before leaving, Toru requested that the reconnaissance team also gather any identifiable personal items from the fallen soldiers to return them to their grieving families. Requested permission to verify the truth first, assuring the sovereign that reward money could wait since the party was simply exhausted from their ordeal. As he prepared to lead his companions away, he paused to ask one final favor of the queen, prompting her curiosity. His request was simple yet deeply personal: to conduct a search for someone precious to the fallen. That night, quiet descended over the residential district of the capital. An elderly woman went about her evening routine at home, unaware of what had transpired beyond the city walls. Opening her front door, her eyes widened in shock at the sight of a wooden package left neatly on her doorstep. Inside rested two ornate pocket watches, retrieved carefully from the remains of the fallen soldiers. Clasping her hands together, the woman broke into tears of profound gratitude toward the young hero who had returned these cherished keepsakes. Knowing his task was complete, a soft, satisfied smile touched his face. Next morning, he strolled peacefully through the busy city streets without a burden on his mind. He returned to their quarters in the grand estate under the clear morning sky. Lounging comfortably on his bed, he declared a well-deserved day off for everyone, though an unexpected visitor soon burst through the doorway. The landlord urgently announced that an official royal envoy had arrived, leaving the young warrior groaning at the loss of his peaceful rest. Shortly after, a grand carriage made its way through the packed thoroughfares as citizens lined the streets to catch a glimpse. Paraded through the city to wild cheers, celebrating his triumphant return, he slumped in his seat, mildly exasperated by the Queen's grand visual spectacle. He stood in the grand throne room as praise echoed across the marble halls. Hailed as a true savior of the realm for eradicating the demon lord's forces in just 4 days. Queen leaned down, murmuring slyly to her companion about King Armin's inability to lower his guard, while the young adventurer felt overwhelmed by her intense praise. Apologizing sheepishly for his momentary lapse in composure, he listened as the queen lightly brushed off his rudeness and prepared to move forward. He declared that the time had come to officially present the reward for fulfilling the dangerous request. Though he tried to request a modest reward after the exhausting parade, the queen amusedly ordered her attendants to bring in the promised treasure. The group gaped in disbelief as a massive chest overflowing with 200 million gold pieces was revealed, alongside the announcement that an exclusive mansion in the capital was now theirs. He voiced hesitation, pointing out that as simple travelers a mansion felt excessive, but the queen countered that having a comfortable residence ensured they would always return. He attempted to decline further. The queen leaned in with an intimidating glare, prompting him to instantly submit and accept her generous offer. Clear, bright skies stretched high over the capital city the following day. Nestled behind manicured gardens and tall ornate gates stood a breathtaking, palace-like estate. Looking upon the colossal mansion, he and his companions were stunned by its sheer grandeur, while Prince High-Uncle proudly boasted that such lavishness was standard for royal property. Unlocking the main gate, he worried aloud about the absurd maintenance costs for such a huge grounds, but the prince reassured him that the crown would cover all expenses. Stepping into the breathtaking entrance hall with its sweeping double staircase, Keed and Frau marveled at the sheer elegance of their massive new residence. Handing over the keys, Prince High-Uncle took his leave with a friendly laugh, promising to visit again soon with Anna in tow. The royal guest departed, the companions excitedly dispersed to explore every room of their magnificent home. As he stepped into the grand hall, the sheer scale of the mansion left him bewildered by the endless row of dining chairs. Reflecting on their situation, he admitted to himself that having their own place was far better than overstaying their welcome, offering a comfortable haven until their journey to Gridget began. Seeing Keed bound ahead with radiant joy to explore the rest of the estate, he smiled, content as long as she was happy. Reveling in the luxury of absolute privacy, he stripped down completely to indulge in an intense, uninhibited workout. Bursting with excitement over having his own personal room, he shouted in delight, completely embracing his newly found freedom. Bliss of solitude was shattered instantly when Keed strolled into his room carrying a decorative vase, leaving them both frozen in utter shock at his bare state. Flustered, Keed hastily apologized and slid the door shut, leaving him scrambling to cover himself while Frau teased from behind. Meanwhile, Poloa and his veteran companions strolled through the magnificent estate, marveling at the grand reward earned by slaying the demon commander. As they discussed the extraordinary strength of Toru and his companions, the group agreed that despite their terrifying power, they were good-natured allies worth befriending. Deciding it was proper to express his gratitude personally, Poloa excused himself from his team and called out to Kid as she passed by. Still reeling in extreme embarrassment for what she had just witnessed in Toru's room, Kid let out a bewildered squeal and rushed past him without stopping. Amused by her erratic behavior, Poloa approached the living quarters, noticing the room door left slightly ajar, and stepped inside to greet Toru. Poloa's utter astonishment, he found Toru standing entirely nude in the middle of the room, completely frozen in mortification. Without missing a beat, Poloa quietly closed the door and apologized for interrupting, while Toru stood paralyzed by the horror of being seen. Joining his companions downstairs, Poloa calmly explained that Toru was occupied, though Scott Hell couldn't help but chuckle knowingly at the warrior's sudden retreat. Far from the mansion, deep within the quiet expanse of the forest of Gridget, time passed silently as dense trees shrouded the hidden paths. Trudging through the thick woods, the hero party pushed forward, their labored gasps echoing through the heavy foliage. Despite their exhaustion, he insisted that the fairy village lay just ahead, though his companion openly questioned whether they were walking in circles. Frustrated by her doubt, he barked at her to shut up, unable to tolerate any challenge to his authority. Continuing his tirade, he snapped at Sora to take the lead if she dared talk back, before bitterly ordering everyone to take a break. As they caught their breath, the companions discussed their strategy, agreeing to set aside the elf for now to prioritize taking down General Rose. Clenching his fist, he explained that securing fairy dust would allow them to bypass the long trek and launch a direct surprise attack on Rose. Interrupting his boasting, a tiny winged fairy suddenly descended, openly mocking the arrogant hero and throwing the group into confusion. Before they could process the insult, a brilliant light erupted throughout the forest as dozens of fairies surrounded the party. Stepping forward from the crowd, their elder fiercely ordered the intruders to leave, sensing the foul and impure aura within their human hearts. Struck right on the nose by a fairy's swift blow, he flew into a rage, trading petty insults with the small creature. Refusing to be humiliated further, he flared his power, declaring that he would force them to submit through the true strength of a hero. Surrounded on all sides by the hostile fairy host, he drew his sword with a dark snarl, threatening to tear off their groaning from the impact of the battle. Sane struggles to rise as the surrounding beastkin warriors observe him with sheer disappointment, questioning whether this weak individual is truly the realm's famous hero. Surprised by the incredible speed and magic of the fairy clan, Sane unleashes a desperate shock spell, cursing them as foul insects when his attacks completely miss. Heavy rock strikes Sane squarely in the face, sending him crashing backward. Poloa stands resolute alongside his comrades, deciding that they have had enough of the hero's persistent intrusion. Poloa sternly tells the hero to go home, stating this is no place for him. Sane incredulously questions if they are truly refusing to hand over the fairy dust. Moved by Sane's lingering gaze, Poloa calls him a foolish human and orders him to be gone, while the younger beastkin standing behind him mutters about his leader being far too soft. A barrage of rocks flies through the air as the beastkin forces relentlessly pelt the hero's party, shouting at them to turn back and leave their territory immediately. Under a fierce shower of projectiles, Sane's companion urges him to retreat as negotiations have clearly failed. Reluctantly, the battered hero agrees to pull back. Collapsing against trees in a quiet grove, Sane and his companions pant heavily from exhaustion, bruised and defeated from the humiliating encounter. As his companions fret over their misfortune and discuss having to buy a horse to reach the capital, Sane snaps at them to shut up, unable to stomach their complaints. Having finally arrived at the grand gates of Gridget, Sane catches his breath on horseback, determined to regroup and move forward with his plans against Lois. Seated gracefully on her throne, the Queen of Gridget offhandedly reveals that the demon commander Lois was defeated long ago. Shocked to his core, Sane stammers in disbelief as the Queen confirms that Lois, one of the Demon King's 6 generals, was struck down by the Wanderers Brigade. Overwhelmed by defeat, Sane lies on the ground, reflecting on where his path went wrong, wondering if his downfall began when he purged the dragon or expelled Toru from his party. Haunting doubt plagues his mind, making him question if his current string of failures is divine retribution for betraying his closest friend. Gritting his teeth in furious denial, Sane's eyes rage with anger as he refuses to accept that such a minor choice could bring about his downfall. He stood pale and visibly shaken before the Queen of Grigid, who thanked him for his journey while offering him rest in the royal chambers ahead of the upcoming Round Table Conference. Accepting the offer with strained politeness, he withdrew to the offered quarters. Once alone, the young hero collapsed to the floor in a fit of rage and frustration, screaming curses at Toru and his companions while his party members looked on in alarm. He threw a violent tantrum, kicking and shouting that he was the true hero, complaining bitterly about how Toru's party ruined his plans and made a mockery of his efforts, leaving the surrounding guards and onlookers disturbed by his unhinged behavior. Seeking validation, he turned desperately to Lisa, asking if she still recognized him as the hero who would save the world, to which she tearfully reaffirmed her devotion to him. Clinging tightly to her, he tried to rationalize his failures, telling himself that setbacks were simply part of a hero's journey. He recalled the legend of the strongest hero, Io, who 700 years ago had awakened during a dire conflict to turn the tides of war against the demons. Reinforced by the ancient myth, his eyes burned with fanatical resolve as he declared that he, too, was the chosen one destined to leave his mark on history. Outside, sunlight bathed the grand castle towers where the leaders of the realm were gathering. Inside the high-ceilinged chamber, the famous Round Table Conference commenced, bringing together representatives from all human-led nations to discuss critical affairs. A long-standing tradition, the conference served as the formal stage to introduce the hero and request military aid against the Demon King. Rulers from across the continent took their seats around the massive circular table, debating the urgent threat and exchanging rumors about recent developments. King Armand observed the lively chatter, remarking on the unusual characters involved and advising the other monarchs not to believe every exaggerated rumor. The King of Lustria expressed genuine interest in meeting Toru's group. Armand agreed that an encounter would be well worth their time. Queen of Grigid added her praise, emphasizing how Toru's party had defeated the demon General Lowe's in an instant, noting that her kingdom owed them an immense debt. She smiled behind her fan, reporting that the party was relaxing at her mansion after receiving their reward, while King Armand expressed his own desire to see them again. Turning to King Greyfield, the council noted the group's love for sightseeing, prompting the neighboring monarch to consider enlisting their help near the Dark Territory. As the monarchs lightheartedly discussed the brigade's fondness for local delicacies and ancient ruins, Sane listened from nearby, his jaw clenching as rage consumed him. He fumed in silence, furious that everyone fixated on the brigade while ignoring the hero standing right before them, secretly plotting a surprise attack the moment the summit concluded. Prince High Uncle sharply tapped his fingers on the table, interrupting the casual chatter to demand they refocus on the hero rather than treating the summit like a tea party. King Greyfield agreed, asserting that their primary focus must remain the pressing threat of the Demon King, which brought a confident smirk back to Sane's face. Queen of Grigid dryly pointed out that the young hero had yet to achieve a single victory, but Greyfield passionately defended him as the apex of his kingdom's proudest generation. Heavy silence fell across the round table as the assembled rulers pondered the stark contrast between expectation and reality. Seeing Sane's growing indignation, King Armand intervened to restore calm, affirming that regardless of past performance, the boy's status as the hero was undeniable. The elderly king reasoned that the Demon King had likely delayed a full invasion due to incomplete growth, meaning they should continue backing the hero with resources and funding. The other monarchs murmured in agreement, recognizing that this brief window of calm was their best opportunity to strike. King Greyfield then proposed sending Sane directly to Rayana, a fortress city situated right on the border between his realm and the Dark Territory. A crucial stronghold had recently fallen to demon forces, leaving human defenses severely vulnerable along the front lines. Claiming the fortress would clear a direct path toward the Demon King's lair, leading Greyfield to turn and directly asked Sane if he possessed the strength to reclaim it. Twisted, arrogant grin spread across Sane's face as he realized that, despite everything, the world had no choice but to rely on his unique, irreplaceable hero class. He enthusiastically declared his acceptance of the mission, assuring the monarchs that it would be completed without fail. Joining his companions outside the council chamber, Sane announced their destination as the fortress city of Royana, though he insisted on taking care of one personal matter before they departed. The following day, his party arrived at their location, only to be caught completely off guard by what greeted them. Expecting a humble residence, they found themselves standing before a grand, palatial noble mansion. Armored guards immediately intercepted them at the gates, warning that the property belonged to the Wanderers Brigade and demanding they step back. Sane tried to introduce himself as a fellow hero seeking to visit Toru, but the guard scoffed, claiming never to have heard of any hero in this era. The guard bluntly informed them that Toru and his party were not present and ordered them to leave. Sane pressed for details on their whereabouts, only to be told nobody knew where they had gone. Realizing that Toru's brigade was constantly outpacing them and hoarding accomplishments, Sane's comrades urged him to seize the initiative while Sane seethed with humiliation. Determined not to be left in the shade, Sane rallied his group to march straight toward the fallen fortress to claim glory before their rivals could. His eyes flared with manic intensity as he vowed to demonstrate just how terrifying he could be once he took things seriously. Meanwhile, back in Gridget just a few days prior, Toru and his companions were going about their daily routines in stark contrast to Sane's ambition. Lounging beside a water fountain, Toru casually fed a strange aquatic creature floating in the basin, accepting it as his companion's familiar. He observed the creature's blank, sleepy expression as it happily munched, wondering if it could even comprehend human speech. He pondered whether the beast possessed any special latent talents. Its mindless stare quickly convinced him otherwise. Setting the thoughts aside, Toru unsealed a glass bottle to take a quiet drink in the warm sunlight. He relaxed outside as familiar voices announced their presence, smoothly catching a bottle tossed his way while questioning what brought them back so soon. Orlos and his companion greeted him loudly, offering up a bottle of high-class vintage liquor they had acquired in the dungeon to share together in the middle of the day. Taking a sip as urged, he had to admit the drink was exceptional, continuing a friendly routine that had naturally developed between them over shared meals and drinks in recent days. And asked if they came solely to drink, the cheerful warrior exuberantly declared that it was actually an invitation to hang out together. Orlos detailed the destination, describing a scenic lake a short distance away that was free of dangerous aquatic monsters and perfect for swimming. Surprised to learn about the location, he suggested bringing the rest of the Wanderers Brigade along, to which Orlos welcomed the idea since their journey combined both duty and leisure. Considering how bored everyone at the mansion had been lately, he realized a group outing near their comrades' work area would be a welcome relief. Inquiring about the schedule, he learned departure was set for 2 days later, calculating that a quick overnight trip would fit easily before the Round Table Conference 5 days away. Plans firmly set to rendezvous the day after tomorrow. The tense confrontation with Sane was put on hold for a brief respite as birds scattered from the dense canopy above. The party pressed forward along a shaded forest trail toward their destination, the tranquil waters of the lake ahead. Toru questioned how much further they had to go, to which Poloa eagerly urged them onward, assuring everyone that they were almost there. Emerging from the trees, they were greeted by the majestic expanse of Lake Grimoire, its vast waters stretching out before them like a serene inner sea. Awestruck by the sheer scale of the water, the group marveled at its resemblance to the ocean, while Toru suggested setting up camp beneath the shade of a large nearby tree. Taking charge of the setup, Toru offered to handle the camp construction and suggested Keed go explore the shore, prompting her to happily fetch a bucket and head toward the water. Returning shortly with a bright smile, she beamed at Toru and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Watching her skip happily back toward the water with her wooden bucket, Toru couldn't help but admire her cheerful spirit. Before setting out to work, Poloa informed Toru that they would return in a few hours, prompting a casual exchange about preparing fresh fish for lunch upon their return. Glancing up at the clear sky, Toru decided it was time to focus on finishing up his own chores around the campsite. Within a short time, the campsite was fully established, complete with pitched tents, resting areas, and neatly organized supplies under the shade of the great tree. The main setup complete, the group prepared for their next tasks, commending each other on a job well done. Wondering briefly about the whereabouts of Frau and Panta, Toru casually dismissed his concerns and decided to head out to catch some fish for the main course. Stripping down to his swimwear, Toru waded into the clear shallows and summoned Sumiko, who surfaced with an eager snap of her jaws. Noticing that Sumiko could adjust her size, depending on the water's depth, Toru mounted her back as handles manifested for him to grip securely. With an exhilarating burst of speed, Sumiko rocketed across the surface of the lake, giving Toru a thrilling ride over the water. Glided effortlessly through the vibrant underwater world aboard Sumiko, marveling at the rich aquatic life swarming around the ancient submerged structures. Praising her incredible agility both above and beneath the surface, he suddenly spotted a distinctive shadow gliding through the clear waters ahead. Before them swam the trident fish, an exceedingly rare legendary freshwater carnivore capable of reaching speeds up to 75 miles per hour and rarely ever seen on the market. Recalled rumors of its exquisite taste, whether served raw as sashimi or grilled over an open flame, making his mouth water in anticipation. To his surprise, Sumiko had already spotted the prize creature and locked onto it, signaling for him to brace himself as she prepared to give chase. With laser focus in her eyes, she surged forward through the deep. She accelerated at astonishing speed, closing the distance between them and the elusive prey in the blink of an eye. Thrilled by her incredible capabilities and seamless telepathic communication underwater, he cheered her on as she closed in for the capture. Massive fishing net erupted from the depths and dragged both Sumiko and the trident fish out of the water, catching him completely off guard. Up on the surface, Keed and Panta celebrated hauling in a massive catch, oblivious to the fact that they had netted Toru alongside their prize. Frau realized they had snagged their master in the heavy net. She shrieked in panic and rushed to intervene. Sometime later, the group gathered at the lakeside resort tables, surrounded by friendly adventurers and locals eager to share a meal. Magnificent feast of freshly cooked fish dishes was laid out across the rustic wooden tables. Everyone dug in enthusiastically, marveling at the delicious flavors of the rare catch prepared right before them. Surrounding adventurers were stunned that they had managed to land a legendary trident fish, eagerly accepting offers to sample the dish while praising their extraordinary fishing skills. Watched as the local adventurers hesitantly eyed the prepared fish dish. Reassuring them that everyone is skeptical at first, he encouraged them to take a bite, promising they would not regret it. Taking a cautious bite, the warriors were instantly blown away by the incredible flavor, unable to contain their sheer amazement at the meal. They continued to feast heartily, praising Keed's culinary skills as nothing short of magic while pouring drink after drink to accompany the dish. Under the shaded canopy of the trees by the shore, the entire group enjoyed a peaceful afternoon break together. Their bellies full, the atmosphere turned lively as the women presented themselves in revealing swimwear, playfully teasing the men and demanding compliments. Men sat together by the shore, caught off guard by the unexpected spectacle unfolding before them. Showing off her new swimsuit, Keed eagerly asked her master for his opinion, while Frau chimed in to claim her own attire was just as cute. He offered a flustered compliment, which only prompted Keed to tease him for staring so intently. Female companions urged the men to compliment them properly, though the seasoned adventurers joked that having grown up together made the sight far less shocking. As the girls prepared to jump into the water for a swim, they invited the rest of the group to join them in the lake. Before he could respond, a firm hand gripped his shoulder from behind. Male adventurers dragged him back into their circle, insisting that he couldn't just walk off with all the girls and that a men's drinking party was starting right there. Apologizing to the ladies, he was hauled away by his fellow men as Frau cried out in dramatic protest. High above, the bright afternoon sun gleamed in a clear sky filled with soft white clouds. Out in the sparkling waters of the lake, the girls happily splashed and swam together, enjoying their relaxing day in the sun. While she and the rest of the women turned in for the night, the men remained gathered around the crackling campfire, indulging in endless drinks and lively conversation late into the evening. As time slipped away, a serene silence settled over the lakeside, moonlight reflecting off the tranquil waters. Overwhelmed by the heavy meal and alcohol, The other men collapsed onto the ground, groaning in defeat from overindulgence. Checking on the quiet tents, the young swordsman observed that everyone else had safely fallen asleep. Seeing him still awake, the veteran leader approached, gently teasing him about letting the others drink too much. Acknowledging how easily things had gotten out of hand, the older warrior shifted the subject, asking about their upcoming plans and destination once they left the road. The young adventurer explained that he was waiting to cross paths with the hero, knowing a roundtable council was scheduled to take place in Gridget soon. The grave expression, the veteran broke the unexpected news that the council had actually concluded 2 days prior. Shocked by the revelation, the youth questioned the timeline. The elder apologized for not sharing the news earlier, explaining that the council's schedule had been abruptly moved up. Veteran detailed how news of the recent demon attack in North Star had forced the leaders to expedite their meeting ahead of schedule. Internalizing the news, the young man calculated that there was still a chance to catch them before they departed Gridget. Seeing the intense tension on his face, the leader advised him to compose himself so as not to worry the girls. Relaxing his posture, the youth apologized for his visible stress. The older warrior remarked on how heavy the burden of meeting this hero seemed to weigh on him. Gazing toward the moonlit lake, the leader pointed out that no one could truly predict where the hero's journey would ultimately lead. Connecting the clues, the young swordsman deduced their inevitable route. Before invading the dark territory, they would be forced to resupply at Greyfield, the last fortress town before the closed border, buying him precious months. Observing his sharp, sudden insight, the veteran noted that the hero remained humanity's primary card against the Demon King, inquiring what the youth truly intended to do upon confronting him. Sitting under the starlit sky, the young warrior firmly declared his readiness to accept full responsibility for whatever actions he was about to take. He understood the grim reality of his position. The hero was humanity's sole defense against the overwhelming power of the Demon King, meaning that striking Sane down would be branded as the ultimate act of treason against the entire world. Should he follow through, his status as a hero would be revoked, turning him into an international fugitive. Recognizing this as his own burden to bear, he resolved that he could not drag Keed or Frau into the fallout, committing to grant them their freedom when the moment arrived. With burning resolve in his eyes, he swore to settle the score once and for all, even if it meant standing completely alone against the world. Noticing his intense grimace, Poloa offered him a cup to drink and urged him to ease his mind, prompting the young warrior to take a sip and relax his scowl. Poloa cautioned him against making reckless choices or abandoning the allies who stood by him. Taken aback by the veteran's sharp perception, he stared into his glass and promised to do everything within his power to survive and return safely. Seasoned warrior reassured him that if his best efforts ever proved insufficient, his comrades would step in to carry the load, leading the young man to offer a rare, genuinely grateful smile. The sharp clink of their glasses, they agreed to rely on each other in times of crisis, sealing their bond with a quiet toast. Walking back from an intense training session, Toru reflected on how brief yet fulfilling his time had been. Though he knew he would miss the grueling physical workouts, his mind was already shifting back toward the path ahead. As he approached the estate gate, the guards warmly welcomed him back. However, one guard quickly reported a concerning piece of news. Someone claiming to be a hero had appeared the previous day. Learning that Hero Sane had already set off toward the dangerous citadel city of Rahana near the Dark Territory, Toru realized there was no time to lose. Knowing Sane's unpredictable movements, he needed to pack immediately and give chase before the trail went cold. Gathering Keed and Frau inside, Toru explained that Orlos was correct and that he had to leave right away to pursue Sane. Despite acknowledging that this place offered comfort and peace, he made it clear that his journey was far from over. Without a moment's hesitation, Keed declared her unwavering resolve to follow him wherever he went, while Frau proudly chimed in about her fierce loyalty as his companion. Deeply moved by their devotion, Toru offered them a genuine smile of gratitude, instructing them to gather their belongings. He scheduled their departure for 30 minutes later at the main entrance. The two companions quickly scurried off to prepare for the long road ahead. Minutes later, Toru stepped out into the hallway fully equipped, ready to embark on his new journey. Outside, his closest allies stood assembled in the courtyard, awaiting his arrival. As he approached, Poloa and the others teasingly called him out for trying to slip away without saying a proper goodbye. Toru sheepishly apologized, surprised by how quickly they had figured out his intentions. Oloa and Skothel reminded him that they were comrades who had shared drinks and overcome battles together, making them practically family. They insisted that leaving in secret was entirely unnecessary among trusted friends. Warmed by their camaraderie, Toru promised that he would return one day so they could all share another drink together. Meanwhile, Keed and Frau exchanged affectionate farewells with their friends, promising to hang out again once their journey brought them back. Oloa expressed his eternal gratitude to Toru for saving their lives with the antidote, assuring him that he would always be welcome back anytime. Before they parted, Prince Hyuncle stepped forward to personally extend his deepest thanks for everything Toru had done to save Anna, giving the travelers a royal send-off as they set out on their quest. Listened quietly as Prince Hyuncle expressed profound gratitude on behalf of his mother, the Queen, praising the young adventurer for actions worthy of a true hero. The prince promised that while official medals could not be granted, his name would be recorded in the kingdom's history books, though the modest warrior made light of such grand honors. Recognizing the urgency of his mission, the gathered royals and allies urged him to make a swift departure without further delay. The cheerful wave and warm smiles, the young adventurer and his companions offered their fond farewells to the friends who had stood alongside them. Comrades shouted parting words of encouragement, promising to look after things in their absence and wishing them safety on the long road ahead. Turning their backs on the capital, the party began walking together toward their next destination. Heed smiled brightly, softly reflecting on the wonderful people they had the fortune of meeting in the city. He wholeheartedly agreed, a peaceful, contented expression softening his face. Though their stay had not spanned a lifetime, the genuine warmth and bonds forged would remain in his heart as he resolved to cherish every person he met while pressing forward. The allies gathered along the tree-lined path watched as the small group journeyed off into the open horizon. As they walked, Frau inquired about their trajectory, and Toru explained that he planned to navigate the mountain pass they had previously traversed, prompting a brief groan of dismay from Keed. Comparing the available routes between Gridget and Greyfield, he reasoned that taking the shortcut recommended by Poloa would offer the fastest passage toward Greyfield. Reflecting on their journey, he considered how eliminating so many monsters along the way had ultimate benefits, realizing that if momentum held, they might overtake Sane sooner than anticipated. Continuing through the rugged wilderness, the travelers pushed steadily past towering rock formations. They eventually arrived at a heavily fortified wooden outpost guarding a narrow mountain pass. Approaching the massive timber gates, the group prepared to step through the boundary and enter the next phase of their journey. Led his companions deeper through the treacherous cavern path, stepping carefully past ancient stone ruins and glistening subterranean streams. Emerging from the dark tunnel, they stepped onto a grand stone bridge overlooking the vast landscape ahead, confirming they had finally reached Greyfield territory. Surveying the grand vista of Greyfield, they took in the sprawling mountain pass, noting the border security posts, trade routes, and surrounding geography. Discussing their immediate plans, they decided to bypass the main capital fort and head directly toward Ryanna, treating the journey with light-hearted anticipation. Thoughts burned with determination as he anticipated confronting Sane, though the intense mood was quickly interrupted by the floating slime's sudden motion sickness. Observing the slime's dizzying spins, his beastkin companion pointed out the town appearing ahead, glad for the light-hearted atmosphere amidst their serious quest. Continuing along the dusty path toward the settlement, the group walked together, taking in the serene countryside. As they approached the outskirts of the town, their attention was caught by a passing wooden wagon carrying iron cages, prompting them to look for lodging first. The wooden carriage rumbled down the road, its iron bars clearly signaling its true purpose as a slave merchant's transport. Reflecting on the nature of slavery in this realm, it was understood that slaves generally fell into two distinct classes: convicted criminals assigned to hard labor, and those sold openly on the public market. Beyond official channels, a sinister black market flourished, fueled by victims of kidnapping or desperate families forced by extreme debt to sell their own kin. Pondering Keed's mysterious past, he remembered how both she and Frau had been acquired through slave auctions, wondering how Keed had fallen into such a tragic fate. Suddenly noticing something inside the slave carriage, his eyes widened in utter disbelief prompting his companions to ask what was wrong. Lashing out in sudden panic, he rushed directly into the path of the speeding carriage, shouting desperately for the driver to halt. Ignoring the merchant's protests and insistence on proper protocol, he demanded to buy a specific captive on the spot, boldly shouting an astronomical offer of 20 million until the stunned seller agreed. He stood before the merchant's iron-barred transport, looking closely at the captive figures lined up inside. When asked to choose, his eyes locked onto a long-haired woman standing toward the back left, prompting the merchant to order her forward immediately. Stunned into complete disbelief, he stared at the woman stepping out into the light. The merchant casually informed her that this young adventurer was now her new master. Standing bound and stripped of her dignity, Sora recognized the young man before her, never having imagined they would ever reunite under such dire circumstances. Asking Kid to hand over the keys, he knelt beside the captive woman and gently poured liquid over her head to wash away the grime, offering a soft apology for the cold shock. Using a skeleton key to unlock her heavy iron shackles, he gently wiped her clean with a towel, whispering in disbelief as he asked how a terrible fate like this could have befallen her. She revealed the bitter truth. Sane had cast her aside and sold her into slavery the moment he found a high-level priest to replace her. Hearing that Sane had sold out his own childhood friend sent a jolt of pure shock and fury straight through his heart. Staggering revelation drained the color from his face, causing his mind to spiral into chaotic shock. Realizing his distress, Kid cast a healing wave spell while urging him to pull himself together. Snap him out of his downward spiral. Kid repeatedly slapped his cheeks, sternly warning him that fleeing from harsh reality would solve nothing. Shaking off the stings on his face, he regained his composure and thanked his companions for pulling him back, while Sora watched on quietly. They began their march toward the town. Tears of bitter hatred welled in his eyes, his knuckles whitening as he cursed Sane's unforgivable betrayal. He eventually arrived at Greyfield, a sprawling mountain settlement tucked beneath towering cliffside peaks. Inside a quiet inn room, he checked on her after she finished drinking a full high-grade potion to restore her strength. She expressed her gratitude, mentioning how much better she felt and calling him as soft-hearted as ever, though he merely brushed off the compliment with a quiet sigh. Sitting beside Kid, he pondered deeply in silence, wondering whether he should break the brutal truth of the brainwashing to her, knowing what NEI had warned about her fragile mental state. He lowered his gaze, lost in dark, heavy thoughts as the difficult path ahead weighed heavily on his mind. He leaned forward to address Sora directly, revealing that Sane had placed her under brainwashing and explaining that the liquid he poured on her earlier was merely meant to confirm his suspicions. Listening closely, he heard Sora quietly confess that she had always felt something was wrong. Observing her reaction, he realized her response was identical to Nay's, confirming the insidious spell. Holding out a bottle containing the antidote, he explained that the medicine would break the spell, leaving the final choice of whether to drink it entirely in her hands. Before he could even voice a word of caution, she instantly tipped the bottle back and downed the potion without a moment's hesitation, taking him completely by surprise. Potion's purification hit her like a violent force, tearing through the brainwashing spell and causing her to writhe and scream in agony while he watched in helpless frustration, recognizing the exact excruciating process NEI had endured. Unable to contain the explosive surge of shattered magic, she leapt wildly through the roof and shattered the structure, crashing outside into the street while he and Kid looked on in sheer astonishment. Rushing outside alongside Kid and Frau, he found her slumped on the pavement, gasping heavily for breath as the painful transformation finally subsided. Tears in her eyes and her face contorted in pure, unbridled wrath as her true memories flooded back, she screamed Sane's name to the heavens, cursing him for daring to treat a priestess like garbage. Terrified by the sudden unleash of her terrifying true personality, he and his companions cowered in horror, realizing that Sora might actually be the scariest person. Reflecting on the past, Toru recalled the saintly young woman he once knew, his childhood friend, Sora, who had served as a revered saint in the White Fan Party. He remembered her as the absolute ideal of grace, always stepping up to heal him whenever he pushed his limits in battle. Yet now, Sora boiled over with unrestrained rage, cursing the manipulative fool who had used her and dropping all pretense of innocent sweetness. Watching her dark outburst, he He could only wonder if this terrifying shift in personality was a severe side effect of her recent brainwashing. Once she let out a long sigh and settled onto a chair, he hesitantly approached to check if she was truly all right. She beamed brightly and thanked him for freeing her mind, though her chilling smile sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the room. He went on to explain his recent caution regarding companion contracts, while she listened intently and inquired about his current group. With an intensely cheerful expression, she proposed they sit down for a thorough discussion on how to deal with that piece of human trash. Her terrifying enthusiasm left him completely speechless, utterly unnerved by her sheer intensity. Settling down over drinks, she chugged alcohol with surprising vigor as he summarized his travels with the Wandering Brigade. She expressed deep gratitude for his rescue of NEI, opening up about the lingering regret and feelings of uselessness she had endured. He felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, reassuring her that her actions were simply the result of mind control. He confessed that while NEI had been worried, he had intentionally kept Sora's true, unhinged nature a secret from the younger girl. She chuckled softly and revealed that growing up in a noble family of saintly warriors required brutal discipline to present a face of perfect mercy. Listening to her story, he finally understood how years of forced suppression coupled with the brainwashing backlash had twisted her personality. He paused to ask Sora about her future plans, offering to let her join their group if she had nowhere else to turn, though he inwardly recalled her wild and troublesome nature once the fake persona dissolved. Sora softly declined the invitation, feeling that in her current state, she lacked the right to stand at his side. The tiny fairy tried to object and tell her she didn't need any such right. Sora's sudden intense pressure cut her off mid-sentence. Clasped hands brought together in solemn prayer, she explained that she needed to spend a year purifying herself through devotion, prayer, and penance to atone for her past sins before considering anything else. Desiring to rediscover genuine love within herself and wash away her artificial past, she apologized for her unrefined display, though he was still recovering from the bottle she had carelessly hurled. Observing his calm demeanor, she commended how composed he always remained, causing him to defensively insist that he had actually been shaking with fear and unable to react. Shifting to a far graver tone, he directly questioned whether her ultimate goal was to kill Sane herself, firmly asked her to leave Sane's execution to him, declaring that after hearing everything from her and NEI, there was no longer any doubt about the villain's true malevolent nature. Accepting his vow, she resolved to offer prayers at the nearest church while justice took its course against the wicked hero. Her aura abruptly darkened into pure hatred as she shattered her glass, declaring that Sane's desecration of the clergy and his brutal violation of their hearts and bodies was utterly unforgivable. She swore to make Sane suffer to the depths of his soul. He pleaded with her to stop destroying their tableware, bringing her sudden burst of rage to a quiet halt as a wave of exhaustion hit her. Overcome by weariness now that her burden was lifted, she announced she was sleepy, and he encouraged her to rest and get a good night's sleep right where she was. Turning to address the group's practical needs, he suggested going out to buy her some proper clothes the following day, catching her off guard. Realizing her complete lack of attire for the first time, she flushed in embarrassment, hurriedly agreed, and promptly drifted off to sleep while he averted his gaze. He'd immediately clung to him in jealous affection, while the mischievous fairy gleefully accused him of staring, throwing the young swordsman into flustered confusion. He spluttered, trying to defend himself against their playful accusations as they teased him outside their lodging. Morning sun bathed the city street, illuminating the canal that wound between the stone buildings. Inside a bustling shop, the group browsed through various wares, examining items on display while taking in the local sights. Outside, they took a moment to rest together along the open terrace, enjoying the peaceful weather. They eventually arrived before the grand church, its grand architecture standing prominently in the town square. Sora expressed her deep gratitude for everything he had done, though her affectionate closeness prompted a sudden, jealous kick from behind. Sora took the companions aside, entrusting them with his care and noting how, despite his rough exterior, he was deeply sensitive. Wolf Girl gave a warm, confident smile, promising that she would gladly follow and protect him wherever he went. Turning to the group, Sora confirmed that she would be fine traveling on her own, reassuring him not to worry. Irritated by the lingering affection, he delivered another sharp strike, urging him to focus on the task ahead rather than standing around. Sora gently reassured him that the travel funds provided were more than enough for her journey back toward her homeland. Before departing, Sora asked to borrow him for just one short hour, leading him away from the rest of the party. She led him down a quiet street, stopping right outside the entrance of a dark, discreet establishment. Stepping inside the quiet building, they were immediately greeted by the shop's attendants. He questioned why she brought him to a slave trader's establishment. Sora firmly took his hand and led him forward without hesitation. She boldly giggled, offering a proposal that left Toru entirely shocked. She requested that the shopkeeper establish a master-servant contract between her and Toru, designating him as her master. Toru recoiled in disbelief, pointing out that he had only just freed her from slavery, making this arrangement illogical. Sora chuckled softly, entirely unbothered, while Toru silently questioned whether bringing up Aniray had been a mistake. They walked outside. Toru contemplated Sora's gentle nature. Though she acted energetic, he wondered if she was merely forcing a brave face after giving Aniray the directive to live her own life. Toru felt an eerie sensation, like a snake coiling around him, as he pondered what unpredictable action she might take next if he refused. He continued strolling through the town streets. Sora casually asked if Toru and his companions were heading out soon, and he confirmed they still had a bit of time, though they couldn't afford to move too slowly. Stopping near a stone bridge, Sora offered to give him a piece of advice, prompting Toru to look back at her in curiosity. Overlooking the quiet river and surrounding buildings, she delivered a chilling revelation. Lisa was a traitor. Toru stood frozen, trying to process her heavy accusation. Sora explained that Lisa possessed the exact same distinct scent as herself, the scent of a lie. Leaning against the bridge railing, Sora asked him if he remembered the day she first appeared in the village. Toru recalled the period vividly, realizing he must have been around 12 years old at that time. He remembered how Lisa and Thane had moved to the village around the same period. Coming from a big city, both appeared significantly more sophisticated than the rest of the villagers, with Lisa acting like a refined young lady and Thane idolized by everyone. Images of their past, fond memories floated through his mind. Simpler times when they started dating under the massive village tree, believing life couldn't possibly get any better. Sora pointed out that from the moment she laid eyes on Lisa, she instinctively recognized they were the same, suspecting Lisa had been faking her gentle personality all along, though Toru found it hard to believe. Toru demanded proof of such a bold claim. Sora admitted she had none. She suggested that while she and Nei had sensed it, Nei likely couldn't bring herself to speak up, leaving Toru to question if he was overthinking. Walking away along the stone path, Sora left him with a final parting thought, telling him that while she couldn't say for sure beyond woman's intuition, he would have to find out the truth for himself. She urged him to discover for himself the true nature of the woman he once held so dear. They stood on the bridge, their hands parted gently, severing the physical connection between them. Looking at him with absolute seriousness, she implored him never to forget her words. She reminded him with a gentle smile that there were still people who truly believed in him and stood by his side to offer support. He offered a quiet affirmation, letting her words settle into his heart. She beamed back at him, her tender expression offering a final moment of warmth. Moments later, he remained standing alone on the cobblestone pathway, watching as she departed down the busy street. In the darkness of his thoughts, her final, lingering revelation echoed that she had always sensed the mysterious girl carried a scent just like her own. As the sun began to set over the canal, her parting warnings continued to echo repeatedly in his mind. He leaned against the stone railing, deeply troubled, unable to comprehend what it could possibly mean for Lisa to be called. Having parted ways with Sora, Toru and his companions continued their journey in pursuit of Thane, letting out a heavy sigh as they took in the sprawling, mountainous landscape. Noticing how far they had traveled, Toru suggested taking a lunch break to enjoy the scenic view, prompting the canine beastkin companion to offer to prepare the meal, while Frau enthusiastically agreed. As Frau spotted an intriguing ruin nearby and fluttered off to investigate, Toru cautioned her not to wander too far from their camp, while the beastkin companion set about gathering ingredients. Exhausted from the trek, Toru collapsed onto the soft grass with a weary sigh, only to be sternly reminded by Keed that he shouldn't complain later if he got too tired. Observing him resting, Keed suddenly paused, noticing his lost-in-thought expression as a quiet breeze blew past. She gently questioned if he was reflecting on Sora and the nature of master-slave contracts, pointing out that he seemed to have figured out how those magic bonds function. He'd explained that master-slave contracts manifest people's deep desires, noting that because Toru is a kind and strong person, Sora likely felt comfortable with him, even though such magic is usually despised. The warm smile, she added that while contract magic can be restrictive, it ultimately creates unbreakable connections built on true bonds. Reflecting on her words, Toru recalled the painful past when he was abandoned and betrayed by those he trusted, remembering how desperately he had desired a companion who would stand by his side. Realized that meeting Keed in that condition was the turning point that truly saved him from his despair. Turning to express his gratitude to Keed, Toru suddenly caught a strange scent in the air and asked if something was burning. Panic immediately set in for the canine beastkin companion as she remembered the cooking pot on the fire, realizing with horror that lunch was ruined. Inside the cooking pot lay a completely charred, pitch-black liquid bubbling ominously. The group sat in stunned silence around the campfire, staring in disbelief at the utterly blackened concoction. Despite the companion's tearful apologies for burning the meal, Toru bravely forced down a spoonful, grimacing in agony at the extremely bitter taste while trying to reassure her. He winces at the excruciatingly bitter taste of Frau's dish, while Keed's cooking proves to be far more delicious. Amidst the chaotic meal, Frau suddenly collapses forward onto the table in a total stupor. Driven by her fierce devotion, the beastkin companion clings tightly to him, declaring firmly that her master belongs to her alone and that she will never hand him over to Lisa. While he continues eating and attempts to calm the chaotic scene around them, she suddenly remembers something special she brought along specifically for him. Searching through her belongings, she pulls out a box of limited edition chocolates, eager to offer him a sweet treat. Explaining that the chocolates are from a famous shop in Grayfield, she happily offers one to him, leaning in closely to feed him directly. Before he could take a bite, a tiny hand swoops in unexpectedly and snatches the chocolate right away. Frau greedily devours the sweet treat as a palate cleanser, prompting an outburst of annoyance as the fairy takes off running. As Frau darts into the forest with the beastkin girl giving chase, his shouts echo after them, reminding them that their soup is growing cold and still needs to be eaten. Sometime later, the quiet journey continues along a shaded dirt path lined with tall, ancient trees. Carrying her on his back after she fell asleep during the earlier commotion, he gently speaks up once he notices she is finally stirred awake. Resting her head against his shoulder, she expresses how safe she feels in his presence and asks to stay on his back just a little while longer. She gently voices her concern about his restless nights, worrying that the stress of potentially encountering Lisa again is weighing heavily on his mind. His expression darkens slightly as her thoughtful words cause him to look back on everything he has endured. He reflects on the painful memory of being betrayed and abandoned by his former comrades, holding on to the unwavering gratitude he feels for Keed, who stood by his side through it all. His memories of Sora's revelations about Lisa's true nature linger in his thoughts. He resolves to face whatever truth lies ahead, comforted by the companion currently riding on his back. Carrying her gently on his back along the forest trail, he offered words of reassurance, promising that everything would be all right. With a soft, tearful smile resting on her face, she leaned in close and whispered her unwavering vow to remain by his side forever. As they moved forward, he felt a strange twitching behind his neck and realized both his companions were intently sniffing his head, prompting him to lightly scold them for their odd behavior. Up ahead, the tiny fairy balanced playfully atop a rolling orb, calling back to the group as they navigated the sunlit woods. Inquiring about their destination, he asked if the settlement was visible. The fairy estimated a half-hour journey remained, while he noted the imposing stone perimeter looming in the distance. Arriving at the magnificent stronghold known as Fortress Rhina, he gazed up in awe at the colossal stone walls guarding the entrance. While the Beast King girl slumbered peacefully on his shoulders, He grumbled good-naturedly about her getting special treatment, unaware that the fairy was sneakily diving into his shirt. The grand entrance. Guards stood watch on either side of the open archway, observing the steady flow of travelers. One sleepy sentry stifled a yawn, earning a stern warning from his comrade that their captain would reprimand him if caught slacking. Suddenly, rapid, thumping footsteps echoed down the approach, drawing the guards' startled attention toward the path. He came sprinting forward with his midsection bizarrely squirming and expanding, leaving the bewildered guards gasping in horror at what looked like a grotesque monster. As he darted past, writhing squiggles and manic giggles burst from his abdomen, prompting an alarmed guard to demand his identification. Overcome by intense tickling as the fairy squirmed beneath his clothes, he burst into hysterical laughter, which the disgusted guards mistook for sinister perversion. Surrounding him on all sides, the guards tackled the squirming traveler to the ground despite his desperate, laughing protestations. Locked away behind heavy iron bars inside a dim dungeon, he was ordered to stay quiet until interrogation the following morning. As the sentries walked away muttering about his unsettling grin, he pleaded through the bars that the entire incident was merely a terrible misunderstanding. He sat groaning inside the dim dungeon cell, chastising his companions for getting him treated like a suspicious intruder in the first place, all while the tiny fairy continued squirming beneath his clothing. Losing his patience, he forcibly grabbed the mischief maker and pulled her out from under his shirt with a sharp tug, causing her to cry out in surprise. Free from the ticklish ordeal, he sighed and looked around the stone-walled dungeon, taking stock of their enclosed surroundings. Moments later, a guard delivered a modest meal through the bars. Though he politely requested extra portions, the guard coldly reminded him to be grateful he was receiving food at all. Taking advantage of the guard's presence, he struck up a conversation to gather intelligence on the fort's status and whether the renowned hero had already arrived. Learning that the hero was reportedly being pampered elsewhere without notable achievements, his gaze darkened as he realized Sane and his former companions were finally within reach. Guard paused, looking at him with suspicion and asking why he had been acting so strangely earlier if he could speak so normally now. Explaining away his earlier behavior as unfortunate circumstances, he listened as the guard noted that a proper interrogation would take place tomorrow unless he had an identification card on hand. Promptly retrieving his official guild card, he reached out through the heavy iron bars to hand it over. The guard inspected the card carefully, but his eyes widened in utter disbelief upon realizing it identified them as members of the legendary Wandering Brigade. Without a word, the guard suddenly turned and rushed up the stone stairwell at full speed, leaving him baffled by the abrupt departure. A moment later, the guard returned out of breath, accompanied by several higher-ranking officials who demanded further proof of their affiliation with the elite brigade. Prompted by Keed's suggestion, he presented a special bracelet through the bars as conclusive evidence of their identity. Upon recognizing the item, the shocked officials immediately realized they were standing in the presence of the true hero's inner circle. Heavy iron cell doors were promptly thrown open as the guards hastened to rectify their catastrophic mistake. He accepted the guards' frantic apologies with quiet grace, assuring the official that their initial suspicion was entirely understandable. Rather than demanding special privileges, the young adventurer simply requested additional food and extra blankets, opting to remain in the quarters overnight. Overjoyed by his modest requests, the guard promised to fulfill them without delay. True to their word, the garrison quickly provided a lavish spread of hot meals, warm beverages, and thick, comfortable bedding inside the stone chamber. Expressing his gratitude for their hospitality, Toru rewarded the guards handsomely, handing over 6 gold coins so they could enjoy a round of drinks on his account. The unexpected generosity left the soldiers overwhelmed with joy as they bowed in deep appreciation as they settled down to eat. His beastkin companion inquired about the generous tip, to which Toru explained that he wished to repay the guards for going above and beyond to make them comfortable. She quietly acknowledged his kindness with his subtle expression of gratitude. While his small companions teased him about his unexpected thoughtfulness, Toru dryly brushed off their praise as night settled over the fortress, leaving the moon shining brightly outside their window. Alone with his thoughts, Toru stood before the barred window, gazing out into the dark night as silence fell over the room. Realizing tomorrow would mark the decisive day, he quietly weighed the consequences of his planned actions. He knew that slaying a hero was a grave offense that carried severe punishment, aware that even mitigating circumstances might not spare him from the ultimate penalty. Watching his companions sleep soundly, Toru resolved that before facing whatever fate awaited him, he would ensure Keed and Frau were permanently freed from their lingering bonds of servitude. Listening to his companion murmur his name in her sleep, a tinge of regret touched Toru's heart as he lamented that he couldn't provide them with a more luxurious place to rest on what might very well be their final night together. Thoughts shifted to the lingering mysteries, the truth behind Sane's betrayal, the enigmatic words spoken by Sora, and the urgent need to break the brainwashing placed upon Lisa. Clenching his hand into a tight fist, his resolve hardened against his foe. Fueled by burning determination and an unyielding desire for justice, Toru vowed that when dawn arrived, he would finally settle his long-standing grudge against Sane once. Shortly before Toru and his companions arrived in the border region, the atmosphere in the bustling town was thick with anticipation as heavily armed soldiers stood guard near the entrance. Guards immediately recognized the distinguished group approaching, granting them privileged passage through the gates without hesitation. With an air of supreme confidence, Sane led his party through the town square, drawing whispers and admiring gazes from the onlookers who celebrated the arrival of the legendary hero. He strolled along the paved walkway, fully aware of the reverence his presence commanded among the locals. Looking around at the heavy military presence, Sane mused on the heavy concentration of knights and soldiers, noting their proximity to the Dark Territory's front line. Satisfied with his hidden prestige, he arrogantly convinced himself that revealing his true identity directly would be far less dramatic than letting the locals discover his heroic status on their own. Interpreting his quiet musings as an opportunity, Lisa called Sane aside to discuss a pressuring matter regarding the composition of their adventuring party. She bluntly confronted Sora, pointing out the severe discrepancy in their levels and asserting that Sora's inferior power was dragging down the party's potential. Praising Lisa's efficiency, Sane agreed without hesitation, eagerly entertaining her scheme to discard Sora and replace her with a stronger, more attractive healer by selling her to a slave trader. Horrified by the sudden betrayal, Sora pleaded desperation to Sane, desperately invoking their shared history as childhood friends in a vain attempt to reach his conscience. Ruthlessly shutting down her pleas, he drew his weapon to intimidate her into silence, demanding total obedience while she stared back in cold horror. He brought the captive healer directly to a shadowy merchant, who appraised her physical qualities with a calculating eye. Although the merchant praised her overall quality, his sharp perception detected an underlying status ailment, prompting him to demand a steep 40% discount that visibly annoyed Sane. Accepting the deal nonetheless, Sane callously turned his back on Sora, instructing her to accept her grim fate as she was forcefully dragged away into captivity. Left alone behind the heavy locked doors of her cell, Sora collapsed to the floor in total despair, unable to comprehend the cruel betrayal by those she once trusted. Having completed the dark transaction, Sane and his companions received a decent pouch of money from the merchant, completely indifferent to what fate awaited Sora now that they had pocketed their coin. Under the glow of the full moon, the tavern stood quiet from the outside, blissfully unaware of the deceit brewing within. Inside, Sane asked his party member if this was indeed the place where the new priest could be found, receiving a swift confirmation. Glancing across the crowded room, Sane spotted the hooded woman sitting alone at a table with a mug in hand. Approaching her from behind, he evaluated her impressive statistics and attractive appearance, noting she was level 60. Taking a seat right beside her, Sane casually greeted the hooded priest and asked if she was alone, inviting her to join his party with a charming grin. He inquired about her name. She introduced herself as Malim, prompting Lisa to push past Sane in minor irritation, while Sane quietly wondered if his subtle magic eye ability had taken effect. Looking directly at him, Malim agreed to join his party without hesitation. Delighted by her immediate compliance, Sane smirked internally, satisfied that his hypnotic power had worked seamlessly in an instant. Noticing a beautiful ring on her finger, Sane asked if a boyfriend had given it to her. Malim quietly answered that the person who gave it to her was gone, though he had been a wonderful man. Sane relished the thought of taking advantage of a beautiful woman still clinging to the memory of her lost love, finding the scenario utterly perfect for his desires. Turning to the group, Sane suggested heading to the inn to discuss their next moves, to which Malim softly agreed. Subtle, mysterious smile flickered across Malim's face as she accepted the proposal. Together, the party members turned and walked out of the establishment as the rest of the patrons carried on with their evening. Night settled deeply over the quiet town, leaving the tavern behind under the silent glow of the moon. Beside her, Sane let out a long, weary breath as he sat on the edge of the bed, basking in the quiet aftermath of the night. Relieved after months of pent-up tension, he poured himself a drink and reflected on his new priestess, whose unusual reactions intrigued him even as he decided to rest for the grueling day ahead. Swirling the liquid in his glass, he pondered the formidable opponent awaiting him at the stronghold, Dinas of the Mighty Blade, one of the Demon King's fearsome 6 generals, yet remained confident in his own growing strength. The self-assured smirk, he vowed that this upcoming conquest would finally echo his name as a true legendary hero across the entire realm. Far from the comfort of the inn, rugged and unforgiving mountains framed the distant fortress where the dark forces lay entrenched. A massive army had assembled across the vast plains, marching in dense formations to lay siege to the enemy's heavily fortified walls. Chaos erupted at the front lines as soldiers clashed in fierce, bloody hand-to-hand combat right outside the main gates. Defenders atop the ramparts unleashed a relentless hail of arrows and destructive magic, tearing through the advancing infantry and pinning down the offensive line. Amidst the barrage, the frontline commanders grew desperate, watching their spellcasters reach their physical limits while struggling to maintain a magical barrier under continuous bombardment. Suddenly, 2 towering legendary figures emerged through the ranks, casually stepping forward with the confidence to shatter the enemy's defensive barrier in a single blow. Surrounding troops gasped as they recognized the great sage Merlin alongside Hercules, the famed powerhouse hero of the lesser nations, sent by their monarch to reinforce the struggling campaign. Overwhelmed by the sheer aura radiating from the veteran warrior, Sane recoiled slightly, feeling the intense pressure of true elite champions. Attempting to reclaim the spotlight, the arrogant young leader stepped forward beside his party, loudly declaring themselves as the S-rank Team White Fang. While the weary soldiers cheered at the sudden arrival of multiple renowned allies, Hercules cordially offered an apology for stepping into their line of engagement. Although Hercules generously offered to let the younger group take center stage in battle, Sane seethed inwardly over his grand savior entrance being completely overshadowed. Paused, a crafty scheme suddenly taking root in his mind. If he allowed these legendary figures to act as his opening act before taking down General Dinas himself, his own achievements as the hero would look all the more grand. Smirking confidence washed over his face as he congratulated himself on his brilliant idea, reasoning that having them wear down the enemy's defenses would suit his plans perfectly. Meanwhile, Hercules graciously agreed to cover the rear, but great sage Merlin immediately stepped forward to address the entire vanguard army. The next moment, Hercules rallied the soldiers of Greyfield with a thunderous roar, calling on them to follow right behind the hero and wipe out humanity's enemies. Although the self-proclaimed hero bristled at having his spotlight stolen once more, Merlin began weaving a high-tier spell, summoning a dragon of hellfire from the darkness. Magnificent, fiery drake materialized in the sky, unleashing a devastating torrent of flames onto the horrified demon army below. As the burning dragon swept over the battlefield, the demon commanders screamed for their troops to maintain composure and pour every drop of mana into their protective barrier. Despite their desperate defensive efforts, the scorching inferno shattered their magical shields, engulfing the front line in a brilliant explosion of heat and shadow. Agonized shrieks filled the air as burning demon soldiers collapsed, begging for water amid the overwhelming heat of the magical blaze. Observing the devastation, the astonished young hero marveled at the sheer scale of Merlin's spell, just as Hercules activated his own physical enhancement skill to charge through the opening. The terrifying roar, the legendary warrior leapt headlong into the enemy ranks, swatting aside armored demons as if they were mere insects. His monstrous strength tore through the defending ranks effortlessly, leaving the remaining demon troops paralyzed in utter sheer terror. Watching the sheer display of force in disbelief, the young hero panted in frustration, frantically instructing Lisa and Malim to prepare to leap in before the legendary duo claimed all the glory. Meanwhile, high above the chaos of the battlefield, the massive stone towers of General Dinas' fortress stood silent against the sky. Deep within the fortress chambers, a panicked scout burst through the doors to deliver urgent news to Lord Dinas regarding the vanguard's total collapse. Bursting into the private quarters, the messenger frantically apologized for the intrusion, breathlessly reporting the human reinforcements had arrived, shattered their magical barrier, and were inflicting massive casualties on their front lines. General Dinas casually brushed off the disruption and demanded details, questioning if it was the hero causing such devastation. The scout clarified that while it wasn't the hero himself, the overwhelming power display was unquestionably on par with legendary heroes. Far from being alarmed by the catastrophic news, General Dinas erupted into a menacing, shadowy grin, declaring the crisis an intriguing turn of events and the ultimate cure for his lingering boredom. High above the desolate mountain peaks, the vast expanse of the northern landscape stretched silently under a clouded sky. Overlooking the massive demon army gathered outside the fortress walls, Toru and his companions realized they had managed to arrive just in time, noting that the enemy forces had not yet succeeded in breaching the stronghold's outer defenses. Standing resolute upon the rocky ridge alongside his allies, Toru focused his sharp gaze onto the chaotic battlefield below, determined to find Sane somewhere among the surging enemy. As soldiers scramble urgently toward the front line, pushing potions and demanding haste, whispering voices recognize the powerful figures that have just arrived on the battlefield. Standing together with resolute expressions, Toru and his companions arrive, the legendary heroes of Armin, known collectively as the Wandering Brigade. Stunned soldier greets Toru, recalling their victory parade in Grigit. Toru politely asks him for a quick update on the current battlefield situation. Looking out across the vast battlefield, the soldier explains that their forces currently hold the upper hand and are actively pushing the front line forward thanks to powerful reinforcements. He highlights the contributions of Hercules, a fierce warrior who felled an SS rank monster, and Merlin, the sage at the absolute peak of magic. Hearing this, Toru pauses and inquires if the hero is also present. Before the soldier can fully answer, an armored commander approaches angrily, demanding to know why civilians have been allowed inside the military camp. Toru introduces their party as the Wandering Brigade, leaving the commander astonished as he realizes all their most powerful key pieces have suddenly gathered in one place. Visualizing the confrontation like a high-stakes game of chess, the commander realizes this is their best opportunity in a century to defeat Dinas, one of the 6 generals, and reclaim the distant fortress. Commander asks if they have come to reinforce the army, but Toru clarifies that his goal is purely personal. He is simply here looking for the hero. Understanding their motive, the commander offers to guide them directly toward the hero's location within the encampment. Points far off into the distance toward a heavily guarded enemy fortress looming beneath a dark sky, directing Toru toward the fortress wall where dark smoke is rising. The commander confirms that the hero is likely fighting right around that spot. As Toru and his companions depart, the commander casually notes that the fortress is defended by General Dinas, adding that Toru is free to defeat him along the way if he wishes. Watching them leave, the commander smirks, calculating that if the Wandering Brigade manages to bring down the fortress for them, nobility titles won't be just a dream anymore. Surging forward into the chaos of the battlefield, Toru and his allies charged toward the fort, determined to reach their target. Watched as the combined assault force surged toward the outer walls, breaking through the frontline defenses while Hercules roared at Merlin to obliterate the main gate. Having fully recharged his mana, Merlin began incanting an immense spell, calling upon burning celestial stardust to descend as a storm of fiery arrows, much to the annoyance of his allies who wanted to turn at the glory. Unleashing his spell, Meteorite Shower, Merlin bombarded the fortress entrances, while Hercules charged alongside him, activating his own formidable beast sword skill to tear through the defenses. Catastrophic volley of magical projectiles rained down upon the fortress walls, detonating against the reinforced stone gates with devastating force. However, Merlin suddenly realized that his spell had exploded mid-air before hitting the structure, prompting Hercules to tense up as a massive presence emerged through the dust. High above the battlefield, atop the fortress parapet, a sinister silhouette stood radiating an unimaginable amount of murderous intent. Hercules tracked the figure with his eyes as the formidable enemy leapt from the high walls directly down toward the human forces. The towering warrior crashed onto the earth right before the advancing vanguard, creating an imposing barricade all on his own. A single blinding flash, the enemy swung his weapon, effortlessly severing heads and bisecting multiple heavily armored soldiers before they could even react. Standing amid the bloodshed, the demonic warrior was formally recognized by Hercules as General Dinas of the Mighty Sword, one of the 6 demon generals serving the Demon King. Horus stood frozen in utter shock, completely unable to perceive or track the general's lightning-fast movements with his eyes. Noting the human army with a cruel smirk, Dinas taunted the troops to step forward and face him directly. Recognizing the extreme danger, Hercules ordered everyone to fall back, but the overconfident soldiers foolishly believed they could overwhelm a single commander if they rushed him together. Ignoring Hercules' desperate warnings to stay back, the vanguard charged recklessly ahead into the demon general's range. Catastrophic techniques like multi-stage Savage Fangs and Thunderfall, Dinas instantly annihilated the charging soldiers in a horrific explosion of power, demanding a truly worthy opponent. He stood unfazed beneath a relentless barrage of lightning, hurling a simple stone across 500 meters with lethal precision to impale the great sage Merlin. Even as the magical storm blasted him, the demon commander marveled at his own throw, knowing the devastating strike had severed the spellcaster's assault instantly. Watching the legendary mage collapse, he mocked the human forces below, questioning if any true warrior among them could even make him break a sweat. Panic seized the allied vanguard. With Hercules maimed and Merlin gravely wounded, the commanders ordered a frantic, full-scale retreat, which the demon dismissed as the scuttling of mere insects. As he lunged forward to slaughter the fleeing soldiers, a brilliant flash of steel intercepted his blade, locking weapons in a sudden display of force. Intrigued by the sudden interference, the demon demanded to know the identity of the warrior who had dared to stop his blow. Thane declared his name with supreme confidence, announcing himself as the hero who would cut the demon down, prompting a dark, amused smile from Dinas. Without missing a beat, Lisa rushed into the fray alongside Sane, unleashing offensive magic to press their joint attack. A barrage of fire arrows rained down upon Dinas, but he brushed off the magical assault without taking a single scratch. Analyzing the situation mid-combat, Sane realized lower-level magic was useless, though the sight of his resistance sparked renewed hope among the watching troops. The surrounding army erupted into desperate chants, pleading for Hero Sane to slay the monstrous foe and save them all. Dinas scoffed at the pathetic cheering, while Sane stood resolute at the center of the battlefield, drinking in the adoration. Internalizing the grand stage, Sane reveled in the glory of arriving in the nick of time to save humanity from hopeless defeat. Ordering Malim to continuously restore his stamina, he unleashed the true power of his holy sword, surging from level 72 up to level 100 as his aura weighed heavily on the field. Empowered by the sacred surge of magic, the hero assumed his stance, ready to face the demon general in a deciding duel. Charged forward with his blade held high, unleashing his full power against General Dinas, who eagerly accepted the challenge. With a furious roar, the young hero executed a swift flash slash, but the demon general effortlessly parried the incoming blow. Dinas counterattacked with precision, driving a piercing light blade straight toward him and acknowledging the cleverness of his tactics. Refusing to back down, the hero struck again with a powerful hero strike, confident that his infinite stamina would eventually overcome the difference in levels. Channeled his ultimate strength into a secret technique, surging toward Dinas like a beam of swift light. However, Dinas saw through the assault completely, delivering a devastating counterblow that struck the hero squarely in the chest. Shocked and heavily injured, the warrior fell to his knees as Dinas loomed over him, completely unharmed. Venus dismissed the attack as boring, mocking the hero who now lay paralyzed on the earth, unable to move his shattered body. Witnessing their hero's defeat, the allied soldiers fell into utter despair, realizing that retreat was their only remaining option. Venus taunted the retreating forces, arrogant in his absolute invincibility on the battlefield. Suddenly, a tremendous, crushing pressure radiated across the entire field, halting everyone in their tracks. The air grew heavy and suffocating as the ground shook violently, signaling the arrival of an extraordinary entity. A massive surge of magical force parted the dust and wind, shocking everyone present. Through the swirling clearing, Toru stepped onto the battlefield, standing calm and resolute before the fallen Sane. Toru greeted his former companion with quiet authority, leaving Sane staring in absolute shock as the turning point of the battle arrived. Standing amidst a desolate, ice-spiked wasteland, Toru turned his back on Sane, who sat bloodied and defeated on the cracked earth. Battered Sane struggled to comprehend how Toru had grown so immensely powerful, while Toru silently pondered the heavy aura surrounding them, left thoroughly unimpressed by Sane's lingering presence. Flashbacks of his companions, Sora, Nei, and the others, flashed across his mind, fueling his resolve to move past this confrontation. He glanced back to see Lisa kneeling exhausted alongside her wounded comrade, both clearly drained from the relentless battle. Around them, the battlefield stirred in confusion as the surviving soldiers scrambled to assist the injured and reorganize their broken lines. Toru addressed his allies, noting that there were too many bystanders for a calm discussion, and asked Lisa to help clear the area so they could speak properly. Promptly stepping forward, Toru summoned his dragon companion, preparing to launch a powerful clearing strike against the enemy forces gathered ahead. From high atop the castle walls, archers and commanders shouted down orders, unleashing a barrage of projectiles at Toru's advancing group. Unfazed by the incoming volley, Toru commanded Keed and his team to clear the entrance, unleashing a sweeping elemental strike that obliterated the enemy front. Massive, jagged ice spires burst from the ground in a crushing display, utterly destroying the enemy barricades and shattering the defenders' morale. Following the devastating frozen assault, the path to the fortress gates lay completely clear, littered with frozen debris. Inside the fortress walls, the defending guards panicked upon hearing the catastrophic impacts reverberating against their heavily fortified doors. The fierce roar, Frau unleashed a powerful whirlwind attack, directly smashing through the thick wooden doors of the castle. As the dust settled, Toru casually remarked on the breached gates, while the surrounding allies stood in awe of how effortlessly the stronghold had been breached. The main barrier obliterated, Toru and his forces stood triumphant at the entrance, ready to press forward into the heart of the enemy fortress. He stood calmly as the allied forces surged through the breached gates, noting how quiet the surrounding area had finally become, until a menacing voice interrupted the stillness. Facing the giant beastkin warrior, the young adventurer listened as General Dinas introduced himself as one of the Demon King's 6 generals, demanding to know his opponent's name in return. Dinas recognized him immediately as the formidable warrior mentioned by his supreme commander, callously brushing off his subordinates' concerns about the invading army, because his entire focus was now locked onto Toru. Turning briefly toward the fallen hero nearby, the demon general announced his original intentions before gripping his massive curved blade with lethal resolve. Without hesitation, the demon commander lunged forward, locking heavy weapons in a fierce test of raw strength as he roared with savage excitement. Sparks flew and shockwaves shattered the pavement under the sheer force of their violent exchange, each parry and counterstrike ringing out like thunder across the battlefield. Watching from the sidelines while receiving healing magic, the defeated hero stared in utter disbelief as the warrior he had once looked down upon fought on equal footing with a monster that had broken him. Nearby, Toru's companions observed the clash with tranquil confidence, acknowledging the demon general's formidable strength while remaining completely assured of their leader's victory. Knocked back slightly, the demon commander let out a rasping chuckle, taunting his opponent to stop holding back and draw his legendary armaments. Thrilled to have finally encountered a worthy match, the general bellowed with sadistic glee, demanding that they savor this death match to the absolute fullest. Tempestuous energy violently erupted from the demon commander's body, radiating an overwhelming pressure that darkened the skies around them. Suffocating miasma expanded rapidly across the entire courtyard, compelling onlookers to freeze in terror as the full extent of his demonic strength was laid bare. Amid the swirling vortex of destructive magic, the monstrous general loomed large. Yet Toru stood entirely unfazed against the crushing spiritual aura. Unmoved by the terrifying display, the young hero casually readied his sword, asking if his opponent was finished showing off so he could deliver the finishing blow. Enraged by the youth's utter contempt, General Dinas howled in fury, unsealing the full, demonic release of his weapon. Belgraph bellowed in triumph as his power surged to unprecedented heights, declaring that his level had reached 240. Determined to end the battle, the demon general announced he was going all out, while Toru silently prepared himself for the coming onslaught. Unleashing his ultimate secret technique, the beast sword black Fong Fong crack, Dinas detonated a massive burst of dark energy directly ahead. The force of the strike shattered the stone ramparts, sending shockwaves across the castle battlements as Dinas charged forward. Mocking Toru for merely defending against his devastating blows, Dinas taunted that his opponent was barely holding on, while Toru carefully guided the battle away from innocent bystanders. Boasting that only powerful beings like Duke Mugen or the Demon King himself could defeat him in this form, Dinas demanded that Toru unleash his full strength. With absolute precision, Toru delivered a decisive, single strike that cleaved straight through Dinas's massive form. Completing the fluid movement of his sword arc, Toru stood calm and composed as the lethal blow took effect. In disbelief, the defeated demon general collapsed to the ground, astonished that he was brought down so effortlessly. The onlookers watched in utter shock as Dinas fell in a single blow, realizing that Toru had been holding back his true strength all along. Releasing his holy sword power, Toru revealed his true status as a level 421 warrior, staring down at Dinas as he declared this to be his full power. Memories of childhood flooded back, recalling the days when they journeyed together toward a distant summit tree. Back then, Sane had urged Toru onward with bright enthusiasm, leading the way with an energetic wave. As they took a quick rest along the trail, Toru observed Sane resting idly on a grassy patch while Lisa watched over them. Eventually, their footsteps brought them to a stone plaza overlooking the grand landscape beyond. Gazes fixed upon the vast horizon, Sane pointed out the distant sights, dreaming aloud of one day rising to the rank of first-tier adventurers and earning the world's respect. Turning to the stark reality of the present, Toru stood face-to-face with Sane, demanding to know if he had truly betrayed them all and asking for the full truth behind his treacherous actions. Unforgiving, Toru made it clear that treason could never be pardoned and that justice must be served. Sane merely dismissed his words with a mocking remark, viewing his former friend's sense of duty as foolish perfectionism. Sane recalled their past dynamic, asserting that they had always been good friends despite their differences. However, the surrounding companions watched the tense exchange with growing unease. In stark contrast to the bright, cheerful smiles of their youthful memories, the reality between the two former companions had soured beyond repair. Blood wiped from his lip, Sane spat out a bitter defiance, glaring directly at Toru, who met his gaze with unyielding sternness. Demanding an explanation for everything that had transpired, Toru pressed forward as Sane recounted his bitter jealousy over Toru's overwhelming growth and newly acquired power. Agitated and wild-eyed, Sane ranted about how Toru had always stood in his way, taking away everything he desired, including recognition, strength, and Lisa's affections. Sane screamed about his broken promises and his loss of control, claiming that betraying them was his only way to regain power, even as Toru listened in quiet disbelief. Demanding clarity on the fate of their friends, Toru pressed Sane about whether Lisa and the others were safe, only for Sane to confirm his cold betrayal of those closest to him. Breaking into a mad, echoing laugh, Sane threw his head back in mania while Toru and his companions stood ready for whatever desperate move he might make next. With manic eyes and a twisted grin, Sane declared that human nature was driven entirely by greed, money, status, power, and fame, and boasted about his base desires. Gloating sinisterly, Sane sneered as he admitted his desire to steal away everything Toru held dear, wanting nothing more than to watch Toru weep in total despair. He continued to mock and provoke Toru, demanding that he weep, express his deep resentment, and suffer openly at the sight of his former companion. Toru, looking upon Lisa as she stood submissively at the traitor's side, called out her name and insisted that she was merely being brainwashed into compliance. The disgraced hero proudly confirmed the control he held over her, while Lisa herself blindly declared her love for him regardless of the mind control. Disgusted, Toru questioned whether he had any intention of breaking the spell and releasing her from her trance. The cold, mocking smile, Lisa casually rejected the notion, explaining that a mere warrior held no interest for her and that her heart belonged solely to the true hero. She cruelly added that Toru meant nothing to her anymore, striking a devastating emotional blow that left him stunned.